You know, I mean, I'm going around the world on the computer, which is about the only thing I can do. And I think, oh, let's go and have a look at some American magic sites or whatever it happens to be, or cars or something like that. Not that I'm particularly into cars. And after you've done that for about an hour or so, you sit there thinking, now what? I mean, the only advantage yesterday was the fact that the clocks went forward. So yesterday afternoon, I put all my clocks forward anyway. And they'd said, well, today, but I did it yesterday to save me having to worry about doing it today. And then I suddenly realised I was going to wake up and go panicky. So I did wake up and go panicky, because I looked at one clock and it said 11:30 and the other one said 12:30. And I thought, well, by the time I get in, they'll be going for, I don't know where I am now. So anyway, so I came in and I was particularly earlier, which Zora Suleiman was very grateful, because she hadn't had anybody to talk to for ages. Nick Abbott was in here. Well, he was in the other side, actually. In this side, it was pitch dark. I wasn't even sure if there was anybody in here, because I didn't even peer through the window, because this is the Steve Allen Memorial Studio. And then I thought to myself, well, what are you all doing to amuse yourself with in the afternoon? There's a limit to how many games of Jenga you can play, and how many sort of buckaroo, or anything like, you know, I mean, if you're in a family, well, it's okay, but if you live by yourself, as Richard does, you know, and as I do as well, and quite a number of people, what do you do to amuse yourself? You know, I mean, you're really running out of ideas, and this has only been the first week. However, over in Wuhan, they've started relaxing the laws. But mind you, the differences between there and here is that they were on complete lockdown. You went outside, you dealt with the police. The police had roadblocks that you did not go out. There was food which was made available, and then somebody could go and collect it for you, or you could go and collect it. So they were on complete lockdown. You saw the pictures in the newspapers of empty streets, deserted streets, like it is here in London. I never thought in all my born days that I'd be coming into London and it would be as empty as this. You know, I mean, it's just completely empty. Buses. I've never seen so many empty buses, yet they're still running them, presumably because the drivers are being isolated. They're sitting in their little cab bit and they've got the piece of plexiglass or something. So that's it. And they're just driving up and down the roads empty. In London, I don't think I've seen anybody on a bus. I saw somebody on a train the other day. They were a bit of an isolated case. And there's a few planks out there. But the one thing that has delighted me, which I think I've received more pleasure out of, was when I heard that somebody coughed in the face of somebody from the NHS. The police arrested them. They've thrown them in prison for a year. Should have been 10 years. These people are too stupid for words. And then there were a group of lads. I think you just heard it on the news with Zora, and they were abusing as well. And luckily they've been arrested by the police, and their parents will be charged as well with allowing them to go out. I mean, this is the way forward. Let's teach these stupid ignoramuses out there who think that they can do this. You know, one man goes in and starts coughing in the face of NHS workers. This person is too stupid to even be in existence in this world. What's the matter with them? Have they not read anything? You know, now you know. Well, perhaps you don't know. Perhaps you're one of those simpletons who has no idea why people are standing 6 foot away from somebody else when they're queuing up for a supermarket. I mean, I did see somebody the other day who was standing a little bit too close. The person turned around and said, would you mind staying 6 feet away? But of course, some people have got no idea what 6 foot looks like. And so you have to tell people, go away. Go away. And that way, we'll all get on so much better, because that's all we're looking for, isn't it? You have to be 6 feet away, and you have to make sure that you're not going to touch anybody, they're not going to touch you. It's a good idea. You know, there are queues for the supermarkets, but they're letting a few people... There's no shortage of food. We've got everything. We've got absolutely everything. There is nothing that we're running out of. Even the other day, they were running out of eggs. And I was in Paul Cooper's shop, and he'd just got 2 boxes of eggs. So he got 720 eggs, I think. Go to M&S, they've got all their eggs in. Because at one point, the chickens appeared to be coming out in sympathy and doing self-isolating. A bit difficult if you're a chicken. You know, it's not easy to be a chicken and self-isolate. You have to sit in a barn with a load of other people. And we were explaining the other day what's farm fresh and what isn't farm fresh, and what is battery hen and what isn't. They don't need to be sitting in a cage for it to be battery. Just all in a barn, not going outside, could be considered battery as well. And so all of a sudden we went for a shortage of eggs. And of course, the moment you tell people you can't have something is the moment they go, well, I've got to have it. I've got to have the eggs. You know, I've got to go to the pub. Why can't I go to the pub? So they started naming and shaming people who were going to pubs, being let in by the back door, by the landlords. of these places, because in my day, and probably in your day as well, we used to have lock-ins. If you had a regular pub that you went to all the time, they'd go, Friday night, lock-in tonight, Steve, all right? And then what you'd do is you'd sort of hang around at the end of the night while they kicked everybody else out, and then we'd all sit down and have drinks for an hour or so. Because eventually, presumably the landlord wants to go to bed. You know, and you can't sit there all night. It's very tiring being a landlord, but all of those sort of people are worrying about things, aren't they? They're worrying about whether or not they can sort of remain open, even when we go back to normality, in inverted commas. I can't wait. I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm hoping it's going to be, you know, if they've started relaxing it in Wuhan, they started it. I'd quite like to sort of think that we could relax it over here, but not for at least a couple more months. I think it's going to be another 2 months before they start going. In America, they've just tested somebody with 4 people with a vaccine for coronavirus. They've decided to dispense with the normal precautions which they put in place, and these people have said, listen, I don't mind being tested against it, because there is a very good chance that they might come for. We've got to kickstart this. Out of all the things we have to do, we clapped the NHS the other day. People stood outside and whistled and pushed their horns and all the rest of it. I didn't clap. I was in bed, actually. Slightly difficult to clap when one is under the duvet. Slightly difficult. But, no, it was good. Everybody did it round my way. They were all doing it. All the beep, 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 you know, and that was just normal people. They can't clap. They go beep, beep. They just make that noise. I don't know why. And, no, they didn't have a car or a car horn. They just beep, 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 made them feel as though they were part of it. And then somebody said, what about all these scientists around the world? We have to rely on them to find the antidote to this virus, you know, but they've got to find it quick, because otherwise we think there's 2 strains, and there might be another strain as well. We're not sure. So what we do is we take all your texts and emails on the programme. I'm that bit of respite. I'm the little bit in the morning that puts that smile on your face and hopes make you forget for a brief moment that even while we're in the middle of a pandemic, we can still smile about certain things. I tell you the one thing I really don't want to see, any more naff celebrities telling us about their dreary blooming lives. Who cares? We're in the middle of a pandemic and somebody go, oh, I'm still having sort of treatment because I couldn't get over my boyfriend on Love Island. Get over yourself. Go away. And somebody says you sing really well. I know, I'm quite talented, actually. I mean, if I'd thought about it, I probably could have been a pop singer years ago. But, who the dickens is going to buy Steve Allen's version of Kumbaya or 10 Green Bottles hanging on the wall? So I watched this film the other day that the AP gave to me. He said, would you like to watch this film? So he brought it. Well, I've had it disinfected. And so I took it home and I put it off for a couple of days because I can't really be bothered. Somebody gives me a film and I think, all right, I'll get round to it soon. But, I mean, with me, it either goes very, very quickly or it takes ages and ages. And this particular one was called Lion. And because I thought originally, oh, good, it'll have a lion in it. There's not a lion in sight. Not a lion in sight. A lion turns out to be the name of the boy who has mispronounced his name. And so I started watching it. And of course, I was slightly put off at the beginning because the executive producer is... Do you know, Luke, who the executive producer is? No, it's Harvey Weinstein. I just thought I'd mention that to you now. And so it stars Dev Patel... And it's got Nicole Kidman and loads of other people. And it's based on a true story of a little boy in India. And I have to tell you that the little boy in this film, who is playing young Saru, is called Sunny Power. Well, he's an absolute delight. He can't be any more than 9 years old. He's a cracking little actor. I mean, he really is a cracking little actor. And he and his brother come from a village in India, based on a true story. And what they do is they thieve coal from the trains that come in. They clamber up on board and they put the stuff in, then they jump off and they go and sell the coal to the men in the market who are doing the cooking. And in return, they give them milk and stuff like that. They're living a very poor, basic lifestyle. And this goes on for a little while. And so young Saru goes out there. His brother is called Gudu, and he's a bit older, and he sort of takes him around and says, well, I'll try and get you some work here, but listen, you must stay here. I'm going to go off to work. And so, and it's a bit disjointed at the beginning because we jump backwards and forwards from a railway station to some tracks and all the rest of it. And this little boy, I tell you, is an absolute cracker. But one evening, he wakes up and his brother, who is called Gudu, and you don't realise until the end of this film that his brother got killed the day after he actually left his little brother on the train station. He got killed by a train, but he doesn't know this. So he then thinks, where is he? And he walks up and down calling for his mum and everything else. And of course, there's nobody around for him. So he gets onto a train and he falls asleep. And he wakes up and he's in a completely different part of the country. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know anybody there. He doesn't speak the language either, because there are different dialects in India. And I think he speaks Hindi. And so, of course, nobody understands what he's talking about. So he wanders around and he's just a little boy. There are kids who sleep rough on the railways. They do it in Russia. They sleep in pipes and everywhere else. And he nearly gets taken by what can only be described as people traffickers. So he runs away, and when he runs, and he's such a sweet little boy. He really is. You'd fall for him big time, because he's so good, and he's so lonely, and you don't know. There are thousands of children in India go missing every single year. Many of them are trafficked to sex traffickers. Anyway, cut a long story short, he meets this woman, and she says to him, why don't you come back to my place? I'll give you some food. So he goes back in all his innocence to this woman's place. She's got a little sort of flat of sorts, and she cooks him some food. And then she said, no, you must stay here, it'll be fine, and all the rest of it. So he does. And then she says, a friend of mine is going to help you find your mum. Bearing in mind, he's at the end of the country. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know anywhere. He doesn't even know where he lives. He mentions the name of this place, but of course people are saying we don't know where it is. So this woman starts looking after him, and then she says, I have a friend who can look after you, and he'll help you find your mum. Unfortunately, the friend is not a friend at all. He's another trafficker. But the little boy doesn't know this. And so there's something going wrong, and you think, I hope you see this. Anyway, he decides to make a run for it. She, of course, sees an income disappearing, and so she chases after him, but he manages to get away. He's then put in an orphanage. And in the orphanage, he's with a lot of other kids, and some of them are good children, some of them are not very good children. What they're trying to do, though, if they're nice children, they want to get them adopted. And he gets adopted by a couple, bearing in mind, true story, based on a true story. He gets adopted by a couple in Australia. Well, he's never been on an aeroplane. So they take him off on an aeroplane. He goes over there with his sort of carer and introduces him to this couple. One of whom is Nicole Kidman, who plays a woman called Sue Brierley. And they're delighted. It's not that they can't have children, it's just that they chose to adopt. That's the story. And so he grows up with them. He's told to call them mum and dad, and he doesn't know any different. But at the back of his mind, he wants to find his mum. He really wants to he doesn't know where to go. And so over the course of 25 years... That's the difference. 25 years he's away from home. He starts going through all the maps that he can find in Google Earth so that he can see if he can remember where it was he grew up. There are little things like that. He knows that there's a river and a big bridge over it, and he knows there's a little village, and he knows that his mum lives in this village. And it's the story of him going back and to try and find his mum. And I'll tell you the next bit after this. Anyway, back to the film Lion. Somebody said, have you ever heard of Spoiler Alert? Well, you need to grow up, don't you? The film's 4 years old. Can't help it if you're stupid and you've missed it. Anyway, so he's in Australia, but in his spare time, in his little flat, he's trying to find out where he comes from. But all he's got is the images in his mind. In his mind, he can see the little village, he can see the little corridors, and he can see the river, and he can see where things were going on. Bearing in mind, 25 years has passed. And so he says to his mum and dad, he says, I need to go back. Because he thinks he's found the area. He goes on Google Earth, and he's found what he thinks is the village. And so he goes back to India, still based on the true story, and he finds the village. And he retraces his steps of where he thinks his little house with his mum and his brother, Gudu, was. And now he opens the door and somebody's keeping goats in there. So it's obviously been used. And so this woman comes and says something to him, but of course he doesn't speak Hindi anymore because he's forgotten. He's now very, very Australianised. Very well played by Dev Patel. Very well played. And then, so he's saying to her, my mother used to live here. Well, she doesn't understand what he's saying. Could have been speaking double Dutch. And this man comes along and says, what can I translate? And he says, I used to live here. And he said, "You lived here?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I lived here all those years ago, 25 years ago." And he takes out a little picture of himself as a little boy, and he shows it to this man. And the man goes, "Come with me." And so they walk back through the village, and stay there. And he goes, and this woman, this older woman, comes towards him, and it's his mum. It's his mum. She's still alive. And with her are all her friends and everything else. And it goes from this, "Oh my God." She said, "I never moved from the village." She said, "because I knew one day you'd come back." And it's all tears and, happiness and all the rest of it. I was, of course, fairly hardened to this. I'd only got through 3 boxes of Kleenex by the time I got to this moment. And so they do the thing, and then she says, "I'm so pleased to see you," and all the rest of it. And then he brings his foster mother over from Australia. She comes and she meets his real mother. But the twist at the end of the film is that they do the same as Schindler's List. They reunite his real mother with his real foster mother, not the people playing the part in the film. And so they come together for the first time. And not a dry eye in the house. It's drippy, drippy eyes all over the place. Because it's so real. And so, there, and he meets his sister, and it's then that he discovers that his brother, Gudu, is the one who didn't survive. The night after he left him on the railway station, he was killed by a train, as indeed are lots of kids. But it reinforces the fact that so many children go missing in India every year. Thousands and thousands and thousands. Where do they all go? Some die. Some get trafficked. Some are took into slavery. He was lucky. He got adopted in Australia, a place he'd never even heard of before. But somebody, his carer was saying, "Oh, you'll like it over there in Australia. It's nice. They like you. They really..." And his parents absolutely adore him. But when you see the real foster mother and his real mother reunited at the end, it was that moment from Schindler's List, where after Oskar Schindler had died, they then go, "And these are the people from his list. These are the original the people who are still living." And they came to his grave and they all put a stone on it. It's very, very good little film. Little bit disjointed at the beginning. But, if you were going to watch a film that's based on a true story, and I like a true story, I don't like it too embellished with things, it was well worth it. And unfortunately, I forgot to bring it back today. So I put it on the settee next to me thinking, I must remember to take that film back, otherwise he'll be charging me. You know what it's like, you take out the film, you get a bottle of Corona and a Viennetta and some popcorn, and then you can watch it. Well, I got all the other things, but I'm now stuck with the film, so I have to bring it back in tomorrow. But nice little film. Nice little film. It was only the added name of Harvey Weinstein that kind of put me off a little bit. But the little kid in it, played by Sonny Power, I don't know what he's doing now, but I'm telling you, he was blooming brilliant. He really was. He just seemed a natural. But they're the best ones, aren't they? You don't want to take kids from stage school because they're a little bit, "Oh, hello, I shall go into my dance." Da, 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 da. But he's constantly running. He spends his life running away from bad people. Bless his heart. But good film. I've done Dev Patel on a couple of occasions, actually. But this one was only made 4 years ago. And, of course, Dev Patel we remember from Slumdog Millionaire. And 2012, I think, yeah. Which was a great film. But, of course, the one thing he admitted to me was that he couldn't dance. And at the end of 2008... Good Lord, he must have been a child, ladies and gentlemen. But he couldn't dance, and at the end of Slumdog Millionaire, they do this dance on the platform, a great Indian dance and all the rest of it. And I said, "But you look as though you can dance." He said, "Not if you could see the whole body." He said, "I've got 2 left feet." I said, "Well, it looked very convincing to me. Very convincing." And that film kind of catapulted him. So next time I meet him, and I'm sure that we will, it's going to be very, very interesting. Very interesting. It's an emotional film, Steve. You've narrated it so I'm going to watch it again. Yeah, you've got to watch it again. It doesn't matter whether there's a spoiler alert. It's like watching Titanic and going, "I hope it doesn't sink," or something like that. People go, "Oh, I can't believe it." Schindler's List. When they bring the people back, The Lion King, all of these things. Mary Poppins, she ain't going to be hanging around. I'm telling you, she's off on that blooming umbrella again. The talking umbrella. Who's got a talking umbrella? Anybody who's done marijuana. That'll be the people with talking umbrellas. And then Mary Poppins told us that she got really hurt on these wires that were... Oh, spoiler alert again, honestly. Just believing she can't actually fly. And she comes in and they dropped her with a jolt. But it's good, actually. If you watch Andre Rieu, he's one of these blokes with a big orchestra that he takes around the world. And they always... he's really good, actually, but they fill stadiums for people. And he did a bit with Mary Poppins, and she's flying on wires above the crowd. Well, I mean, put the fear of God into me. But she flies in so beautifully, and because of the lighting, you can't see any wires. You can't see anything at all. So, of course, it's even more realistic, which is wonderful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Mark says, can you imagine if we only had 4 channels, no Netflix or DVDs? I know. Also, Paula says, with over 1,000 people dying, will several families have to share a funeral service? I shouldn't think so. We do have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of funeral directors. The only problem is that, you know, if you lose somebody to coronavirus, as you now know, some people are not there at the end. So what they're doing in some of the hospitals, if they think somebody's going to go, they put it on FaceTime. So you can feel as though you're sort of partly there for the family. Because otherwise, there's only 2 people allowed around the grave. So in one particular village, somebody was telling me earlier on, when somebody died, they all stood by their gates and clapped the person, which is what we did the other day, which was fantastic. Donald Trump, they've got the worst cases, haven't they, of coronavirus? I think it's moved faster in New York than anywhere else. And somebody says, went to my local Tesco's, short of sanitisers, toilet rolls, kitchen rolls, shampoo, shower gel and wash powder. Really? Need to move. You're obviously in a very bad area. We've got loads of stuff like that. Seriously, we've got loads of it. I don't know why we would ever sort of worry about it. It's only those people who went out to start with being particularly greedy and selfish and taking all the stuff. The rest of it now, you go around the supermarket. The only problem they've got at the moment, as far as I can see, is that there's not much pasta or soup. But I mean, to be honest with you, I can live without pasta. Find something else. Find something else. People are going, oh, I can't believe there's no pasta. Somebody put a Big Mac on eBay the other day. I mean, God in heaven. I mean, what sort of stupid people are in this country? Answer quite a few. Another one here, and locked into the spike, says Waj. The lockdown is so depressing. Well, it is for a lot of people, actually. It is for a lot of people. A lot of people tell me, Steve, that they're doing house parties on various social media. Yeah, my producer did one with his family. They had a family party, all linked in on FaceTime. Well, I don't know. You just have your screen is split up into lots of different people. Hello, have a drink. Oh, okay, let's have another drink. Okay, let's have some more drink. And in fact, at the end, because he just spent all the time drinking on the internet, but it's the only way of sort of getting together with the family. Because unless you live with family, you can't go and visit, and you have to sort of talk to them via the telephone. But you do worry, don't you? I mean, how long? If in Wuhan they are cutting back, which is good now, but they had a major lockdown. I don't think we've had it. But as I say, let's see more police arresting people for spitting, coughing in people's faces. These people are fairly sick in the head. Fairly sick. So we have to get them into prison. And the little people... Oh, well, I was coming in tonight. There were 2 police cars surrounding a bloke on a bicycle. Shouldn't have been out at that time either. You know, it was like 12:15 in the evening. Shouldn't have been on his bicycle. So I hope they took his bicycle away, gave him a slap on the back of the legs and threw him in nick. It's the only way to deal with these people. You have to do something, don't you? Steve, did you watch Friday Night Dinner? I didn't. Somebody explained to me what it was, but I can't remember exactly whether or not I should be watching Friday Night Dinner. It's not one of these... It's not a dating programme, is it? That's right. Apparently it's a sitcom, but I didn't know. Because, to be honest with you, I'm bored with all these people. The 4 in a bed thing's beginning to drive me to distraction. It's still going. And people they go in there and they go under the toilet seat, they go to the rim of the toilet. Is it clean? Is it this? Is it that? And some of them are quite clearly playing games. And those are the people I hope their businesses collapse. It's as simple as that, because you can't play a game. You've got to be genuine, and we can see through it. You know, that they'll go, oh, we didn't think that was good. Let's give them a 3. Yeah, what? They were better than you ever were. And there was some... Is what? Come Dine With Me. I think Come Dine With Me's still going. I think so. Well, I mean, obviously it must be old ones. Can't be any... Otherwise you'll be sitting in a separate room. And also, I don't want to eat in somebody else's house unless I've seen a hygiene certificate. I'm sorry, I don't think it's... You know, it's not too much to ask, you know, if you've actually got a certificate from the council that says that you can make food for perfect strangers and serve it to them. It'd be like me opening the front door and going, come on in! Bacon and eggs on me, and hash browns and stuff. No, absolutely not. Don't want things like that. So once in, door shut. And if I need anything, I can nip out very quickly and then back in again. Because I had to post some stuff in the post box and I had to go to the chemist, and I managed it quite easily. It's just that, you know, there are little queues everywhere for the fish shop, from the butchers. It's like living in a little village in Twickenham. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Be company. It's Sunday, the 29th of March. We live to fight another day. We keep going on. As I pointed out, Wuhan have started relaxing the laws. They're allowing people to do little things like that, which is good news. And let's hope that we find something here. In America, they've already issued 4 people with what they think is an antidote. Unfortunately, they're going to be the guinea pigs. If it works, then that would be brilliant. Over here, we are preparing for the worst. They say if we get 20,000 deaths, that will be good. You know, we don't want any more than... We're up to 1,000, aren't we, at the moment? But they say it's going to get worse before it gets better. Then you're going to get a letter from the Prime Minister. That'll be nice, isn't it? You think it'll start off, Dear Stephen? You know, I mean, telling us something that we already know. Mind you, he has the virus, together with Matt Hancock, who have the virus, and I'm quite sure that there's going to be an awful lot more. So far, I don't know anybody... I tell a lie, I do know somebody who has. I do know somebody who has. They didn't think they had, and then they said, during the week, actually, to a friend of mine, they said, I think I've actually got it. So, but apart from that, I know nobody in my circle of friends who has it, and I'd rather not, to be honest with you. I'd rather keep it that way. So we're all being very good. I'm self-isolating in the studio, because I'm the only one in here, which is great. Ed Sheeran's favourite cafe is keeping an emergency stash of his favourite sauce. Tomato ketchup. You don't need to have an emergency stash of it. It's in all the supermarkets. You just go and buy some tomato ketchup. I went the other day. There was a queue for Marks and Spencer's of about 10 people outside, but the queue was moving fairly quickly because they put self-service tills in. And I went to Iceland, walked straight in. Straight in. There was nobody in there at all. There was about 2 or 3 people. They had bread. They had all the usual thing. You know, a little bit short of paper and everything else, but I've already got paper, so I don't need to worry about that. And... you know, you can go out. Waitrose, they had most things, apart from soup and pasta, but as I say, I'm not particularly bothered about either. Just go and find... As long as they had vegetables in, I was happy. Fruit I'm not bothering with, but what was I eating the other day? I had a most peculiar dinner the other day. While I was waiting for dinner to cook, which was not that exciting, I think it was just bacon, fried rice and vegetables. It looked fairly exciting as far as I was concerned. And I had some of those, one of those sandwich fillers, which you get in the shops. They do sort of chopped egg and mayonnaise, and they do tuna and things like that. And they had, it was, what was it? Oh, it was Coronation chicken. Well, if there's one thing I have a penchant for, it's Coronation chicken. It's really quite... Unfortunately, obviously, there's something in the curry sauce that sort of affected my stomach quite quickly. And so I've decided no more Coronation chicken. I shall have the mayonnaise and curry mixed with pieces of chicken in it. It's delicious. Yeah, it'd be the curry mix, won't it? I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. So I've decided, no, I'm going to stick to the egg mayonnaise and ham salad. I think I should be all right with that, because I've had that before. And so I shall probably nip out today and get some of that. And then go back home, put my feet up and watch films for the rest of the day. What films? I've got no idea. That's called EastEnders ham. Why EastEnders ham? Oh, right. Honestly, keep up at home. Steve, when this is all over, a large fine should be imposed on anyone spitting, says Marilyn. I don't think we need to wait for it to be over. I think we fine them now and we throw them in nick. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that's the best thing for them. I mean, there's a picture of one of the blokes in one of the papers today, one of these stupid people. Limited intelligence. You know, the sort of person who go, I ain't going to affect me, mate. I ain't going to worry about it. Well, you have now, haven't you? Because you're in prison for a year. Self-employed people will receive up to 80% of their average monthly income, but they won't get it till June. Not everybody. If you have not filled in a tax return for 2019, you don't qualify. If you've only just recently gone on to being self-employed, you don't qualify either. And it's only up to £50,000. That's it. I mean, I don't know how many people you know on £50,000. But it's a case of, you know, you're not going to get it if you've not filled in a tax return form. So there you go. Steve, my EcoZone toilet flushes will be delivered today. Do you think Amazon wonders if there's suddenly a run on their stock? I mentioned this the other day. I was watching QVC. And I quite like watching QVC and Ideal World and stuff like that. And on QVC, they were demonstrating. They always have, you know, they have a pretend toilet in the studio with a glass cistern. And this was a thing she put in called EcoZone. And they were selling 3 of them for 18 quid or whatever it was. And I remember watching it thinking, oh, that looks quite nice. But I've had things that you put in the system before. Sometimes I put Blue Loo in just to watch the water change in colour. But it goes by very quickly, because every time you flush the toilet, it sort of eats away the block. This one she said, the woman who was the lead person in the studio, so, well, how long does each one last? And so she said, on average, about 5 months. I thought, this is the thing for me. And so you buy it, and it's called EcoZone, and we found it on Amazon. I found it, and it was cheaper on Amazon. Not by a lot, but it was by a little bit. So I bought 3, and they come in different colours, and you put it into your cistern, if of course you can get to your cistern. Some people can't get to their cistern, it's built into the wall. And it flushes for 5 months. It's obviously a very concentrated block, so of course I was delighted. But now all of a sudden people are saying they're in short supply now, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. I think they were doing 2 for $6.99. Marilyn says, I don't know why all the letters are going to be sent costing over 5 million. We all know what to do from the media. Yes, I mean, I agree. I mean, but somebody said, who's sticking the stamps on or licking the envelopes? I said, I don't think there'll be any licking of envelopes. What it'll do, they'll have a franking machine, like every big company's got one. It's just that theirs will be bigger than most. But my postman is still delivering in his shorts. He's still pushing his little trolley up and down the streets. He's still there. He's still getting people to sign for things, but from a distance. No, he doesn't text in, no. But he's very good. Come rain or shine, he's wandering up and down the high street, and he'll always sort of give me stuff, and then signing for stuff now. You ring the bell, he then fills in a little form, holds the thing towards you, the little tablet where you attempt to write your name, which is not the easiest. Sometimes mine just looks like Sheila. And, well, she seems quite happy with. I have to be honest, it doesn't make any difference. And so he does that, and then he wanders on his way. You know, the butcher's shop is still doing very well. Paul Cooper's got loads of stuff in. There's no shortage of anything. You just have to wait to be served because they don't want any more than, well, in Paul Cooper's case, 2 people in the shop at any one time. So there's always a little queue outside, but it moves fairly quickly. Fairly quickly. So all these letters, when do these letters come out? I'm not sure. We're all going to get them, aren't we? Telling us what we already know because we're in the media. Mark says, you're right about the 2019 tax return, but you've got 4 weeks to file it. A bit late now, isn't it? A little bit late? Mine was filed ages ago. Can't begin to tell you how long ago. So, I used to, says Dorothy, make coronation chicken. Homemade is better than bought. Oh, no, it was delicious. Oh, it was delicious. I can't begin to tell you. Colin says, nobody mentions COVID transmission by money, especially coins. Well, they don't know, do they? This is, again, something you read on the internet that says you're not supposed to handle money. They would rather in shops that you used a credit card. But on most places, there's a minimum amount that you can put on credit card. I used cash the other day in Iceland, but it was a brand new note that had just come out of the machine. And the bloke didn't have any problem accepting it. But they do say they would like you to use a contactless thing. Because I've done that as well, actually. Marilyn says you could ride a bike for exercise. Well, you probably could, yes. You can go out now for exercise. If you don't have anywhere to exercise, you can do it, apparently, in your sitting room. You can do it on your balcony. Everybody's got a little bit of space somewhere, haven't they, where you can do a little bit of sort of knees bend, arm stretch, rah, rah, rah. Yes, we did. We spoke to Mr. Motivator the other day. We spoke to Derek. He's 67. He's still buff. He's still literally I think the trouble is once you've been fitness, then you're fitness. Somebody who's just jumped on the bandwagon is boring old Chloe Madeley and her husband, Mr. Haskin. You know, they're showing out, oh, go away, honestly. Nothing worse, is there? We've got all the right people we need. We don't need anybody else, thank you very much indeed. You stay at home and do whatever you want to do. I love the way you related the story of the film Lion. Saw it 5 times, says Ray. It is good, actually. I mean, it was good. I mean, I do like a film that makes me cry. I do like that. And then Mark says, do you think the PM's letter will come with a load of leaflets? Do you know, I'm sick to death of the amount of junk mail. It started coming through. I mean, it's loads of it. I just throw it straight away. Or the best thing you can do, well, junk mail for everything. From absolutely everything. No, we don't get McDonald's, we get sort of local pizza shops. When I came through Twickenham earlier on, when I came in, the kebab shop was still open. Nobody in there. Absolutely nobody. The fish and chip shop was open. Nobody in there. And not only was there nobody in there was nobody on the streets. Because I did think, a sausage and batter. I could go with sausage and batter, and then I thought, no. It'll just... Because at the moment, I think I'm eating all the right stuff, and I feel as though I'm losing weight. Nobody else thinks I'm losing weight, but at least I think I'm losing weight. That makes me feel a bit better about life. Victoria. A bit of a setback for the old Beckham woman, who doesn't have a shop open at the moment. Not that it made any difference, but she's now lost another 2 key aides. I mean, she's losing people. The old Beckham woman. Well, it's so funny because you go, oh, Victoria Beckham's a fashionista. I don't think so. How much money has she lost so far? That's called being a bit of a failure. You know, she needs to turn the company round, but she's now lost 2 more key people. And that's not good business at all. It's almost like working for Harry and Meghan. They can't keep staff either. And at the moment, Harry must be the only person who has not done a day's work in a few months now, ever since it was announced that he was leaving the royal family. And now he's sitting there in California, twiddling his thumbs, wondering what the hell to do. Because there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. Meghan did that little job for Disney. It was only like a charity film. Don't get too excited about it. She's not been... they haven't called upon her acting ability. And Harry... And then somebody said the other day, oh, he's really regretting it because he thought he was doing the right thing. But unfortunately, he was never a key member of the royal family. He's ditched them at a time of need when his father has got the coronavirus and his grandfather and grandmother in particular, are quite ill. And so Harry's basically stuck 2 fingers up to them. So we stick 2 fingers up to Harry and say, you enjoy it over there. You enjoy it over there because at the moment you're doing nothing. I don't know what work you think you're going to be doing. But also, I'll reiterate again, can we have our money back for the house? OK, £2.5 million. It's not like you don't have £2.5 million. Are you paying your own security in America? No, apparently not. So let's see that change. You know, I mean, he was a bit disappointed when they did a thing for the Commonwealth and the Queen said, you're not coming in with the rest of the royal family. You will go straight to your seats. They didn't like that. But of course, if you're not a member of the royal family, why should we indulge them? It's not up to us to decide what to do. It's the Queen who decides what to do. And if that's what Her Majesty said happens, that's what happened. But he wasn't happy with it at all. So William and Kate came in with the royal family. Harry already sitting in the seats. You know, you don't want to be in the royal family? That's fine. That's fine. If you're not strong enough to do something like that and you think you're doing the right thing. But I'd love to know what you think you're going to be doing as a job. You know, what sort of job can you do? You know, there's a sort of a limit to how many times you just go out and shake somebody's hand, which of course you can't do at the moment anyway. You know, you can't do anything like that. You should be either self-isolating or sort of cutting back, as most people are. So what can you do? I don't know. No, I think they're very disappointed in him. Don't you think that they're really, really thinking, wait a minute, out of all the people who's had basically the easiest life you could ever have, you know, he's never had to lift a finger to do anything. It's all been done for him. He ended up with, all right, so he lost his mother. But then there are thousands, if not millions of people who lose their mothers as well, and their fathers. You know, and we don't sort of go on about it. It wasn't like last week. It was more than 20 years ago. But what he's going to do, I don't know. What is he fit for? His after-dinner speaking is pitiful. He can't act. He's just basically Meghan's shoulder to lean on. She's used him to get where she wanted to go. But even she's not got anything coming up at the moment. So what Harry does, I don't know. And nobody else seems to know. In the royal family, they've got no idea at all. Apparently, somebody said the other day that if his marriage splits up, because eventually they're going to get on each other's nerves, eventually something's going to happen, somebody's going to give, he will then have to come back to the royal family. And somebody has said they will welcome him, be guarded. You can't just wander in and out as you feel like it. Really? Steve, these idiots who cough and spit at the NHS staff, do they not realise one day they'll need the NHS? No, they don't. They're too stupid for words. They don't realise. Do you remember the man who was licking the toilet bowl? This is some internet thing. He was licking it, and it's some sort of test to see how hard you are. Well, he's also got the coronavirus. So you can't help feeling that it's karma. I mean, you know, and if people go out there and start coughing in people's faces and spitting, they deserve to go straight to prison. You enjoy yourself in prison, because we don't want you, thank you very much indeed. So it's a Sunday one, it's freezing cold. I don't know what it's like your neck of the woods, but I was thinking, secretly hoping, that there was going to be some sunshine around the corner. And they've said, it's going to get cold, and because we've had no rain either for a little while, which of course could turn to sleet, and that's what they're predicting. They're predicting sleet and snow on high grounds. I thought we've seen the back of that. We're moving into April. Surely we should have got a... Well, I thought we had spring... All my bulbs have come up. You know, I told you I bought these pots in Costco. It's like a wicker basket, you know, like a basket kind of thing, and there's a metal tin inside which has got flowers planted. So when you first plant it, we don't need to plant it, it's already done. You just need to take the lid off and water it, and that's it. It's all, they've already planted the things for you. And I thought, well, that'll cheer you up a little bit. So the first thing that pops up are jonquils, little daffs. Then we got some hyacinths that came up. Then I got tulips that came up. And you think it's 4 different layers, and it just makes such a difference. Such a difference. All these people saying, you know, I'm going to go outside and potter in the garden. Potter in the garden, as long as you're by yourself, or with the person you live with, or, you know, you don't want people wandering around, do you? But to do all that tidying up, now would be a good time to start doing the tidying up of the garden and preparing it for the summer, because I'm hoping at some point, because you can buy stuff online. I mean, I was watching QVC yesterday and they were doing Richard Jackson's gardening thing, where he vlogs his flower power stuff, although they've taken the picture off, which was fairly good for scaring pigeons. And they have this sort of other thing, and then they do different plants, and you've got this thing. And I keep looking at them thinking, do you know, that's the way to go, isn't it? We might not be going to garden centres in the future, but I like to physically see a plant. So what happens to all the garden centres who've ordered, they must have ordered it already, all their summer stock in, and they would be hoping that over these weekends you'd be going out there, but because it's cold, you can't really plant stuff out. You have to wait. So this year I think I'm putting in the hardiest plant I know. It's the only plant that can sort of take you through fire, flood and pestilence, plus anything else, and that's geraniums. They seem to, I mean, literally, I've never known a plant like it. As long as you deadhead, you'll find, depends whether you want, you know, geraniums that drape, and they're what do they call them, hanging geraniums, or you want upright. I mean, I like a combination of both, a bit of upright and a bit of trailing, which is quite nice, and in different colours, you know, to add to it. But they seem to survive everything. I've never known, you know, I've still got plants from last year, which are still growing. Not for much longer, it has to be said. As I'm emptying all the pots, we started clearing the pots out, then I need to get the earth, but you can get it all delivered. You don't physically need, I know difficult on some of you listening who've been ordering food, and they go, yes, you're looking at May. And you go, May? What possible use is that? So, in other words, if you've got a neighbour who's a very generous person, well, then they can go out and do a little bit of shopping for you. If you need something, you know, like you need some milk, thank you. If you need some milk or something like that, well, then just ask a neighbour. They'll be more than happy to do it. I've bumped into no end of people over the past week who are doing shopping for neighbours as well. David in Hampshire says, I'm missing Greggs. Are you? No, not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. I mean, put it this way, when it's there, I will have a bacon baguette in the morning, maybe with a little sausage in it. But, no, I haven't missed it at all. Because it did say bad to have a bacon baguette every day, and I was getting into the habit of going in there and having a bacon baguette, because when you're waiting for the bus, as we were less than a week ago, it was quite nice. But no, I'm not missing it at all. I miss sort of the idea that it's there. As far as I'm concerned, you know, Greggs is an essential service. You need an essential service, don't you? I mean, how are some people going to cope? Some people can't cope without all sorts of things. I bought milk the other day, loads of milk in. I've decided I've got to cut back on... What did I cut? Oh, yes, that's right, I got my eyes tested. And apparently it's come back as just 1 or 2 little problems, but nothing they said that we need to worry about, and they'll test me again in a year. Whoopee! That's what I liked. Yeah, you've got to wait for a year, actually, which is good. Steve, on the TV news, TV videos on the news, they often have bookcases. Is it to show how intellectual they are? I thought everybody's got bookcases, haven't they? I thought most people have got a book. We used to have a sort of a low-level one, and then gradually you end up with so many books. I used to save books, and then I suddenly realised there's no point in saving books, Steve. Why don't you just save biographies or autobiographies? Because then I can use it for reference purposes. And then I thought, well, that's a bit silly, because I've got a computer. I can go onto Google, type in, as I did about Lion, just to find out the names of the cast members, and to see who was producing it and when it was done, and you can pull it off in a matter of seconds. Which is something I've always subscribed to. The quicker you can get it off, the quicker it's, you know. Steve, funky plant, pineapple lilies. Oh, right. Nick says, I'm no royalist, but your criticism of Harry's life could quite easily be directed at the Queen. That's why you're in King's Lynn, dear, isn't it? The further away, the better. How little you know. No, there's no... in fact, the Queen is more than happy to have him sitting over there. He's dissed the royal family. Dissed the royal family. Disgraceful news. But there you go. You stay in King's Lynn, Poppet. You're probably much happier up there. Somebody says, well, at least Harry's got Meghan. Yes. But for how long? But for how long? Yesterday on the Jewellery Channel, says Tracy, they were selling masks for £3.99. I was surprised. Is this the famous Jewellery Channel where they have the presenters who've learnt to speak and smile at the same time, where they sit there and look as though they're caught in the headlights of cars? Sorry, and it's £399. How much? I mean, is that okay? Are we allowed to do that? Of course you are, dear, as you rehearsed. The acting is the worst you've ever seen. It's like watching CBeebies. We're all happy going round the mountain. We're all happy driving the car. We're all happy eating our ice creams. Tra-la-la, la-la-la-la. It's as bad as that. The other day they were flogging sunglasses. They got some poor old biddy in the morning. I mean, she must be about 90. And you've never seen anybody suck up to the boss of the channel as this woman does. And then well, this is just marvellous. Oh, we're all Billy Bonkers, she goes. I thought, no, just you. Then they were selling candles, and then we had them selling some liquid that you drank. I mean, they must be really scraping the barrel at the moment. You know, and here it is. This is the most expensive jewellery in the world, $6.99. You know, and we've got collectors coming in from all over the world. And you think, collectors of what? Christmas crackers? I mean, dear Lord above. Steve says, John, do you think the horrible person sent to prison for a year after coughing in the face of an NHS worker will be released early for good behaviour? Possibly. You know, that's the way I sort of look at it. But as far as I'm concerned, if I was the magistrate on that, you cough in the face of something during a pandemic, you can stay in prison for 3 years, okay? Minimum. You know, I mean, you obviously come from a stupid family. Ridiculous. Another one that says, do you think the PM letter will come with a load of leaflets? Yes, absolutely. And watch The Good Lie. It's a great film, says Chris. There's so many good... I mean, at the moment, I'm buying box sets. And then somebody the other day said, you need to watch the... Is it the Disney Channel? Have got some... They're putting all their films up online, or Disney Plus. And I thought, I might do that. And then I thought, I'm not sure I can do the tra-la-la-la-la every day, you know, as we all happily go to work. I don't think so. There is a huge box set out of all the Disney films. It's got 80 films on it, except Song of the South, and for some reason, Steamboat Willie. I couldn't imagine, actually, why both of those films weren't on there, unless they feature somewhere else. But I'm told Song of the South doesn't, for reasons best known to everybody else. David says, you keep mentioning Keeping Up Appearances. Where do I get the series? Amazon, dear. Amazon. It's quite easy. You go to amazon.co.uk. And I bought a box set of Keeping Up Appearances the other day. I mean, she's so good. And the long-suffering husband, who, of course, isn't with us anymore. But it's the barking mad neighbour. I mean, if that was, you know, I mean, Hyacinth Bouquet. Sorry, how do you spell that? B-U-C-K-E-T. Oh, bucket. Pronounced bouquet. Bouquet residence, lady of the house speaking. It was really good, actually. It's really good. I love it. Wiltshire Farms are very good, says Dorothy. Yes, well, they used to... Didn't Ronnie Corbett used to advertise those as well? When he came in, I was asking him about it, actually. Another one here. And lovely... LBC, wow. Steve Allen Show just slagged off King's Lynn. You need to learn how to spell, actually. First of all, that would be very useful. And it's a lovely place. I'm sure it might be. It might have its good parts. Not from the person who wrote to me, though, which is always a bit sad, isn't it? King's Lynn, by the way, is 2 words. Just thought I'd mention it to you, just in case, you know, you weren't the brightest penny in the box. 3 minutes to... No, it's not. It's 2 minutes to 6 this morning. The Yorkshire Ripper whining about not being let out of prison. He's only allowed out for 5 minutes a day. If I was running the prison, you wouldn't be out at all. Plus, in New York, one person dies every 9.5 minutes. 9.5 minutes. I mean, that's how bad it is. I think they are the worst in the country, although in Italy, they've still got horrendous figures. Bill Turnbull is waging his eco battle, and there's a new TV programme coming out, The Secrets of the Page 3 Girls. I don't quite understand what the secret would be. You know, apart from the fact there used to be one years ago who was in fact born a man and then became a Page 3 girl, was doing the vodka advert, riding behind the Loch Ness Monster, and turned up as a Bond girl. Her name was Tula, I think. And Tula was born a boy, and I think she became a Page 3 girl together with her sister. I'm pretty certain. She's very famous, very, very famous. But The Secrets of the Page 3 Girls, it doesn't feature her. It's got the Linda Lusardis, Samantha Fox, and a few other people. For some reason, Jodie Marsh. I didn't think she was a Page 3 girl ever. She was just somebody who sort of went out wearing bad clothes, and that's all you can say. Quality, says Matthew, loving the way you stay positive. You've got to stay positive. You've got to stay positive. It's as simple as that, actually. This is Sunday, the 29th of March. And it's nice to have your company. With you till 7. Andrew Castle is going to be with you at 7 o'clock this morning. There's a host of A-list stars signing up to be on RuPaul's Drag Race, but I don't think they're making any television programmes. See, the trouble is the papers are full of these sort of stories, but nothing's being made. As far as I know. I mean, Ant and Dec were working from their sitting rooms the other day, but I missed the programme. Also, poor Desperate Danny audition disaster left her in tears. This is Danny Dyer. You know, the one who was the barmaid. She's been in one little tiny film which just disappeared completely. She has no skill at being an actor. She thought she could be in this show Our Girl, but goodness sake, we've stretched it a little bit on that one. Plus the secret to Disney's magic. Ant and Dec, as I say, doing from their sofas. Amy Hart, still no work, still in therapy, because some boy went out with her on the Love Island programme and then decided she was too boring for words, so didn't go out with her anymore, and that was it. She went into complete meltdown, which is, you know, I mean, seriously, they need to vet people a bit more carefully. 1 in 3 women lie about how good their fellas are in bed. Have to bring sex in, don't they, in the newspapers? It's almost de rigueur on a Sunday morning. They go, well, let's have a little sex story. Did you see the other day, David Beckham, I mean, not the brightest penny in the box, as we all know, he drew a picture of a willy on one of his marigold gloves. I mean, what for? I mean, I just assumed perhaps he was a simpleton. Couldn't work it out at all. Prince Harry tells the military chiefs he had to stand down. Yep. What's he doing now? Nothing. Not a thing. In fact, you know, unless he gets back to work soon or finds something to do, but what he can do, I've got no idea. Probably just as bad in America as it is over here. Nanny Ray says Dev was also in the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel. Oh, he's great. He's absolutely great. I'm glad he's getting loads of film work. Steve says, Jürgen, since I'm blind, can Boris give me a call rather than send me a letter? I've got enough letters that I can't read already. Get somebody else to read it to. Well, you know what it says. You know what it says. It's, you know. Sean says, where is the Red Cross in the UK? Well, I mean, at the moment we're surviving quite nicely with the NHS, even though they are stretched, and they will be stretched even further, I think. They're now putting up hospitals in all sorts of places. I think the David Lloyd clubs have said that they can use their premises for putting beds in, because undoubtedly, whichever way you look at it, it will get worse than getting better. It's going to get worse before it gets better, and then I'm hoping, I mean, I would like to think that in a couple of months we might start easing off a little bit and we might start seeing some more shops opening on the high street. Even so, still with restrictions for people going in there. But I think because otherwise people are going to see their livelihoods disappearing. There is a limit to how long people can survive without any money. There must be thousands self-isolating who've had the virus and survived without genuine testing. The lights are out. Well, the trouble is, we don't know. We don't know, you know, whether people have had it. They don't know, because we're not sure whether these kits that they're bringing out to test for coronavirus are accurate. I thought they weren't completely accurate. So what's the point in having... But people will buy anything. You can buy a test on the internet now. You can go to various places and you can go and have a test done. But then you would know, wouldn't you? You would know. So somebody said to me once, you know, the one thing you do is you check. You know, is your forehead hot? Answer, no. Is your body hot? In which case you have to feel your tummy. Excuse me, undo a button. And, no. And your back. Your back's quite important as well. And there are various other... It's the dry cough, isn't it? Which is fairly persistent. So if you don't have a dry cough and you're not hot, chances are you're okay. I understand quite clearly, just in case a snowflake writes in, that this thing can incubate for 2 weeks. But seeing as I've not done anything for 2 weeks, I think it's highly unlikely unless it's floating in and out of the system. Another one here, which says, I remember Tula. She was in Octopussy. I can't remember what she was in, but she did the advert for Smirnoff Vodka, where she was being towed behind the Loch Ness Monster. And I always remember that, because she was a page 3 girl. Which, of course, put the fear of God into heterosexuals. Had no idea what was going on. But her sister was also a page 3 girl. A lot of people... Oh, Meghan Markle, says Matthew, I adore her, my favourite royal. Well, there you are wrong. She's not a royal. Both of them are out of the royal family and destined not to go back, unless, of course, it turns into being a little bit pear-shaped. But if they actually like going out and pretending to be celebrities, that's where it all went wrong. But then again, Harry has been faffing around for years, not actually doing anything. They had to find things for him to do. Once they stopped him drinking, that was a little bit better. Once they stopped him dressing up, that was a little bit better. But as regarding... it was heir and a spare, wasn't it? It was the Princess Margaret syndrome all over again. She was never likely to be queen. So she kicked her heels off and became party girl, because there's nothing else for you to do. She would sometimes have her hair done twice a day, because she was so bored. She would have dinner parties at home, and of course that's all an avenue denied now. Not because she's dead, but because people don't have dinner parties anymore. Only a few people. And so that's what Harry did. But you ever seen Harry throw parties at home? No. Because if you did, you'd have heard about them, believe you me. But they appear to be, I don't know who his advisors are, but they're not advising him the best possible way. They really aren't. I mean, there's so many mistakes that they've made. You know, so they were in Canada, now they're not. Now they're in California. Do they have a house to live in? I suppose they're sort of, getting one somewhere. And they were thinking of buying one. Well, I don't know why they haven't, because he's got loads of money, but of course he's never had to buy a place, has he? Never had to buy a place. It's always been handed to him on a plate. Don't worry, the British public will pay £2.5 million to get Frogmore Cottage done up for you. And then he throws it back in our face and goes, oh, by the way, we're quitting. Mainly because Meghan said, I'm not doing that ever again. You know, he's perfectly happily done things up until now, and now all of a sudden he doesn't want to do anything. Well, great. Could David Beckham be a future Prime Minister? Well, well, possibly. I mean, I suppose there is some sort of... it always makes me laugh, because I don't know what the Beckham family are doing at the moment, apart from boring the pants off everybody by appearing in the newspapers. Here they are clapping. No, I'd rather ordinary people, not show-offs. Ordinary people getting out there clapping for the NHS. But Dave's not doing anything, is he, at the moment? He's just sort of sitting at home drawing willies on a pair of marigold gloves. Victoria can't be doing anything because the shops are not open, and she's just had to lose 2 more staff. It's not looking very promising, is it? You know, how long can she keep going? I mean, she wasn't doing very well when the shops were open, let alone if they close. I mean, she's in a very difficult market. Very difficult. Because you're supposedly high-end, or as I call it, terribly expensive for people who've got no sense of rhyme nor reason. You know, you need to make sure that you can afford to buy her... And also, if you're going to go out and buy designer clothing, I'm sorry. Dolce & Gabbana, Boss, Versace, Victoria Beckham. You know, it's a no-brainer. It's a complete no-brainer. Why anybody in the world would ever think that was a force... Sorry, a girl who la-la'd her way through the Spice Girls... Dave, who kicked a football around. I mean, if you want to prove just how little Victoria Beckham was in the Spice Girls, watch their first hit single. She hardly features. You can go about 3 minutes in, and then she didn't do anything. It was a bit like that poor bloke Lee Latchford Evans, who never featured in Steps either. You know, he used to go there and look at it and go, oh, nothing for me. And so they'd have to find something for him. I was feeling immensely sorry, but at least he got the money, so that was something. In Victoria Beckham's case, I'm not surprised she didn't want to go back with the Spice Girls when they went out on tour. Why would you want to? They'd have to go, sorry, Victoria, you didn't sing on any of these songs. They'd have to stand at the back. You know, might as well push her off the stage. You know, but she did send them a goodwill message, which is very nice. But, you know, as I say, she's not been the most successful fashion designer that I've ever heard of. Shadow Chancellor and Ian Dale moved to tears by the public support. Ian Dale always very moved to tears, which is what I like about him. He wears his heart on his sleeve. I knew he would be. Absolutely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, will you be going Commander if you run out of pants, says Stan. No danger of running out. You can still buy them. I don't know why people think that you can't buy things in the shops. I was out at Marks and Spencer's the other day buying things. I don't know why people think that you can't. There are certain shops on the high street which have closed, but a lot of it, you can get things. You can either get it online. The online service is fine. As long as you're not buying food, it's absolutely fine. If you want to buy food, you have to go out into the marketplace and queue up, you know, which is what we are British. We do queue. And we do queuing very, very well. Nobody else does it around the world. You go to anywhere else and see it. Have you ever been to sort of somewhere like Guatemala and seen a queue by the bus stop? I don't think so. You know, Spain, a queue by the bus stop? I don't think so. You know, it's just people and get away. People do that. Nobody's polite anymore. Nobody's polite. Also, why don't they use the 700 unused rooms in Buck House for the homeless? They could have a side entrance, so they're not opening the big gates. The big gates are open all the time, actually, I should point out to you. I went past there the other day. What they've got now, they've got a thing that rises up out of the ground. It's like a long metal thing, sort of like, you know, It's not as opposed to the posts which come out of the ground. This is a big metal thing, so you can't... But no, the gates are open all the time. It's all they've got to do. You drive up to the gates, and then if they like the look of you, you know, if you're Prince Philip, they lower the thing, and then you can drive through into the courtyard. But apart from that, they don't keep the gates locked at all, Buckingham Palace. No, they're not closed. They're open, the gates. So you have the gates there, right? Okay, they're open, and there's this thing that rises out of the ground to stop people driving in. Because otherwise they're going to be opening the gates, closing the gates, opening the gates. This thing, they just push a button and it lowers itself into the ground. You can't duck under it because it comes out of the ground. So if you could step over it... But unfortunately, there are men with guns standing the other side. So, I mean, if you really, really want to risk it, that would be what the guards there call target practice. You know? Another tour. But the trouble is there aren't any tourists. There are no tourists down there. It's the only time I've been down around Trafalgar Square and about the Mall and Buckingham Palace and Horse Guards Parade and Constitution Hill and Birdcage Walk. Empty. Completely empty. I saw one cab this morning with his light on. One taxi. The rest, nothing. I didn't even see any other taxis. It's very, very strange times. Very, very strange times. 6:15 is the time. It's LBC. Arsenal up for discussion today. Coronavirus. 30 million households are going to get a letter from the Prime Minister. Things will get worse before they get better. Now, I don't know whether we've wasted an awful lot of money sending out this letter, because I've just told you that's what the letter is going to say. Things will get worse before they get better. He's not exactly offering any sort of key solution to this. He's just telling you that it's going to get worse before it gets better. The self-employed will get some money, but only if they're registered as being self-employed. And you've got to wait till May to get anything, and even then you're only going to get 80%. So, how that's going to work, I've got no idea. Also, President Trump considering putting us hotspots into quarantine. The US hotspot. What are the US hotspots? I don't know what they are. Are these sort of buildings? Oh, areas. Connecticut, New York, things like that. Because New York's terrible. Terrible. Mind you, London's not much better. When you look at the table of people in this country who've actually fallen foul of coronavirus, London comes out top of the list. Top of the list. Also, the council workers facing abuse during the pandemic. Because this is the other thing that people are suffering. I mean, people who sweep the streets, people who are keeping it tidy. Although, to be honest with you, there can't be much rubbish. There's nobody out there. I did see two cleaners as I came in Leicester Square, and they were just basically leaning on their brushes, just chatting away to each other. Unfortunately, not 6 feet apart. So, don't abuse council workers. Thank you very much. They're doing a job. Almost as bad. I think that's probably just as bad as people who are abusing NHS staff. I mean, that... really, I think we don't waste time with these people. It's, you're arrested, you're charged, you're in court, you're in prison. Simple as that. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, the Spurs show, wonderful show this morning. Yes, he was very good, actually, wasn't he? Talking of great films, he was what? Yes, you're welcome. Did you see Dead Poets Society? No, I have seen it before. It's an old film. I saw it when it first came out. And it's all over the internet as well. Self-employed people will receive up to 80% of their average monthly income from the government, but they won't receive it till June. OK. Lynn says, Jan Moyer's piece in the paper yesterday summed up Harry and Meghan perfectly, says Lynn in Bushy. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, to actually desert the royal family in a time of need, I think is possibly the worst thing that you could ever have done. But there you go. That's what they want. Tai Chi, easy going. Yeah. Somebody says, I don't know, a couple of poor old snowflakes this morning. I mean, you sometimes wonder, actually, where these people's brains are. We've all got a rough idea. Another one here. You slate Harry for living off taxpayers, while simultaneously slate him for wanting financial independence. He hasn't got any financial independence. It's all come from us. It's all come from us. There is no financial independence. Pathetic, honestly. We get stupid people who don't actually understand anything. You can obviously tell that there's sort of somebody, I love the royal family, Her Majesty the Queen is a marvellous person. Yeah, unfortunately, Harry and Meghan aren't. OK, simple as that. Last night, Steve, we were woken by a loud banging on the door. We went to see what the racket was. He came back and told me it was the Asda order. Strange, because I wasn't actually expecting one. On closer inspection, it contained litter for a cat we hadn't got. I suggested we leave it till the morning, but the other half insisted on loading up the car and taking it back to Asda. So we now go back to the closed store, as this bloke, who's got a mask on, waving madly through the locked doors to seemingly return his shopping. Hope he got to the cat's owner. How can they get something so wrong? You don't order anything, but you get cat litter. Perhaps that's a message. Get a cat. Get a cat. That sounds like divine intervention. I love it. Sorry? Was it? Is there a cat story we're doing? We do have a cat, actually. We do have a cat story this morning. We have lots of stories. I like to tease them out. Tease them out a little bit. We don't want to give all our stuff out at the same time, because then it would kind of spoil it, wouldn't it? It's like that old thing, I'm a comedian. Oh, tell me a joke. Well, I don't want to give you my best joke, because that's the peak of my act. And I don't want to give you a joke that isn't as funny, because then you go, that's not very funny, is it? I've watched comedians on the television, really, and I've discovered that people don't tell jokes anymore. People only tell stories, sort of like, I was down the other day doing some shopping and the wife came in and she, and so that kind of thing. It's a situation as opposed to, what do you get if you cross 3 nuns with a monk or something, stupid stories about things like that. Not that I know any jokes about three nuns and a monk, but if I probably pushed my mind to it, I might have thought of something. Steve, how can the self-employed wait till June? I wish I knew. And why June? Hasn't Trump just signed a cheque for something like $7 trillion or something to try and sort this out? From the man who was denying it all a short while ago, it was all just a fantasy. How wrong. And Steve, sorry to bug you, but we have to fight it from home. The cat even helps. I quite like the idea that somebody actually gets something for a cat that they don't have. I mean, that's like saying, and we've got loads of budgie food as well, and a cage arrived, but we don't have a budgie. It's just mad, isn't it, really? Keep us happy, Dave and folks on the Isle of Wight. Do you know, I was looking at property on the Isle of Wight, though, not to necessarily go and buy one, but I was just sort of looking. Please leave Harry and Meghan alone. Negative propaganda. It's not negative. I'm telling you facts. If you don't understand the truth, well then, I can't do anything about that at all. Bit of a shame. Steve, what about the potential industrial action in the Royal Mail? Well, what they want to do, they want to be treated properly. They want to be given the stuff. It's not something too difficult to ask for. Can you imagine if they end up, mounting up with all the Royal Mail and stuff like that? We'll have it like it was years ago. And I remember Leicester Square down here was piled high with rubbish, because the bin men went on strike, and Leicester Square in the middle was full of hundreds and thousands of black sacks. There were rats running around openly during the daytime. Mind you, today I came in, I turned round because I'd heard a noise, and I turned round and there's a fox in London, in central London. We've got foxes in central London, and I looked at it, and it looked at me, and I thought, it's a standoff. So I went, boo! And it just stood there staring at me, and I thought, uh-oh. And so then I moved a little way, and the fox then, it crossed over the road, and it was behind some roadworks, and then it sort of popped out the other side. Then it saw me again, and obviously thought, he looks like trouble. And so it turned round and ran off the other way. They're all over the place. I saw one in Leicester Square a short while ago. In the daytime. A fox in the daytime. It was walking up here. I was walking down with my producer, and this fox was walking towards us. I couldn't believe it. Where do they live? Somebody said on the Victoria Embankment. What have they got, a narrow boat or something? I mean, what have they got down there? Some sort of cruiser? All the foxes are living together and then going out foraging for food. Well, they must be disappointed. There is no food. There is no food at all. There's no food places open. So they must be sort of giving up. Even the pigeons are looking a bit dejected. Normally, there's enough rubbish on the streets around here in the morning that you can go. All we've got around here is fat pigeons. In fact, they are so fat, they don't even fly anymore. They just walk. Or failing that at the moment, because it's the mating season, they start going... Prr, prr, prr. Sounds like a rather sick cat, doesn't it, really? Prr. It's supposed to sound like... It's a mating... I don't know, but they always puff their chests out, don't they? And they then... And you can see the other pigeons go away. I'm just eating. Just go away. Leave me alone. Prr, prr, prr. Go away. But no, I haven't seen many of those, actually, which is interesting. I must read Jan Moyer's piece in the paper the other day. It's probably saying exactly the same as us. But so far, we've only found 2 people who are fans of Harry and Meghan. So there you go. I rest my case. Always right. Never wrong. Never wrong. Right, what should we do? Let's have a look at... I'm missing a page, same as last week. I'm missing the Mail on Sunday. I don't know why. I didn't get it last week. And this is the top medics' hope of 20,000 dead. They consider that would be a good result. The New Yorkers dying every 10 minutes. They say it's the worst crisis than a 9/11 terror attacks. So one person dies every 9.5 minutes. Because it does seem to me that when people get it, some people come through it if they've got it in mild form. Whether it goes from mild form to heavy form, I don't know. I'm not that well qualified on talking about coronavirus, and neither are you. So we might as well leave it at that. But I'm just curious to know if you've got it badly, and you don't have to be somebody with an underlying illness or a medical complaint. It seems to take people fairly quickly, and it seems to be that it affects your breathing, that you can't breathe. There's a very good piece in one of the papers today. Theo Usherwood is talking about his brush, and it's a very good interview. You need to read that as well. Plus, helpful heroes. Lots of people who are going out and going over and above the things that they have to do. And Alan Carr will pay tribute to telly legend Bruce Forsyth by using his famous catchphrase in ITV's new epic game show. I think what they're doing is they're why, I've got no idea. Why would you, with Alan Carr, for goodness sake. So they're going to reboot Strike It Lucky, Bullseye, Take Your Pick, The Price is Right, and Play Your Cards Right. They can't think of anything else new, can they? So they have to go back to good old favourites. And so Alan Carr revealed that he'll be honouring the late Strictly Come Dancing host. He said there will be a tribute to Brucey. We don't need a tribute to Brucey. We all know what he did. You know, some of us remember him from Sunday night at the London Palladium. I mean, he was one of the country's biggest telestars. No, but they had different people. In fact, most of the people here, I'm trying to think actually, Take Your Pick was Des O'Connor. No, Michael Miles. Take Your Pick. I actually like them. Des O'Connor did the reversion of Take Your Pick, I think. Bullseye was Super Smashing of One a Speedboat, Jim Bowen. And Strike It Lucky was Michael Barrymore. And Bullseye, Take Your Pick. The Price is Right was Leslie Crowther. Didn't Bruce do? I'm sure that Bruce did Price is Right. I know he did Play Your Cards Right. He was sort of king of the game shows, as was Bob Monkhouse. He was very much king of the game shows. So they're going to recreate them. And so Alan Carr's show was axed in 2016. He says he claims he lost out on A-list celebrity guests to Graham Norton and Jonathan Ross. Yeah, because they had bigger audiences. That's where people put people. If you've got a celebrity to put on a radio programme, you're looking for the biggest audience. Ta-da! And that's how it works. No point in giving it to somebody who isn't particularly good. He was very good at doing his chatting, but you certainly didn't go for the big caliber guest that Graham Norton got. Graham Norton got obviously the pick of the guests, and you would have like an A-list cast. There'd be like 5 people sitting on his settee, and they'd be like mega famous. And you'd be going, oh, and they loved doing it because it was so unusual from the normal chat shows they did. But of course they probably couldn't get past sort of Alan Carr's kind of thing, where I think they used to give them alcohol. Mind you, Jonathan Ross's Last Resort, I was in the audience for that once. We were all given alcohol. Not surprised we were fairly vocal. Yeah! All that kind of stuff. You know, give us more booze. Give us more booze. Not that you need it. Not that you need it. Here we go. And rubbish collection. Last week we had 2 men in the cab, says Sue. Yeah, we only have 2 people on our rubbish collections. That's all we have. It's great. They do a good job. But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be much rubbish that's being created. Certainly not on the streets, where it goes to prove, just with all these fast food places, how much people just throw it on the floor now. They just don't care. You want to go up behind them and go, have you heard of a rubbish bin? Even by the bus stops, they leave it on the ground. They've been eating something, and they just leave the box on the ground. You go, you're not getting on the bus. You're not getting on the bus. Get off. Don't put that in the thing. And then when they actually go off, you shut the doors and drive off. Very quickly. Always works a treat. Always works a treat. What else we got just before we do the news? Oh, the text lure for lockdown kids. Most teens are messaging pals. That's what you have to do. There's an advert on the television at the moment saying, listen, while you're sitting at home wondering what to do with your life, you know, if you don't have anything to do, then start phoning people. Start phoning people, checking on how they are. 2 weeks running now, we've had to put up with Adrian Childs telling us, when you're in a bad way, keep moving, because he coped, he's lost fame. He did that dreadful show with Christine What's-Her-Face, where it was that they were doing the breakfast show. Somebody very unwisely booked her and Christine what's it? Hey, you. And he was sort of, well, welcome along to breakfast. It was about the, I mean, seriously, nobody stayed awake. He's now found religion and the trials and tribulations of ageing. Hey, do you know what I discovered the other day? Who earns more money than Philip Schofield? Entertainer. Holly Willoughby and him earn exactly the same money. Stephen Mulhern. His earnings last year topped £3 million. £3 million. What the? I know. Because he does so many different programmes. I mean, he's very industrious, but you'd never know, would you? He earned more than Pip Schofield last year. £3 million. Pip Schofield's now going, Steve, I don't think that's right. I think I earned more. But yeah, £3 million. That's how hard a worker he is. It's Sunday morning. It's 25 to 6. It's freezing cold in London. I don't know why it's so cold. Why do we get so cold? It's supposed to be, with all the buildings, it's supposed to keep a little bit of the heat in. Talking of the heat, I would quite like to see a little bit of sunshine. We had sunshine yesterday, but it was still a bit cold, wasn't it? It wasn't as warm as it could have been. And I'm still trying to find out, because I can't remember, actually, whether or not the garden centres are open. And I thought perhaps they could be, because then I can go out and get some earth and stuff like that. Because you've got to keep yourself busy. And to be honest with you, there is a limit to how much television. I'm going to have square eyes. I spoke to a friend of mine, Matt, the other day, and I think he's got one of these. He's in Welsh Wales, and he's got one of these. He's obviously watching some sort of TV thing, which he said is brilliant. So it's obviously loads and loads of films, which of course I've never quite managed to master at all. In fact, I'm really rubbish at doing anything like that. Anything to do with the computer, I'm completely useless. Completely useless. Let me just see what he said. He was watching. What was he watching? Oh, that's right. He's got Disney Plus. They've actually got Disney Plus. He said it's actually quite good. Lots of 20th Century Fox movies on there too. And so I said, I'm going to have square eyes in a week. Because I've never watched so much television. Normally I get in the morning and I watch a little bit of telly and then sort of potter about and do little bits and pieces. Now, because there's no pottering about or little bits and pieces to do, normally, today, I would, on my way home, I will call in and get some crumpets. I haven't managed to get crumpets at the moment. I didn't know there was a world shortage of crumpets. You know, you can get bread. Bread's everywhere, but I don't want any bread. I just want some crumpets. I don't ask for a lot in life. You know, just on simple things. Just crumpets, and that'll be... And there's a place open on the way home. In fact, there's two places open on the way home. One is a Marks and Spencer's, because it's at a filling station, and the other one is a little co-op. And they open from like 7:30 in the morning. You've seen me with my basket pottering around in the morning. It's the saddest thing you've ever seen. Even I think it's pretty sad. But I call in there every week in the vain hope that I might find some crumpets. I have done that. I've actually gone in there before and I've gone, oh, let's have a look. Because sometimes I get inspiration. You know, if there were other people in there, I wouldn't be going in. But I go in by myself and I go, I don't want anything there. You go around the other side and you think, no, I don't want any croissants. They're very messy. And no, I don't need any milk. I've got milk. Is it bad to buy Prosecco at this time of the morning? Yeah, it's bad to buy Prosecco at this time of the morning. So, and then I get out. So I've sort of wandered in to buy something, but I've come out with nothing at all, which is okay. There's something. I've got tins of beans at home. What I do want is little sausages. And who doesn't? To actually sort of pop into the beans, because I like mixing beans and sausages. And I was going to get some mashed potato, but I couldn't find mashed potato either. So I'm having to... You wouldn't mix mashed potato, would you not? Oh, I'd mix mashed potato in with beans. Oh, do you not do... If you do the mashed potato and then you add on the beans, it's comfort food. There'll be pensioners listening to this programme at the moment going, do you know, Steve, you're so right. Mashed potato, little pile of it, make a little indentation in the middle, put a couple of little sausages in there, pour the beans over the top. Yum, yum, yum. It's as simple as that. I mean, I'm not a cordon bleu cook, more sort of bleu than cook, but, you know, at least I make the effort. At least I try. Steve... Is earth the same as soil? Well, I like to buy sort of soil that comes in bags, you know, compost kind of sort of soil. You get different sorts of things, but it's always Winningtons or something. I can't remember which one it is now, but it's sort of like £3.99 for a bag of it. So I generally buy, for the whole summer, I get through about 8 bags. But they've got handles on so I can take them home. And then once I've planted them up with everything, because we had a duck hanging around on the patio the other day, and you know the trouble we've had with ducks in the past, because what they're looking for is empty pots to lay their eggs, and what we don't want is them laying eggs in the pots. So I've covered the pots over to make sure that they don't lay eggs. Yeah, but, well, I mean, admittedly, The last time I saw one there, I did wave a pancake and some hoisin sauce over the top of it and threatened. But it still hung around there, but it had 13 little ducklings. Well, of course, we're quite high. And she'll be calling to them. And, of course, they have no way of getting down unless I physically pick them up and drop them over the top of the building. But I don't want to do that. But they do float, I'm told. But then the last time we did that, she walked out into the middle of the road with them, 13 trailing behind you. You go, no, it'll be carnage. But they're all out there at the moment, all out there. Don't rubbish the bin men, say the Daily Star. Thank you very much indeed. And Sean Williamson, do you remember Sean from EastEnders? Barry from EastEnders? He said he was happiest when he worked as a postman. When he worked as a postman. That's what he says. He said, if I wasn't an actor, I'd probably still be a postman. Do you remember that programme that they had on Channel 5? And it was hosted by Suggs from Madness. And it was like a disco karaoke with two celebrity teams. And Sean was one of the team I'm so confused. And he was one of the team captains. I thought that was a good... Because you do that as you were getting ready to go out. It would put you in the frame of mind, you know. I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing, you know. He was definitely a crooner. I think he brought an album out. Oh, look, here's little Yorgie Porter. That's airbrushing. And she says she often forgets how old she is. You're 60, dear. All right, there you go. Anything else you want to know, let me know. And she says, I think I might be too old for taking my clothes off. It's just a bit tragic, isn't it, dear? I don't you think so at your age, still taking your clothes off? I mean, surely you can find a job somewhere. Ollie Murs think he may get ditched by his girlfriend after he's stripped down to his pants and filmed himself dancing on his bed. I've sent a sympathy card. And the Page 3 girls, the legends to bear all on the joys of glamour. Yes, Melinda Messenger, Linda Lusardi, Samantha Fox. Of course, Samantha Fox was the big surprise, wasn't it? She turned out to be gay. Nobody was expecting that one, except people who knew her. Linda Lusardi was good. Melinda Messenger used to work... Didn't she do a shoot for a double glazing firm, I think, in Swindon? Something like that. It's gone sort of downhill ever since then. And if you're sick of COVID-19, you can take in these recommendations for the weeks ahead from all these different groups. The Police, Don't Stand So Close to Me. The Beatles, Get Back. Celine Dion, one of my favourites, All By Myself. R.E.M., It's the End of the World as We Know It. Oh, look, here's Barry from EastEnders. Something Inside... That's very smart, isn't it? He's looking very smart there. But this is... He's not a bad singer, you know. I mean, he's really not. Isn't it funny? It's always the big people who know how to sing. That's why I'm excellent. I'm brilliant at that. Thank you. It was very, very, very sweet of you to find that little clip, honestly. How lovely. Little bit of light relief. That was at the what? At a ball? At the... Oh, indoor bowls. Well, they have people singing at the indoor bowls. It's bad enough as it is. Yes, I did have a look at the... That's why I wondered what it was. It was sort of cut back to the audience. And I was sort of thinking, what would that audience be? Either synchronised swimming, or bowls. But he's got a very good voice. He's been in to talk to me a couple of times. Nice man. Ever such a nice man. I Will Survive, Gloria Gaynor. The Smiths. You won't know this one. Panic, apparently. The Clash. Should I Stay or Should I Go? Do you know, it seems ages ago that punk was around now. Do you know, there's still sad old people dressed as punks who turn... It's like old pop stars. They never grow old. They just grow their hair long and they turn out to be about 70 or 80. Are still punk magazines? Are there really? I can remember, I'm old enough to remember going down the King's Road years ago, when you could go down the King's Road, and there'd be people with big mohicans, which were coloured blue or things like that. And I remember thinking, I'm so glad, my mother was so grateful that I was never a punk. I don't think my parents could have coped if I mean, how you get into cars, I've got no idea. But there was a famous London postcard, you know, visit London, come to the King's Road. Look, you can find this sad old punk who was about 70 by that time. Steve, the show was called Night Fever. Thank you. Night Fever. 84850. Somebody says, make your mind up. Oh, here we go. Snowflake number 2. It's the same one all the time. Going on about people being needlessly outside and then you're going to a garden centre. Is that necessary? Well, mind your own business. What have we got to do with you? Ha 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 ha. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. This is the programme that gets the audience. I'm telling you, I looked at the figures. Do you know they've gone up and up and up? It's unbelievable. Why is that popular? That's why. Popular. Still people talking about receiving 80% of the average monthly income. But it's June. It's May, June. I mean, how people could... What happens if you're sort of struggling at the moment? What happens if you're struggling at the moment? Tony says, have you got any crumpets? Yes, behind the bread, behind the strumpets, before the butter. Nobody... I think there's a world shortage. I don't think they're making crumpets for some particular reason. I wish I could think which it was. Love Island winner Paige Turley, about as talentless as they get, looks set to battle Lewis Capaldi in the charts. Of course, dear. Of course. He went out with her briefly some years ago. He didn't write any songs about her. But the aspiring singer, in other words, not a singer, teased that she's to release music of her own. Please don't, dear. Oh, by the way, they've dropped Britain's Got Talent. They've decided to axe it. Best news I've ever heard. Because unfortunately Britain didn't have any talent. It was just a bunch of old has-beens. You know, ghastly families, ghastly children, and people who couldn't hold one note from another. They're still pals. Well, need to be. I love the way you sort of capitalise. Where do you think you're going to be appearing, Paige? Will it be the local bingo hall or something like that? Because I can't see you appearing anywhere else. But record labels look set to offer Paige a record deal within weeks. Jackanory. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. Don't. Somebody else talking about toasted crumpets with beans and grated cheese. How do you pick that up? That must be a difficult one. I can understand the grated cheese, actually. Chris, you have remembered, by the way, to put the clocks forward. I know that some people, obviously some very stupid people out who haven't heeded the advice, that the clocks have gone forwards. You know, seriously, you wouldn't believe how daft some people are. Babs in Preston says you remind me of Tony Hancock. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. Garden Centre shut... Only hardware shops open, and there's one in Shepperton High Street where I got some compost on Saturday. Yes. Well, there you go. Another one here, which says, it seems 5 minutes since we put the clocks back. Do you know, somebody said to me the other day, in fact, there's a piece in the paper this morning that said, putting the clocks forward and backwards actually sort of gives you a bit of strain on your heart. Because you get less sleep and then you get... Why do we change them? There's no reason for changing them at all. Not every country around the world changes their clocks forward and backwards, so let's not do it. Let's just leave it. It does not fill me with joy that there's going to be longer evenings. They go, oh, it's going to be long. Do you? See, I don't, because I go to bed early, so there's no point to me having blazing sunshine coming through the window. And there's quite a lot of us who sort of work in the early hours of the morning. Is it for farmers? I've got no idea why they do it. They don't do it everywhere. Why would farmers want to do it? Longer day. Why would farmers want longer days? They're absolutely exhausted at the moment. They don't want any more work. At the moment, it's very tough being a farmer. You've got to get out there and get your cows in, and the sheep and the meadow and things like that. Talking about useless people, here's Maura Higgins has spoken for the first time about her friendship with a married skater. Dear, as if that is an important thing in the scheme of things. The answer is it isn't, but these people always say these stupid things. Spain's Princess Maria Teresa has died aged 86. She tested positive for coronavirus. And somebody said... I tell you, I really didn't realise that, people can be this daft, actually. And says, what are you talking about? This 60-year-old. I looked up Yorgie Porter and she's 32. Duh? No, Jeremy. Unbelievable. You are so bright. You are so... Honestly, we didn't fool you, did we? Ken Dodd's Happiness should be the national anthem. Yes, I agree. Your cheerful voice brightens my day. What about Solitaire? Solitaire. Not sure about that one, actually, but never mind. And also, speaking of sad elderly types, the guy who played Mickey Pearce in Only Fools and Horses carried the role to his private life and wore the same clothes for decades. Such a good character, though, wasn't it? I mean, I thought all of those characters in there were brilliant. And one here that says, LBC, the audience figure's rising as many of us are not sleeping well. People like me are well aware before the pandemic that Steve Allen starts the day. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you very much indeed. It's always good. Night Fever by the Bee Gees. Night Fever by the Bee Gees. Well, that's got to do with the clocks or anything like that. I'm not sure, actually. Talking of Ollie Murs, says Matthew, do you like his voice? I couldn't tell you any of his hit singles. I think there was one a short while ago that somebody said, oh, that was it. And whatever it was, I think he was good. But he turned up twice on Saturday night television last week. He turned up on The Voice where he's a judge, and then he turned up on Ant and Dec's show. I thought, well, I mean, come on, if he's on The Voice, don't put him on Ant and Dec's show. Makes so much more sense. After family struck down, give a gong to the NHS, says Piers Morgan, because we love Piers Morgan. We think Piers Morgan is fantastic. I love the way that, he can wind people up, because there's some really stupid people around, as you can tell. So somebody else actually asking me about Ollie Murs. I've never really sort of followed Ollie Murs. I always thought he was sort of like a cheap singer, the type you'd find in a pub doing karaoke or something like that. Because, I mean, there's no concerts taking place at the moment. No concerts, so it must be a little bit dismal out there for people. There's Liam Gallagher's son in the paper today, smoking a suspicious-looking cigarette. I think it just looks like a cigarette that's not been rolled properly. I always worry about that. And the super fit couple, the dreary Chloe Madeley and James Haskell. Oh, yawn. Could nearly fall asleep. Posh losing 2 more aides. This now takes the total to 6. Not really much work, is there? Long-standing fashion advisor. I thought she was the fashion advisor. What, she's got somebody else who advises her. Handed in her notice, while her personal publicist, Bella Blenkinsop, is also off. Well, she's got a publicist as well. Bella Blenkinsop. Bella, who was previously David Beckham's head of communications, has spent 2 months working for Victoria, but has been poached by Tok Tok. Didn't take much to poach her. Would you like to come and work for us? Yes, please. A source said it's a body blow for Victoria. It's very interesting. She can now no longer employ a chauffeur, meaning she has to drive herself to work. What work? There is no work. The shop's closed. 4 months ago, Companies House report showed Victoria's fashion empire had recorded £12.2 million loss for the previous year, taking losses to £42 million. I mean, that's absolutely scandalous, really. But she still has some top talent in her team. She's a shopkeeper. What do you mean top talent in her team? Last year, you remember, she was blasted for giving top jobs to Europeans, despite an OBE for services to British fashion. So there you go. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not looking particularly promising at all. Robbie Williams admitted that he faked his appearance on celebrity property show MTV Cribs to make him look wealthier by using Jane Seymour's castle home instead. What does Robbie Williams do now? Anybody fathomed that one out? Nope, not a clue. 103... Oh, we did that one before, actually, didn't we? There was also some man died breathing in fumes from a generator used to grow 80 cannabis plants. I mean, what is it? They did a thing the other day on the television. It was one of these police programmes where they go around to somebody's house, and because they'd had a tip-off that this person had cannabis. They found the cannabis, and then they went up into the loft, and they found they were running a little cannabis plant thing up there. They had like 12 plants, but they just harvested them, which is interesting. Leslie says, had to make some rolls today, so looking at the crumpet recipe for you make a batter and cook in rings on a griddle. A batter? Well, for crumpets? Oh, I don't think so. Somebody said the other day pikelets. This is a northern thing. They sell those, but I don't... They're like a little thin crumpet. Pikelets. And you take up downstairs... They sell it in Birmingham. They say it in Birmingham. What, pikelets? Oh, right. Oh. Instead of crumpets. I want crumpets. I'm not gonna be fobbed off with something. I want crumpets. It's as simple as that. What do these people know? They don't know what I need. I want crumpets and peanut butter. It's as simple as that. Steve, keep right on to the end of the road. Yes, absolutely. God, you've been very good this morning on the text. We found one particular sort of snowflake, but I mean, we never bother with them because they're generally peculiar. Not really. Plus, the life-changing recovery centre helping British war heroes get back on their feet. I'm still liking my favourite story of the day. A man who spat at the police, gone to prison for a year. That's good. And some boys who thought it was also good to abuse the police and NHS staff. They've been arrested, and their parents have been arrested as well. So it's getting better by the day, isn't it? And I forgot to tell you, the family who was celebrating the other day, why? Their cat came home. 12 years ago, the cat went missing. And then all of us, and it's starving, apparently. It's really, really hungry. And it went back in. I mean, they're very lucky to find people still... Can you imagine living in the same house for 12 years? You know, most people in London, the moment you've made a small fortune, you sell up and you move to King's Lynn, you know, because it's a little bit cheaper up there, and you can spend your money, which is quite nice. But 12 years, the cat came out, they couldn't believe it. I mean, do you think cats remember? Because they're bone idle, I tell you that. They don't do anything. They are like big cats. If you go to a zoo, there's very little chance of seeing cats walking around. They sleep. They sleep, I think, 23 hours a day. I've got a producer like that. Exactly the same. He can sleep forever, can't he? Mind you, we all like that. I was sleeping a lot of yesterday. But today, I'm going to get my crumpets. I'm determined to enjoy myself today. I enjoy myself every day. It's just finding enough things to do. You know, and luckily down here in London, we've got loads of things to do. We've got the computer. If you've got a computer, if you don't have a computer, you need to get a computer. You can book any of these things online. You can buy things online. You don't need to physically go out to the shops. You can actually buy all online. And you have remembered to swap all your clocks and everything else. The one in the car's automatic. The only one I needed to change, wristwatch, which I've done. And I think the alarm clock in the bedroom. But the two in the sitting room, I've got I've got two in the sitting room, too. Just in case I wake up and then I think, I'll have a lie down and watch the television. And then I think, just supposing I sleep through it, that's my worst nightmare, sleeping through the alarm. So I don't, because I have a responsibility. And I will be here tomorrow morning, come rain or shine. Although, to be honest with you, I would quite like to have a little bit of rain about at the moment. Only a little bit, just to sort of keep the air clear. That's the only thing we do. As I say, it can't get much worse, but it can. Janet says, I was told by an employee at M&S that there were no crumpets because of cross-contamination with nuts in the factory. Try saying so. I don't think they're allowed to have them coming in off the same thing, are they? That sounds highly dangerous, seeing as a lot of people are actually allergic to nuts. I shall check that with my local branch. I'm on very good speaking terms with them. Believe you me, if anybody can get crumpets, it will be me. Thank you for your company this morning. I'm back with you tomorrow morning. There you go, craving for crumpets. 9 for £1 in Morrison's. Yes. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. I hope we've lightened the load for you today. That is bad news, depending if you've got a business going, I'm not sure I can survive for 6 months. But they appear to be thinking that 6 months, which would take us to September, would be about the kind of time that we could start, you know, as long as we're monitoring it, and as long as you're all being good. I mean, admittedly, the papers are full of the most stupid people. Mind you, Brian earlier on talking to Darren didn't exactly seem to be the ace call of the morning, but it seemed to intrigue people that there were people out there with these thoughts. And as I say, all I was worried about was the fact that poor old Brian in his own deluded world voted. Well, I'm assuming voted. I don't know whether everybody votes nowadays. But I think 6 months' time, if they're saying 6 months' time and we might see, you know, some light at the end of the tunnel which might have got brighter, I look on that as a bonus. You've got to get to September and then things might I think it'll start getting a bit better before then. I think over the next 2 weeks, it's not going to be absolutely brilliant. We're going to see more people die. I mean, there was somebody had what was it the other day? A funeral. And when they came away from the funeral, and a crowd of them attended, you know, contrary to what they're being told by the government. I realise exactly how painful it is. 17 people have now come down with the coronavirus who were at the funeral. I mean, you know, it does beg a belief. There was a bloke the other day, I think he coughed in a policeman's face. Luckily, we sorted him out immediately. He was taken into custody. He's gone to prison for a year. I'd have made it 2 or 3 years at least. You can stay there as far as I'm concerned. You know, we had a woman the other day spat at an NHS worker. You know, I'd have thrown her in prison for 5 years minimum. It's as simple as that. Let's not waste time with these people. They're far too stupid. But you do see them in the paper. There's a little football team kicking around a ball in Cardiff in the paper today. You know, contrary to what they've said. I mean, perhaps they're a bit stupid. Perhaps they don't realise just how dumb they are. And they, you know, as a police fan sitting there going, what are you doing? Oh, we're just having a kickabout with a ball. Go home. Do you not understand? There's a very good chance you could come down with this thing. It's totally indiscriminate. There's a 14-year-old boy just gone down with the virus. Died. 14. No underlying health problems. That's how bad it can get. And with these idiots out there, these nincompoops, these complete and utter divots, these dodo birds, you know, who are not heeding the advice, stay in. You know, oh, I can't stay in. You know, loads of people manage it, you know, dingbats. There's a picture of them. They're all identifiable as stupid people. They might as well have had on their little football sweaters, I'm a stupid person. That would have made it so much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. UK. Noah says, my third term of uni has been cancelled because of coronavirus. Apart from 4 essays, I've got nothing to do for 6 months. I know. But that's how, I was saying to the boys, Luke's fasting again, so expect mood swings for the next few weeks. And, he's chewing gum because apparently it makes him think that he's eating food. How blowing bubbles out your mouth every 5 minutes is going to think you're eating food, I've got no idea, but it's obviously his way of getting through it. And I was sort of thinking, 6 months. Imagine if you're an elderly person, or you're a blind person, as somebody phoned in earlier on to Darren, and you've got to stay at home. There's nobody to go and get your food. You've got a dog to walk. All these different things like that. And you think, and young people are complaining, going, oh, I've got to stay in for 6 months. I thought most young people nowadays would welcome the opportunity of staying in for 6 months. I mean, I'm not doing too badly. Mind you, next door had their car nicked the other day. So we're going to search back through the CCTV because we'll find them. It doesn't take too long in this day and age now. People think you can take advantage of somebody. You're going to find out not. Oh, and Kay Adams. Do you remember Kay Adams? No. She presents Loose Women sometimes. She's sort of a little bit poofy. She's a bit like that, actually. She looks like she should wear thigh-length boots and carry a whip. But that's just probably a fantasy of mine. She was on a podcast complaining about the snobby critics of Loose Women. I don't know why you'd be a snobby critic to complain about Loose Women. I couldn't quite work that out, actually. But she was saying it's more difficult to present Loose Women than it is to do Newsnight. Obviously, poor Kay Adams is never going to be invited to present Newsnight. Far too stupid. She said, oh, it's a women's platform. They weren't complaining about that. It's basically a lot of old bags on the programme who are airing all their illnesses and aches and pains and everything else. That's all it is. With an audience who actually, well, they don't have an audience anymore. In fact, they don't have a programme anymore because it's been shelved. Of course, today you've got to look forward to Steph McGovern's programme, which we're calling Steph. To make her sound like she's more approachable. It's Steph on Channel 4, and she's got a programme at 12 o'clock because there's no point in trying to compete with This Morning. No point in trying to compete with anything on any of the other channels because she can't manage it. She's got no history of track record at all. But this is going to be a different sort of programme. She's going to use ordinary people. Well, I lost interest immediately. Don't you just hate it when they go, this is going to be a different sort of show, a whole hour of sheer and utter misery. She's going to incorporate ordinary people. She's doing it from her sitting room. And I was thinking, well, that's about the only interesting thing, is doing it from somebody's sitting room means that we can all have a good old nose round and see what her sitting room's like. Because that's what you want. It's like Christmas. You go past people's houses with their trees, and I always creep up through the garden gate and have a quick peer through the window to see what the tree looks like. I like things like that. It's the only time of year you can legitimately look in somebody's house and they don't mind. You rearrange your bookshelves. Dystopia. Oh, right, George Orwell. Obviously wouldn't do very well in that library. I mean, I'm bored already. Not one mention of the word show business there, Beyond the sparkle, the tinkling of the lights, nobody loves a fairy when she's 40, and all that kind of stuff. Instead, you get George Orwell and sci-fi, So, obviously, if you brought round a Dalek to Corey's place, he would welcome you with open arms. A Dalek would be like, wow, that is the coolest thing ever. You'd like that shop in Twickenham then, wouldn't you? Where they make all the stormtroopers suits. They have them all in the window. It's on the green. You can see it. Go on and put in stormtrooper shop Twickenham. It's up on the green. I can't remember what it's called actually. And they sell full-size stormtrooper things. Gold, white, black. They've got Darth Vader's, R2-D2s. He was the one who was taken on by George Lucas and he won. He won the case. There you go. That's the shot. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it? Oh. Might be, actually, yeah. Wait a minute. Shepperton Design Studio. Stormtroopers. Have a look at Stormtroopers. Look at... He makes all of this. But you can get the complete outfit. See, just a helmet is £500. You can get a complete... There you go. An R2-D2 droid. £2,500. I know. They're full size. They're not models. If you look at the Stormtrooper, original armour parts, probably original armour, there, you can get the whole lot. I mean, they're not cheap. Look, there you go. That's what he sells. They're normally in the window. It came in gold as well. Well, it's so cool, isn't it? So Luke's not a fan of that, but there again, he's fasting. Could you eat a stormtrooper? Not in one go, no, Steve, I really couldn't. I'd have to take it bit by bit, you know. But yeah, he has them all in the windows. And he had a gold one and a black, he's got a Darth Vader and everything else. I mean, where you'd wear it, I don't know. Hardly going to be wandering down the street, are you? But did you ever see it in Leicester Square when they had a film premiere and we had 100 stormtroopers out there? Oh, you'd have wet yourself. It was just amazing. 100 stormtroopers all lined up, and then they all marched and everything else. And in fact, if you type in on YouTube, there's a few orchestras playing Star Wars, and Darth Vader comes on and starts conducting the orchestra. That's fairly good, actually. I love stuff like that, but I mean, I don't think reorganises your library. Is the most exciting thing. Basically, it's probably just a bookcase. When we were so poor years ago, we couldn't afford a bookcase. So my father made one out of bricks. 2 bricks, plank. 2 bricks, plank. 2 bricks, plank. And it, you know, it was awful, really. But never mind. We survived. Goodness knows, we've known worse times. Known worse times. I bought 2 giant crumpets the other day. That was a moment to savour, I tell you. And, sorry? I got crumpets yesterday. Yeah, people go, you can't buy crumpet. Pfft, Steve Allen can get anything. So I just go in there and go, have you got any crumpets? You know, and they just produce anything to stop me crying and get me out the shop. Always works, doesn't it? Cooper's and Sandy's still open? Yeah, of course. Of course. They're food shops. Food shops remain open. The fish and chip shop was open the other day. The pizza place was closed, but the... what was the other one? The kebab shop was open as well. There was nobody on the street. This was Saturday night into... I mean, nobody. And if you're going to turn on the fryers and all the rest of it, it's a bit of a problem, isn't it, really? Bit of a problem. Never mind. Even in Mill Hill, Steve, it did snow and sleet. Regina says our wonderful Finchley nurseries will deliver fresh fruit and veg if you phone up and give an order. They've just closed down a garden centre somewhere because I wasn't sure if our one was open. And I was going to sort of take the bus up there. I'm always the only one on the bus. I feel I should make the effort, though. I feel a bit sorry for the drivers. You know, they've got nobody to talk to. Not that I talk to them, but, you know, it's just the very fact that I've got on the bus. And couldn't they give Noel Edmonds a show? I think so. Noah says, apparently Ian Dale has 5 volumes of Katie Price's autobiography. No, he's the ghostwriter. Okay, that's why he's got copies of. They're actually freebies. Thank you, Steve. We watched Lion. Lovely film, says Mary. That'll please him. He's very pleased. I did the whole scenario of the film yesterday. The whole scenario. And I thought I did it very well, actually. Very well indeed. I'm not like Mark Commode at all. I'm likeable. And I think he's strangely, you know, he's one of those bewildered people, I think. He sits there with his pencil and you think, I'm sorry, are you colouring in or something? What are you doing? Put the pencil down. Very nervous presenter. Steve, Steph McGovern is proof you don't have to be photogenic to be on television. That is so cruel. That is so cruel. They put Sandy Toksvig on. Why shouldn't they put Steph McGovern on? I was watching QI the other day. I love QI. I was the only person to have made Sandy Toksvig cry on LBC. I made her cry. You're going to ask me how I made her cry. Because she'd had a really bad day on one of the days. Something had happened, and I brought her in some flowers, and she burst into tears. I'm not sure who was more upset, her or me. She was so delighted. She never had flowers before. And so ever since then, I've been a big fan of Sandy Toksvig. She's very clever. Very clever. Very clever person. Steve, did I just hear you say a Stormzy trooper? No, you didn't. A stormtrooper. Also, thank you for the show, says Andrew and Carlisle. My mum died from cancer. Nice to hear a friendly voice. There's one thing that you need, and that's a friendly voice. My brother's funeral is on Thursday. I can't go due to the lockdown, but I will be there watching via video link. That's what happened the other day, wasn't it? Somebody was dying in hospital and the family weren't allowed in, so the nurses did a FaceTime with the person who was dying, so they had somebody there and they sit with them and hold their hands. So they were the link for them, because nobody deserves to die by themselves. And then the family, they could only send 2 people to the funeral. That was it. And you can't do that, can you? That's the problem, is that because everybody's in this sort of semi-isolation, you can't go to a funeral because you can't have a gathering of more than 2 or 3 people. And that's the sad thing, isn't it? That's the sad. So the sooner this bloody thing is over, the happier we will all be. I want it to be over by Christmas. We don't want a miserable Christmas, although for many people it will be. If you've lost somebody, and there's a very good chance that somebody will. I mean, the amount of people who are still going out and socialising almost beggars belief. You feel like saying to them, are you really the thickest person in the blooming world? And the answer is yes, they are. It's all gone pear-shaped at Strictly because they're in crisis over hiring this year's load of Z-listers. It's apparently really difficult to find people who are total non-entities. I've sent them a list. Kay Adams was at the top of it, and I decided, you can get, because it's very difficult to find people who the public have heard of. If you've seen somebody on a reality show, you really don't want to see them on another reality show. That would be tedious, wouldn't it, watching the same person? So I think on this one, Jamie Lang's coming back for about the umpteenth time. He pulled out because he had a bit of a tumble or something, and he's been on loads of other things. It's just that they can't find anybody else. He's sort of the only one whose answer phone goes, he'll do it. Oh, no, I tell a lie next to Eamon Holmes' answer phone, who will also say, he'll do it. It's as simple as that. 3 new species of dinosaur have been dug up. I think they're putting them in the House of Commons next year, or the House of Lords at the very outside. And Emma Bunton says the Spice Girls are such good pals, it's like they're telepathic with each other. I should imagine it would be if you spend time with somebody. I'm fairly telepathic on this programme. I'm fairly, I can generally tell what they're thinking. Stop it. See? And it's uncanny, isn't it? It's uncanny. I mean, I can even read the Tetley tea bags. I'm that good, Gypsy Rose Allen could have been out there, sort of staring into your crystal ball, finding out the future. Not that I'm sure what the future is, but I'd love to wave a magic wand and tell you that in 3 months' time, we're heading on the road to recovery. That's what I'd like to tell you. I would like to be that confident. But I haven't got that far yet, but I'm trying to be positive. Somebody said to me, they said, we need you first thing in the morning. I thought, well, it's just as well, because that's when I'm here. Works out. And Matthew says, you mentioned the Star Wars shop. They're about $2,000 each. Yep. Absolutely. Well, so we have to pay for it. They're fully licensed. Fully licensed. They're beautiful, but where you'd wear it. I think what I'd have, if I had a new house, if I'd won some money, and I bought this lovely house up at Hampton Court, I'd have at the top of the staircase 2 Star Troopers standing there. And what I'd have a little bit of string attached to it. So if anybody walked up the stairs, you pull the string and it moves a little bit, just to frighten them. That could be the sort of thing. When I first watched Star Wars, I was quite happy with it. And then gradually it became too much. I just lost track of where we were. I don't even know if Sulu's still on there, or Bones, or any of the other people. They're probably all long since died, haven't they, from Star Trek? Is there anybody on Star Trek anymore? Or is it Leonard Nimoy? No, he died, didn't he? Leonard Nimoy's not there. Patrick Stewart's still there. And, I don't like it when sort of people come off programmes. I often wondered what it must have looked like to be on that set. Of course, there will be those people like Brian who think it wasn't a set, but I promise you it is a set, definitely. It's like whenever you see somebody going into a room, on The Amazing Mr. Blunden, and Mr. Blunden turns up at the house. It is awful, isn't it, she says, but it's all I could afford. And the kids are sitting in the corner. The camera, Mr. Blunder goes through the door, but the camera goes this side of it, insinuating, or sort of demonstrating to me, there's no wall. So not only is it the only place you can afford, it's got no bloody walls holding the thing up. And then he goes into the sitting room and says, would you like a cup of tea? No, the seat I will accept with gratitude, but the tea, no thank you. And I thought, it's because he's a ghost. He can't drink tea, can he? The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I watched it again the other day. I'm seriously ill. It's not good. But then the trouble is, I think we need a bit of respite. And I'm running out of ideas at home of how to, I've even started counting the amount of Hoovers that I've got. That's how desperate. And then I get to 9 and I go back to the beginning and see if I can lose one and then start again. But I ordered some stuff the other day and it's coming through on Amazon. I don't know, people keep saying, it's not going to come through till later. I ordered less than a week ago and the stuff came through yesterday. People always look out for it, so that's quite nice. What was the other one? In Coronation Street, Betty has hot pot. Well, she did when she was alive. Apparently it tasted vile, and the red wine is out-of-date Vimto. That's what somebody said who works on the programme, which is nice. I was going to tell you the 3 species of dinosaur that have been dug up in the Sahara Desert. apparently flying dinosaurs. You imagine what it must have been. It's bad enough with pigeons up there flying around, toileting everywhere. Imagine what it must have been like for dinosaurs. I think they did that in the Flintstones, didn't they? They suddenly realised that they could make a good old joke about it. The shopper who was banned for being too old. She's over 70. And they said she was too old. She went into one of these one-shop things. Anyway, they've apologised profusely and said, no, it was somebody got it wrong. Well, how can somebody get it wrong? She's a pensioner. You let pensioners in early. Can't get it wrong, can you? What have we got? Tired of self-isolating. Think about the nation's cats. Cats don't really do a lot. You know that they love you dearly, but of course, if there was the opportunity to leave for a better property, they would. It's as simple as that. Cats are very fickle with their affection. It's a case of just leave me sleeping by the radiator. Oh, I can't be bothered to go outside today. So when you try and shove them outside, you end up sort of, with half the head arriving back in your hands again as the cat's going, you think I'm going out there? You must be joking. Especially if it was raining. Our cat had an aversion to the water. And so you'd sort of shove the cat out the back door basically with a foot up its bottom, and it would then go and sit underneath the car, sort of just staring at us, waiting for the morning, thinking I'm going to be here all night. And when they do sleep, they go, I'm sleeping. I'll wake up very shortly, and then I shall have something to eat. If I don't like what's in the bowl, I'm going back to sleep again, OK? Nothing will make me eat it. So the nation's cats are having to suffer. There was that lady the other day. She hadn't ordered anything from Asda, but cat food turned up. And so she went to take it all the way back. I don't know why. She just ended up with cat food. So obviously somebody somewhere ended up with no cat food. You can eat cat food, I'm told. I wouldn't fancy it. Why would you want to? It smells horrible. Especially the fishy ones. Oh, dear me. No, thank you very much indeed. We don't do stuff like that, do we? Have you watched the film Green Book? Green Book? What's that one about? Is that retired musician? Right, sounds riveting already. About a musician, and it's great. You don't actually know the story, do you, Luke? You just sort of... It's about a musician, and that's it. What does he do? Play... Sorry? Oscar winner. Anybody famous in it? Anybody in it that we should know about? V.J. Morton. Viggo Mortensen. Oh, right. No, I don't know that person. No, not at all. No, it was obviously a hugely successful film. I don't know anything about it, though. But, yeah, of course it is. It's great. Also, Steph and Sandy are amazing, intelligent, lovely-looking ladies, says James. I'm massive fans of both of them. Better than Mrs. Rooney and Pooh the Loose Women. No, it says you can tell a celebrity's career is heading south when they're only known for appearing on reality TV programmes. I know, a bit like Spencer Matthews, has achieved nothing in his life at all, apart from doing a few naff reality shows. Luckily, nothing's being made. Nothing's being made at all, which is the best way. Lovely to hear you in the morning, cheering us up. And somebody Les says they should give you a longer show. Shut up. Stop talk like that. That's fighting talk. Heavens above, I finish at 6:30. That's because in these days of the pandemic, we always give Nick Ferrari the extra 30 minutes at the end of the programme. It'll go back, don't worry. A friend of mine turned 50 yesterday. She was going to party and go to Vegas to celebrate, says Hannah. She posted this. From 10 a.m, my friends and family started to appear in groups an hour apart, sang outside my house, left presents on the doorstep and stuck pictures on the windows. My presents included bags of flour and yeast and vast amounts of Prosecco. Who could have imagined even 3 weeks ago these would be so precious? Amazing resilience and creativity. Oh, absolutely. A bottle of Prosecco is always acceptable. Always accept. If you say to somebody, what would you like me to bring when I come round? I always go, well, don't come round, but if you're going to leave something on the doorstep, Prosecco would be acceptable, which is quite nice. Yes, it was sleet in Twickenham. Steve, we just need to follow the advice from the government. I know. Well, that's it. Well, I mean, it's very slow. It's very slow. You actually read in the newspapers and you look at the pictures of people out there totally ignoring the fact you're not supposed to be with people, especially this group of dingbos who are playing football in Cardiff. I mean, you begin to wonder whether or not there's a brain cell between any of them. The answer is probably not. Have you been in conversation with Alan Davis? Yes. And what was this other one, actually? I'm trying to get through as many as possible this morning, except the trouble is sometimes so many of them come through. 84850. Somebody says, just a thought, perhaps it's you that's stupid, believing everything the authorities tell you without any question at all. Well, obviously a lot more intelligent than you, Steve. I mean, obviously, it's not your fault. You're not Brian, are you, really, in disguise? Will you be voting this year? I do hope not. I do hope not. You have to believe the government ministers, and you have to believe the people in the NHS. Otherwise, you would be a misinformed person, and we aim to inform you. I'm sorry if it sort of upsets your apple cart a little bit and sort of pricks your little tiny balloon, but we have to do it. You have to believe things. You know, if you seriously believed everything Brian was talking about, I think you need to be on another planet, preferably far, far away on another galaxy. In terms of uni, I tried cat food, says Ian. Didn't give me a nice coat, though. I didn't give it long enough. I know you can also eat dog food, can't you? I think dog food is just meaty chunks. Of what? I don't like to ask. And also it comes... One of them, they used to say, rich with marrowbone jelly. God, you used to look at it. I mean, dogs like it. But then dogs will eat anything, a bit like pigeons. For God's sake, eat something, Luke. It's going to make it so much easier in the long run. Have something that's got milk products in it. You could have had a chocolate biscuit. You can't have a chocolate biscuit. Fasting. You went fasting, he's fasting, he's vegan. And he went fasting last time, and I went, and what's the purpose of this? And he has no idea he hasn't lost any weight. You've lost nothing at all. What is yeah, but you've already done fasting. I don't quite understand. You've already done this, but it's not like this is the first time you fasted. So when you fasted last time, how much weight do you lose? Nothing. Nothing at all. So you're trying again for another waste of time. Honestly, why don't you just eat? You're not supposed to be fasting at your age. You're too young to start fasting, depriving your body of I'd say your body, of what it wants, which is food. So you're just drinking water. Well, that's ridiculous, honestly. It's just ridiculous. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. You know, what you need is a good fish and chip supper. But Jamie Oliver's normal. He's not vegan. You know, you have to do things in sort of moderation. How long are you going to be doing this fasting for? What, you're never going to eat food ever again? Can you get bored? Well, what's happened to it? Something's gone wrong here, isn't it? He's run out... That's it. He's run out of food. He's opened the cupboard, and the cupboard is bare. And so he's shut the cupboard and gone... I'm going to go fast, because he cannot be bothered to put his clothes on and go down the road and stand 6 feet away from somebody else outside a supermarket, because that's the way it goes. Oh, so it comes down to laziness. It's not a case of you want to fast, because you've done the fasting before. And we had this very same discussion on what is the point of it. You know, it's not like your body has got all these sort of bad toxins in it, is it? So why are you doing it? You think you're doing it because it's healthy. Well, I'm telling you now... I look at you every single morning and I ain't seen no change. You know, it's going to work. Why? What are you doing differently this time? Sparkling water. Oh, that'll make a lot of difference, won't it? So we become very effervescent, a bit like an Alka-Seltzer tablet with legs and a head. That's about as good as it's going to get, isn't it? I don't know why, actually. I've got no idea why you're doing this. Is your girlfriend doing it at the same time? Oh, right. So she's just going to sit in front of you and go, this is delicious. And you're going to be going, you really hate me, don't you? And that's the way it's going to be. It's not going to make any difference. You're going to look exactly the same. Your hair will not stop growing. It will carry on growing. If it's going to be 6 months before you get a haircut, I'm going to be working seriously with people who should be out in Alaska. You know, have you seen these people out in Alaska? My God, they're rough. I mean, that's just the women. I mean, I've never seen a place like it. Nobody does it. Nobody gets their hair cut. They've all got these droopy moustaches, still the women, and they've all got their sort of they go out there, they kill caribou and moose and stuff like that. I mean, I like the idea of doing self-sufficiency. I like the idea of going out to your allotment and pulling up vegetables. But they're living in sub-zero temperatures. And they go, we have to kill a caribou because that's going to see us through the winter. And you think, why don't you just go and book into a hotel? Make it so much easier. They must be giving you money for this series. I mean, it looks really rustic. Can you imagine if somebody like Alan Carr turned up to do a documentary? They'd have him hanging from a tree within about 2 minutes. They're living in houses. They're building them, log cabins. But they've got bears. They've got every known thing they actually go out tracking animals. And bears, of course, are seen because you can use the skin for a rug or something, and then they store the meat. But of course, it's so cold. Eskimos have igloos. This is in Alaska, dear. It's not in the Arctic. Where's he from? Yeah, are they Inuits? Oh, right, Inuit. That's a... Inuit is supposed to... in your tent. You know, the Inuit's in your tent. The Inuit at the bottom of the garden. It's like the Lappish people over in... where were they? Sorry? Lapland, yes. Inside the Arctic Circle. We went there. We saw the Lappish people who bring in the herds of reindeer, which for the rest of the year just roam free. They're just you know what reindeer are like. They won't do a stroke of work until Christmas Eve, and then they're in big demand. But no, all these people, it's so cold out there, and you think whatever we've got, whatever we actually complain about, they've got nothing at all. I like Deadliest Catch. I like the one this morning. They were going out looking for big reds. Lobsters, huge lobsters. I mean, like major lobsters. But these people are crab fishing, and they throw these things. I mean, people get swept overboard. So they put a bit of food in these cages, then they throw the seas are like mountains. It's the Bering Straits. It's just absolutely awful, absolutely awful. But it's worth watching. How many crabs are we eating? I didn't know we ate that much crab. But they're fishing for crab. They dig up these huge cages, and inside they're not all. They're crammed full of crab. But this particular bloke the other day was going out and he was looking for lobsters, big reds they called them, and they were very lucky when they got them, because each one's worth about $200. So if you're finding big lobsters, there's a bit of money to be made. One of the guys said 2 weeks. He said I can make $5,000. That was a deckhand. But I mean, you wouldn't want to be out there. Seriously, the waves crash over it. It's freezing cold. It's not much. You sleep with all your clothes on. You don't wash for 2 weeks. You'd love it, Luke. Just be your sort of place. You could fast. You could go on the boat and go, I'll just have some water. And they go, we're in the middle of an ocean. How much water would you like? I hope the story of the ignoring of funeral numbers gathers momentum, says this one here. It's one everybody needs to know. 17 reasons which might bring it home for some. Yeah. This is the funeral. 17 people have contracted the coronavirus. There shouldn't have been a group of people like that. You know, people are incapable of listening to the advice. It's only advice they're offering. But then you get idiots, excuse me, like Brian or Steve, who just think that, you know, people are spinning you a lie. Yeah, I suppose all the people in the mortuaries, they're just a joke, really, aren't they? Probably to you. Sarah says, you mentioned Alan Green last week. I knew him from Hospital Radio Hillingdon 35 years ago. I met you there. I did. We did. Yes, I used to go there. Not all the time, but I went there on quite a few occasions. Once in radio, always in radio, I suppose. Police warning on Twitter. You will be arrested. You will be charged. Make no mistake about it. You're either going to follow the rules or you're going to be particularly dim. Cillian Murphy, I think from Peaky Blinders, has blasted people who snack in cinemas. That's like something for Room 101, isn't it? Where you go into the cinema and you're stuck next to the person who's got the huge bucket of popcorn and a giant hot dog. And you sort of think to yourself, whatever happened to people just sitting there with a small tub of ice cream? Now, I mean, what's with the popcorn stuff? Why popcorn you don't sit at home eating popcorn. Why would you want to sit in a cinema eating popcorn? It's just ridiculous, and it's so expensive for popcorn. It's kernels of corn, which pop. I've made it at home myself. You just make it in a saucepan. Sorry? You can make it in a you can do microwave popcorn, but I prefer to do it, in the thing, then it blows the lid of the saucepan off. It's quite good. I did washing up yesterday. I suddenly realised I get through more spoons than anybody else. I must be the only person in the world who has about 50 spoons, and by the end of the week, I've got 2. I don't know where they go to. There's like an invisible hole in my place where the spoons go to. I use spoons for like normal spoons, like dessert spoons, as I call them. I only bought 10 the other week, and I don't know where they go to. I think they're probably sitting. I think they keep falling in the sink or something like that. But I do love it. I use it for stirring, for eating. Get more in your mouth if you've got a spoon. Had that this morning, actually. I had ham with egg mayonnaise. Seems an odd... With a spoon? What do you think? Chopsticks? No, with a spoon. Of course with a spoon. I'll chop up the ham with a pair of scissors, like giving a little haircut, and then you spoon on the egg mayonnaise. No, bread's bad for you. And then I just eat it. I sat in front of the television this morning, watched them catching giant lobsters, eating it, feeling guilty. I probably shouldn't have been eating it, but I had it the other day and I quite liked it. It was, because it's a bit difficult to know when they let you into Marks and Spencer in the morning. I mean, all the shelves are full, round our way, definitely. In fact, there was a thing the other day in one of the papers, they were talking about the Chinese. They've never heard of people panic buying like us. You know, Tesco have introduced a new thing. No more than 50 items on an order that you make online. If you go into the shop, 1 milk, 1 eggs, 1 sugar. They're limiting everybody. It's as simple as that, to make sure that everybody gets a crack at it, which of course suits me fine, because I'm never going to eat A, any sugar, B, any eggs, and milk I've got anyway. And if I need, and I don't need more than that, unless you're having cereal every day. But if you've got a family of kids, they're going to eat cereal. If there's no milk, I can remember when my dad some years ago started up a new business, and and I remember him coming home from work, and he said, I'm starting a new business. He said, so money's going to be a little bit tight, and so we'll not be having desserts, and we won't be having cereal for breakfast, because cereal was considered quite expensive. And so we didn't, and we just got on with it. You know, can you imagine if you're in there was this little 7-year-old girl the other day, did you see her on the television? Sobbing her heart out, screaming, because McDonald's had closed. I mean, what sort of family is feeding their kids McDonald's? You know. Steve, I've told everybody I speak with on the phone who's feeling a bit low to listen to you in the morning, or to your podcast. Oh, do listen to the podcast, please. Please. They're very good. And I've had many calls of thanks, and you've got many new fans, which is, yes, well, that's what we like. Actually, somebody told me the other week, they said, of course, the audience goes up in times of crises, and this is a time of crises, and so people want a little bit of cheering up. I can't remember what Tom Swarbrick said about me last night. He does a link. He said, coming up at 4, Steve Allen will not set you straight. That's what Nick Abbott says. Tom Swarbrick said something else. He'll not put a smile on your face. Put the world to... Did he say put the world to rights? No, it's better than that. It was much, much better. I just can't remember what it was. It was something like that. No, it wasn't that. It was not. It wasn't. Sorry, that was me losing my temper. It really wasn't. No, I can't... He said something. Sorry? Last night. Steve Allen, we're going to find out, because we have the ability. Somebody said something to me once. They said, oh, you've just said this. I said, no, I didn't. And they said, yes, you did. I've just heard you. So we played it back. And, of course, I didn't. But there again, people have selective hearing, don't they? I've done a tour of London on a YouTube. And he said, I've never been out of Australia, says Shane. Oh, that's nice. Michael, friend of mine, he says, it might sound radical. Do you know, I said this the other week, Michael. You must have been listening, or I might have imparted this to you. But why don't they just lock up the trolleys and give people a basket? So much easier. And he said it will stop the idiots panic buying. It will. I haven't seen Callum Hyder's content recently, but I've not seen him for ages. Not seen him, but I shall look for that, Michael. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're well. Hope you're both keeping well. That's what I say to everybody now. Every time you speak to somebody, you go, hope you keep it. And they always say, hope you're keeping well, Steve. Have you found it yet? The end of the programme? Just like he said, I can't remember what he said. It wasn't Steve Allen will put the world to rights. That's right. Steve Allen makes it all go away. See, it's not at all the same as what you said. I knew I was right. Never ever take on a fully fed radio presenter when you're fasting, because you start with a disadvantage, because your brain is starved of the oxygen that eating gives you. And as James O'Brien says...
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See, told you. I mean, that's come from the horse's mouth. Not that I'm saying he's a horse, or anything like that, or he lives in a stable. I promise you. It's quite normal. Fabulous, Michael. Fabulous. I virtually attended a comedy show, Steve, on Saturday night, raising money for the Trussell Foundation, who run many of the food banks in the UK. 3 fantastic comedians and a superb host, and they raised 20 grand. Blimey. That's some sum of money, isn't it? You see that Uber are giving, 20,000 meals and 20,000 free cab rides, I think, to NHS frontline staff. People are doing very well. People are doing very, very well. Andy says, I'm listening in the spare room with Teddy. Oh, no, it's Anna, who's an original spiker. And also I played my mum the clip of you talking about Bucks Scout Radio and calling me fat and I don't dance. She told me to tell you to apologise. Certainly not, Jack. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. We don't apologise. In fact, I'm Mary Poppins, practically perfect in every way. And then she said, what was it? She then came up with this other line, which is, and I never apologise. Which is the best way it is, isn't it? James says hello to my radio mate Corey. And hi to Luke. Yes, they're very thrilled by this. Again, they're calling the police on the other line, so should be okay with that one. He says, don't be mean to the guys. Oh, listen, it's impossible not to be mean to them. You can't help it. You cannot help it. You come in every morning and they're happy little smiling, dimpled faces and you just feel like, all of a sudden, the blood starts rising in the thermometer. Not the thermometer, and there's no blood in the thermometer. I think it's mercury in the thermometer. But anyway, sometimes you see red. Petita says, hope you're keeping safe and well. Well, which one would you like? I don't think you can be both, can you? Safe and well. People always ask me on a daily basis, are you well? Oh, the other day I had to do my invoice, and I thought it'd be clever, so I do it. It's on a template on the computer, and I thought I'd send it to the lovely Hillary, who looks after these things for me. So I sent all three. I did three. I had to do 3 invoices, and I sent them. And then she wrote to me. She went, nothing yet. Oh God! So somewhere there's somebody called her name who's getting my invoices for my month's work. So in the end, I had to bring them into work today, and the producer Corey had to take a picture and send them as a PDF or so. Is it a PDF or something? He managed to send all 3 at the same time. An achievement as far as I was concerned. I've never done anything like that. And but he also wasn't allowed to look. So he had to do it with his eyes closed, which made it a little bit more difficult. I mean, he could have been photographing anything. So, sorry? Oh, you didn't. You just sent them as photos. I don't know. Oh, blimey, don't tell me we've done it wrong. Don't tell me we've done it wrong. It was, wait a minute. I'm now going to find this out. Hillary, wait a minute. And you can scan it to me. Is that what we've done? Have we? Oh, God, what's scanning it then? Oh, right. Well, can you send something on a printer? Yeah, we'll sort it out. I can tell this is good. Actually, we're all right, because it's not the first of the month yet, is it? So, even if you've cocked up today, which is highly likely, there is always tomorrow for you to redeem yourself. Don't go blaming me, I don't know anything about this. I just sit there with a blank look on my face. Much easier. Steve and Ian says, I had crab in Portugal. Oh, I've never eaten crab. I had crab paste once, but never crab. And they served it with egg. It was delicious. Oh, right. Jack says, I had to explain your sense of humour. You don't need to explain my sense of humour to somebody. It's either patently obvious to them or they're on medication. It's as simple as that. He's now in Weston-super-Mare. What are you doing in Weston-super-Mare? Honestly, it gets worse and worse, doesn't it? People out there. Jane in Cockfosters says, thank you for bringing a much-needed smile. We need a smile. We need a smile and we need positivity, and I'm very positive that if the Chief Medical Officer has said, in 6 months' time, I'm thinking, OK, let's work towards 6 months. Let's work towards the fact that in 6 months' time we might have been really good. I stress might have been really good because the pictures in the papers almost beg a belief, I'm afraid, of people out there. In fact, even Joe Wicks was out the other day. He's apparently the latest sensation on the television, so his agent would tell us. His model wife, is she really? Good Lord, what does she model? Pushing their daughter and son around Richmond Park. I thought he was Essex. What's he doing pushing people around Richmond Park? I don't think we want to start sharing our parks. We do have parks open. Dame Vera Lynn, unrecognised. Vera Lynn to not looking like Dame Vera Lynn, but she was with her daughter Virginia, and you know what an icon. What is she now? She's 103. I wonder what I'll be like when I'm 103, if I make it to 103. What will I be like? Crotchety, probably. Very, very crotchety. China tests every airline passenger who arrives there, and then puts them into 2 weeks quarantine. We don't in the United Kingdom. You turn up here on a plane, they don't even check you on your way through. Don't even check you. But I love the story of a florist. I think it's Wild About Flowers. I think we have one in Twickenham. It's obviously a chain. And they discovered that a Dutch suppliers was set to burn their stock after the demand dried up. So they arranged to have them delivered over here to the London hospitals before they shut up shop. And they ended up with 50,000 flowers. 50,000 flowers. And the NHS staff could take home bouquets and buckets of flowers and everything else. That's nice. That's nice. I mean, you know, never to sort of throw these things away or burn them. Mr. Motivator, the fitness guru at 67, Derek Evans. And he was a single parent living in bed and breakfast in the 70s. And he's now, you can find him on everything. I think he's popping up on Health Check UK every day for the next fortnight. He's also got a YouTube channel as well. You should check it out because he can get you doing a little bit of exercise at home, which is good. Have you ever heard of a footballer called Jack Grealish? He's a bit of a strange idiot, isn't he, really? Is he for the Aston? I think we need to get rid of him. Because here he is, Britain in the grip of a lockdown. He's out there with his car after a Range Rover hit two parked cars. And he's 24, wearing white slippers and a blue Givenchy hoodie. He's obviously not the brightest penny in the box. I think he's got history, actually. I'm pretty certain he's got history. Apparently, last night they were trying to contact him for an explanation of what he was doing out. Obviously not taking a blind bit of notice. TV's Ruth, boosted by her hubby's passion. Eamon Holmes, she looks exactly the same. Eamon has aged beyond belief. You know, he used to be slim. I mean, used to be. Obviously, we all used to be. I used to be 6 pounds 3 ounces. She doesn't look any different. She absolutely doesn't look any different at all. She's one of these sort of lucky people for whom time has stood still. Also, who's managing their own haircuts? Nobody. I've got to have a haircut. I might have to go onto Amazon and buy, like, sort of a hair trimmer or something like that, so I can do my own hair. I don't know how I'm going to manage otherwise. Look at it, it's practically my eyes at the moment. It's dreadful. You can laugh over there, I tell you. Very shortly, you won't be able to see. You'll be banging into doors. You'll need shears, won't you? Yeah, but you like your hair when it's like that. You don't really mind, do you? That's your look. We've all got a look. And mine is this. But there's more pictures of me around than you. Go onto the internet, find loads of pictures of Steve Allen. loads of pictures. Even I turn to them on the odd occasion just to cheer myself up. The Steph Show, 12 noon today. She will present a daytime series in her front room. And so in the last few months, she's quit the BBC, relocated to Yorkshire, given birth to her daughter, and she's living with her girlfriend, who is a producer. I believe, whether it's her producer, I don't know. She's just a TV executive girlfriend. And they have a tag system, but it's live television, so she says she hopes the show has plenty of northern charm. Oh, God. Last of the summer wine. Da, 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 da. Oh, no, not that old northern charm again. Oh, and today, years ago, there used to be a programme, I have to tell you. I can't remember what it was called. You might have to help me out on this one. And it was a film set. I think it was from Yorkshire Television. And it was a lot of elderly ladies, all in different rooms. So they'd go to the first room, and there would be Muriel, for example. Muriel was showing you how to do cakes, and would bake a cake. Oh, no, bake cake and do this. And then they'd go to another room, somebody be stitching something. And then they'd all come together, and they'd all sort of chat away. And I can't remember what it was called, but it was absolutely riveting viewing. But it was obviously those quaint old northern folk who were out there doing what northern folk do, which is sort of mixing and making cake and taking whippet footwalk. And it is exactly like, you know, that Heartbeat programme, which I'm addicted to. Every week I watch Heartbeat. Every week, because they sort of cycle themselves round again. And absolutely love it. But it's that. So I'm not sure, you know, when Steph says it's that northern, I'm not sure whether or not that's going to work down south. We're a bit Jessified. We don't, you know, we're looking for something a little bit more than a bit of sort of homely, I'm having a drink or a cup of tea with the next door neighbour over the fence. It's not really enough, is it, nowadays? What we want to see is celebrities being embarrassed. Which could be just about any programme I do, but it doesn't matter. It's nice to be company. It's Steve at lbc.co.uk. Everybody, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday, the 30th of March. One more day of the month. And then, allegedly, we're into that warmer weather. Unfortunately, it's not going to be hitting us anytime soon after yesterday's freak sleet There could be more on the way. It's all got very confused. Mind you, a friend of mine wrote to me the other day. I got back in after I finished work, and I'll read you what he said. Because I remember thinking, perhaps I've gone a bit round the bend here. Where is it? Here we go. And it says, where are you? So I wrote, at home. This was at 7:14. Okay, I don't know how I managed to get home at 50. Anyway, and he then texted, why? So I wrote back, what do you mean? And I wrote, and then he wrote, why aren't you at work? So I wrote, I've been to work. And he said, what time? And I went, same, 5 till 7. And he wrote, sorry, forgot about the clocks. He'd completely forgotten about the clock, so he was still sort of existing on another time scale. I began to wonder, actually, how many other people yesterday forgot to put the clocks forward. Because apparently it makes the daytime longer. Like you want the daytime longer. It's the last thing you want, isn't it? When I climbed into bed yesterday, there was still brilliant sunshine coming in, which was lovely. I felt like sort of one of those great Greek paintings of me reclining on the bed, you know, as the shaft of sunlight sort of hit me, you know, on my good side, which is face down, generally speaking. It was called House Party. The ladies in each room. Says Terry and Steve in Sheffield. And Lorraine says, Steve, even if you won the lottery, you can't go anywhere or buy anything. Well, I could go to Costco. I'm sure I could manage to find enough things to buy in Costco. But you're right, actually. I mean, if you do win the lottery, I suppose you can, and you can contact all the estate agents. I discovered the other day that if you go on to a few of them, up comes a little box going, do you need a chat about anything? They're obviously very aware. There must be a call centre somewhere where they're going, wait a minute, somebody's gone on our website. Whoa, quick, grab them. They might be spending money on a house. At the moment, they had a house the other day. Where was it? It was a lovely house. It was on one of these television programmes where somebody goes out to the country, and I looked at this house and I thought, that's beautiful. And they went, well, it's a little bit over budget at £340,000. And I remember thinking, over budget at £340,000. We live in hope of £340,000 in London. And mind you, our house prices are just ridiculous. Have you seen the DVD 100-Foot Journey with Helen Mirren? Anybody? No, they've not even heard of that one at all. Steve, when I watch other countries on television, they're all wearing masks. Why aren't we doing so? Oh, I see loads of people, Andy, wearing masks. My producer's got one on at the moment. He has a mask. So if he needs to come in here for any reason, I move back, he puts the mask on. But I've got my own muff now. Not that I've never had it before, but I've got them up. Just to be on the safe side, I've got my hand wash. And he wears the mask if he needs to drop me off something in the studio. So we're doing very well, actually. Very, very well. And enjoying that. Not even sure about whether, you know, Monday is a day to enjoy. But, you know, I think any day where you sort of come into work. When I go home, it's absolutely empty. It is absolutely empty. It really is. So, what was I going to tell you about? Oh, the virus vigilantes. Have you heard about these ones? They're up on the, up in the Pennines, up on the hills, stopping tourists going up there. They've blocked the roads. They've gone, go away. We don't want you here. And so they've literally painted on sort of big signs. They put them up in the middle of the road, making sure. I mean, truth be known, they're doing the job that the police are doing. But the trouble is there's too many people going out. People are not taking it seriously. The amount of people who think that this is some sort of joke. Well, you've heard a few of them on LBC. You can't really believe that these sort of people are actually out there. But they are, I'm afraid. And guess what? As we predicted on the programme, when I said everybody was out there stockpiling food, people were coming out with trolleys, you know, laden up to here. And as my friend Michael pointed out, take away the trolleys. Give them a basket, then they can't take as much stuff. It's as simple as that. One of each item. Well, I've got children. Well, you just have to buy the big milk carton and eke it out a bit. You know, what do you think they said in the war? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, it's on ration. Well, I can't exist on that. We'll have to go out and take it. Well, you can't take it. It's as simple as that. But piles of food, which have been thrown away by all the buffoons who went out to stockpile, who thought they were being clever. But, of course, they weren't. And so it's been thrown away. Mountains and mountains of food, crammed bins in Abingdon, of all places. And there's also somebody here nicking a bicycle belonging to an NHS hero. at a blood donor centre. The worker who used it every day to get to the Leicester site was putting in extra hours. People, even in this day and age, people thieve things. Scumbags. Scumbags, that's what they are. They've stolen something. Admittedly, they're not to know it's an NHS worker. It's just the fact that they thieve. People like that, you know, I have no time for whatsoever. No time for. Dear. Do you know Eric Clapton is 75? When do these people start becoming older? It's like, 75. President Trump last night refused to bail out Harry and Meghan's security costs. He said they must pay. Brilliant idea. They're going to announce today their new charity. Where the money's coming from, I've got no idea, but they said they are self-sufficient. Yeah. Well, they haven't had any work yet. What have they done to generate an income? Nothing. But they do have a huge team of advisors because basically neither of them know what they're doing. Least of all Harry. Not a clue. Not a clue. We're still waiting, says the paper today, for them to pay back £2.4 million of taxpayers' cash, which we spent on their former home. So in other words, they waited till we'd coughed up 2.4 million and put in this ecosystem and this and that and everything and security and beefed up fencing. And then they go, oh, by the way, we're leaving the royal family. I think not. I think we want our money back. The £8 million security operation includes 9 British officers paid for through the Metropolitan Police budget. I'm sure, haven't the police got better things to do? Can't they look after themselves? We all managed to go out there. The Good Morning Britain poll confirms people have had enough. I think absolutely. But they're expected to announce a new non-profit organisation. Well, that'll be useful, won't it? When they need an income. And they've hired Bill Gates' former PR guru, Catherine Saint Laurent, to handle the publicity. What publicity? The publicity is neither of them are working. I don't know what they think he can do. Perhaps he can advertise things, stand there with a yoghurt on American television going, I'm Harry, eat this yoghurt, it's got fruit in it. I mean, I just don't understand what they think they're going to be doing. They don't seem to have any particular calling. The Invictus Games is off at the moment. They've closed down their office here. The Buckingham Palace office has gone, and they're now not members of the royal family. I'd like to find out, if we are going to get our £2.4 million back. I mean, can we not now start charging interest? And saying, listen, if it's not paid by, halfway through this month, we're going to be adding interest onto it. We didn't think that we were sort of paying for some little jolly holiday home for you. Thank you very much indeed. Did you get on with Janet Street Porter? I don't think I ever worked with Janet Street Porter. I'm pretty certain I didn't. I don't think so. I just remember when she was on a show with Michael Aspel. I always remember her sitting there going, well, Michael. She was like that. She's fairly ancient now, so I don't know anything about her. Apart from the fact she's got an interesting house, and she's had various boyfriends. That's all I know. I really don't know anything else. And she fell out with Kelvin McKenzie. Big time. Big time. In fact, there was a television programme about it. I think it was over Live TV. Do you remember Live TV? Ask Nick Ferrari about Nick Ferrari will tell you all about Live TV. That was a good one. Here's Ozzy Osbourne making good progress after having stem cell treatment in a bid to get back on stage. Now, he is on the high risk category. Stem cell featured on that list of 1.5 million people, and some of the reasons that they'll be getting a letter from their GP saying you need to stay inside for 12 weeks. Stem cell surgery, cancer, anything like that, but not diabetes on that list. Not diabetes, but it was all the main things. Are you having treatment for cancer? Have you got asthma? Are you pregnant? All the sort of usual things. But 1.5 million people will be getting stuff like that. Also, a casino hostess. I don't know what a hostess is at a casino. I've heard of croupiers in casinos, but not a hostess. But has won a sex discrimination case after hearing her boss say her bum was like Kim Kardashian's. Can you not say that? Your bum's like Kim Okay, no. Is it creepy? I don't know. I mean, I've never thought about it. Well, you're not a casino hostess, Corey, that's why. I mean, if you want me to say it, I shall say it tomorrow. I can write it on a card and hold it up. He's now twerking. Do you know, I watched people twerking on a programme the other day. Really sad. And I watched the Housewives of Orange County, where they went to vile. They're vile when they're sober, let alone when they've had a few drinks. Oh, that ghastly Tamara, horrible person. Yeah, so it was an offensive, belittling and misogynistic remark. So this particular person who said it was was overseeing everything. He did the movement of a salt cellar. He was called a micromanager. I don't know what I think they just sort of help out and do stuff like that. But she was belittled and made redundant after telling her bosses she was pregnant on New Year's Eve. So she's won the things. But it was the, oh my God, look at her. Do you think she's done something to it? Looks like Kim Kardashian's. It's inappropriate, yeah. I don't know, actually. I was never sort of a fan of Kim Kardashian's bottom either way. I never understood why anybody would ever want to look like that. I mean, that would be some big bottom, wouldn't it? I mean, it does look fairly big to me in all the pictures I've ever seen. She's Kim Kardashian. She's an American. She doesn't know where she is. She's just given $1 million. She's just been told off for only giving $1 million to charity for the coronavirus. And somebody said, with all your money, and you just gave $1 million. How much have the Beckhams given? Oh, no, they made a phone call, didn't they, with Harper Beckham. You'd think if somebody's got loads of money, they wouldn't miss $1 million. Perhaps they could offer the services of Brooklyn. He could go around and make coffee for them. Maybe not. Perhaps Harper could go and cook breakfast for them. No. Perhaps Dave could serve cereal. Perhaps Victoria could sort of give away some free outfits. You know, because they're not selling in the shops, are they? If you give away free outfits, they can all go, I've got a Victoria Beckham original. I mean, that'd be quite nice. Do you like Nick Abbott's podcast with Carol McGiffin? I've never heard it. But I'm sure it's wonderful. Carol and Nick used to do a show together at LBC some years ago. So that's it. But I don't know anything about podcasting. Seriously. I'm advising you to podcast because it's the best way forward and it'll kind of put a smile on your face. I mean, I think what we do, we've actually worked out if you get 4 smiles per programme, we kind of achieved our objective. And I think you get more than 4 smiles a programme. And if you can always go, oh, I can't believe he said that. Or, oh, that was really very funny. Or, I don't want to listen to that ever again. Anything. I don't really care. As long as it provokes some sort of reaction, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. So I'm sure I hear Nick Abbott talking about the podcast with Carol, and I don't know when it comes out. Is it weekly or does it come out? They're having to do it from their own 2 places, though, because they can't be together. They've sort of done it together, but now they're doing it for different places. Steve, didn't Harry and Meghan get offered a role in The Simpsons? Well, we thought it was a joke. I wasn't, if it is, he's only going to be Harry. And he'll have to voice it. I mean, that's a bit of a come down, isn't it? So what did you do, Harry? We gave you a fantastic education at Eton, and you're now in The Simpsons as just a character. I don't think that's very clever. Sorry, we're having fun. Because it's Monday. And Monday is that day where you don't want to get out of bed. You really don't want to get out of bed. But the good news is that if you have to get out of bed, then the public transport is empty. It's absolutely empty. I mean, there is the chance of doing self-isolation on the tubes and on the buses and on the train. A friend of mine was getting the tube the other day. He said, I'm going to get the tube. I said, there'll be nobody on it. And we saw a picture, and there was nobody on the tube. It was really, really quiet, which is okay. I don't want to get on the tube with anybody who looks slightly suspect. I've started looking at people. I'm not staring at them. I'm sort of thinking, I don't know, do you look all right? Do you not look all right? You worry about it. Harry and Meghan, Steve, are due a visit from Paul Bohill and Stuart McCracken. You know who they are. They're from Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. They turn up on the doorsteps. It's very funny, actually. I love them both. I think it's such a good programme because it's basically people who have moved into somebody's property, or they haven't paid for a car, or they owe money for I think the other day it was shop rent, and the person thought that if they just moved out, then they didn't need to pay. It's like if you've got a mortgage and you fail to keep up the payments, people think if I just go and give the key back, that exonerates me. Unfortunately not. But for some reason, because of the interest rates, my mortgage has just dropped down. I've got another year to... Oh, look. Do you know, we were just talking about him. We were just talking about Jamie Oliver. I mean, I must be psychic this morning. Seriously. I'm thinking about winning £1 million on the lottery. And he says, I'm still listening to you every morning, no matter what. I know. He said, sending you lots of love, at home with the family. Try to keep it normal and positive. Big love, Jamie. Thank you very much indeed. You might not have heard, but a few weeks back, my brother went to Jamie's parents' pub and said they booked. He said they had a fantastic time. He said the service was unbelievable. So that's all you need. I'm glad you're staying safe with the family. Are we in the nice Tudor house? Have you seen his Tudor house? He's got this Tudor house. I've always wanted to live in a Tudor house. But I saw a house Jamie, the other day for sale. It's on Knight Frank's website. And it was the house built for the gardener to Hampton Court Palace, built by Henry VIII. So the house dates from about the 1760s. And it's on Hampton Court Green. Very nice. It's £6.5 million. Now, I'm just short £6,229,000. I mean, by the time I've got the other bit together, I should be absolutely fine. And it's an 8-bedroom house. It looks lovely, and it backs onto Bushy Park. So that's quite nice as well. But Jamie bought this Tudor place. And I love places. I've got a thing about places with history. I'm totally convinced that in houses, you know, like Jamie's and other people have got as well, there are secret panels and secret bits that you push and it will open and take you into another world. There was one place when they had the priests who were being arrested and tortured and taken away and killed, they had priest hidey holes. And they were built. There was a company who would come in and build a priest hidey hole. Some of them, you'd go in, it would be a normal toilet, but you'd slide the toilet to one side, and there was the priest hidey hole. In another house, the staircase lifted up, and there was the hidey hole, and they could lock it from the inside so nobody would know, unless they hit it and you could hear it was hollow. But there were loads of places where they had the priest hidey holes. I mean, if it was a particularly tubby priest, there wasn't much chance of getting in the hidey hole, but they were built all over the place, and it was up to the government to try and seek these people out. But I love a house with history, because when you think, you know, I think if you had an old house that was built in the 1700s or the 1600s, you'd want to know everybody who'd ever lived in it. You'd want to know the history. This one at Hampton Court's got cellars. And if there's one thing I've got a thing about, it's cellars. I'm a bit scared of mice or stuff like that, but my godchildren have got this old house, I think built in about the 15th, 16th century. And it's old. I mean, it's beamed. It's very, very old, but very beautiful. And it's got the most amazing vista. It's got a lovely garden that goes with it, and they're covered in little plants. It's just beautiful. It really is nice. So I can imagine that Jamie's would be exactly the same. I've seen pictures of the inside, and I just love places like that, because I'm totally convinced, as in Hampton Court, there are bits of rooms where you open the door and that takes you into the hidden world of the servants. So the servants can go up and down staircases inside their own bit to deliver food. They don't have to walk through all the miles of corridors. So I like things like that. But I hope you're still working out and keeping healthy. That's all that matters. Everybody keeping healthy. We're doing our bit to keep healthy and try and keep people's spirits up and try and sort of chivvy people along. Nick Ferrari will be here at 6:30 this morning. My name's Adil. I'm from Richmond, but I'm working in Dubai. Best thing about this isolation is that I can listen to you. I've been listening to you for years. You said you've been consistently brilliant. Oh, please, more. No, sorry, don't stop. And he says, thank you for making this confusing time more bearable. I don't know what it's like in Dubai. I don't know what the situation is over there. I'm going to have a check actually now, because I don't know. I need to check on the internet, I think. Steve, would you let my assistant dog Hagrid and original Spiker's dog William be members of the Groovy Gang? Says, listen, we've got enough trouble with Luke. I nearly wore my Groovy Gang T-shirt. I might wear it tomorrow, you know, just to show solidarity with the boys. It's like that. Dubai braces for financial hit. Apparently the sun decks on the beaches lie empty. Red flags warn visitors away from the waterfront to protect the tourism hub against coronavirus. Hotels are working to protect staff. Rates have fallen to less than 10% in some hotels. Some hotels have closed. Restaurants have been refigured to space out dining tables. The authorities have said beaches and pools closed for just 2 weeks. Officials have indicated the restrictions could be renewed. But I don't know what the death toll is at the moment. There are 300 staff, I think, who were on leave. And I'm having a look. The debt burden is around 135 billion, which is 125% of GDP. Almost half due before the end of 2020. They owe money. How can they owe money? I thought it was Dubai. I thought they were filthy rich. But the state-owned Emirates airline posted a £234.7 million profit in the first half of 2019 has halted flights. So last year, Abu Dhabi rolled over for a second time a $10 billion loan made to Dubai in the global credit crisis. The real estate market has crashed. Didn't the Beckhams buy a place there? I thought years ago. Perhaps it was just some publicity thing where they said, oh, the Beckhams are buying a place. I thought there's the place to not go to. You imagine going out there and the whole Beckham clan turn up. Not sure I could cope with something like that. So, Aldi, it sounds very nice. Just stay safe. That's all it is. Steve, sounds like the people making the most profit for Harry and Meghan are their advisors, says Jan. Yeah, I mean, of course. It was like, people who were, sort of any disaster or something like that. It's the people offering the advice, the financial advice and everything else, who are the ones who make the money. It was like on the Jimmy Savile, was it the Jimmy Savile estate? And he left so much money, and gradually, through all the legal bits and pieces that were going on, the money went down. I'm not even sure there's any left now at the moment. Did you know the rock band Aerosmith wrote... Oh, I can't do that joke. It's so bad. I can't do bad jokes. That's dreadful. That's the worst one I've ever heard. Although, actually, I don't... No, the producer doesn't like it either. Do you miss Tony Blair? Not really, no. I miss Margaret Thatcher. I thought the funniest thing was at Margaret Thatcher's funeral, there were certain people who hated her to pieces, who turned their back on the cortege as it went past on the gun carriage. I thought, oh, what's the point of that? You went. Which doesn't really help. Yesterday, sitting on the sofa with my wife, and she whispered sweetly, the best part about all of this is that I get to spend more time with you. Really made me feel good, until I turned around and realised she was talking to the dog, says James. I think it's where they come into their own at the moment. Jamie Oliver says, like you, I'm still working after 20 years. I've got no crew now or equipment, so we're shooting this week's show from home on my phone, and my family are the crew. You see, that's the best way. That is the best way. Doesn't it bring families together? Unless, of course, you hate your family, in which case it must be the most miserable time under the sun. He said it's been colourful, but hopefully useful. So you can do it on your telephone. Have you got a really super-duper telephone? Mind you, the pictures you can get on telephones now are absolutely brilliant. Listen, I'm just glad you're staying safe. That's all I care about in this day and age. I want to make sure that at the end of this, whenever it is, whether it's in 3 months' time or 6 months' time, please God, no longer, I want to make sure that we're all still together. I would hate to think that we get to it and then somebody starts telling me, oh, so-and-so we lost and so-and-so. I want to make sure that we're all here for Christmas. I really do. I think Christmas is going to... As I say, if this is finished by Christmas, we're going to have the best bloody celebration we've ever had in our entire... I might even drink a bottle of Prosecco. I know. Hard to believe. But I think we should. I think you have to get out there and you have to smile and you have to go, do you know, we're not going to let anything get us down. What have you done to your hand? Oh, here we go. What have you done to your hand? Nothing like some old drama person. Don't. You were lying on the side of the road, and you put your hand in the road, and a bus drove over it. It won't be something simple, will it? It'll be complicated. What was it? What have you done? You fell flat on your face. That's the trouble when you try and open bottles with your teeth. You fell flat. Why did you fall flat on your face? You just I'm the accident-prone one round here. How can it be you, Connor? Oh, dear. I noticed the blood seeping through the bandage. That's not very good, is it? Did you do that yourself or get the hospital to do it? Yeah. I don't think you should waste time in a hospital. Is it all... No. It looks a bit messy. Yes. Oh, well. Well, that'll teach you to go out running. Why were you running? I didn't think you were fit. I mean, I don't mean that... No, you're not. And you tripped over your own feet. What size feet have you got? 11. How can you trip over your own feet? It's like you've only just discovered... By God, there's feet. Oh, I can't believe it. But, oh, right. Do you know, your life is more sort of... It's more sort of emotional than mine. My life was... I mean, I constantly fall on things. I fall over on a regular basis. My body is a temple to plastic surgery. I mean, I've never had so many bruises and cuts and, bits and... Because they've taken skin off different bits of my body to sort of put elsewhere for skin grafting. I look like, basically, the car park at Tesco's. That's what I look like. Lots of different parking space. I've got marks all over my legs. In fact, if I was a braver man, I'd show you. But, just have to take my word for it. I've got a small video coming out next week. I shall post that so you can all see how bad my body is at the moment. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But I mean, that be a lesson to you. Do not go out running again. Okay? Very silly idea, honestly. What is it with these young people? They want to get out there and be fit. Why don't you be like Corey? Be a couch potato. He's happy being a couch potato. Look at Luke. Somebody says you're not an essential worker. Excuse me, but I think you'll find I am an essential worker. I have a piece of paper to say I'm an essential worker. So there you go. Must get your facts right, honestly. I'm a broadcaster. We're an essential service. Steve, could you ask Jamie Oliver if Dutch apple cake has almond flavouring in it? Good God. Does Dutch apple cake have almond flavouring? And then somebody says, I made Jamie Oliver's minestrone soup from Keep Cooking, Carry On. And so thank you, Jamie, for the programme. You got me cooking from scratch and actually enjoying it, says Jane. So, has Dutch apple cake got almond flavouring? Why would you put almond flavouring in a Dutch apple? I don't know. I can't remember what... Is that the one where you do the apple which is interlinked all the way round? Dutch apple. Sounds quite nice, whatever it is. I'm sure I've had something in Patisserie Valerie that looked fairly similar to that, but I had an almond cake which would have had almond flavouring in it. I'm not sure if Dutch apple has things like that in it. Well, unless he's gone back to doing filming, we don't know. Steve, says Selina, when I worked in Hampton Court, there was an event and the chef dropped something on the floor. Mind you, Hampton Court is absolutely amazing. Have you been in the kitchens? Have you been in the kitchen? The old kitchens at Hampton Court, they are the kitchens to defy anything. They used to have somebody in, there used to be a little boy who used to run round on like a wheel thing to keep the spits turning. They still cook in the kitchen. They still cook in the kitchen. And they do it because when you go round as a tour, you see them cooking and eating in the kitchen. And I'm always tempted to go, are you still in character? Or have they come out of character? Anthony says we keep being teased with the TV adverts over the bucket of KFC. I thought they were staying around KFC. I thought they were just doing it for home delivery. You can have home delivery. So all those people driving those little Watsits, which is those little scooters. They don't have anything at all. And somebody says, how often does he... Oh, none, Noah. Hardly ever. Which, of course, is quite interesting. Somebody says, we are stronger together. We are. Somebody also says Gordon Brown has demanded a clampdown on people trying to make a financial gain from the coronavirus outbreak. Well, I think that's... We've already told you that before. We've said that that's what they were going to do. The government has said that they're going to come back. Jane says, you're very, very, very essential to myself. Well, no, we're an essential service. We're broadcasters. That's what happens. Get a piece of paper, saying that you are a vital service. So there you are. Oh, wait a minute. Push the wrong button. Why is it I can never see some of these things? Oh, well, I've gone the wrong way, that's why. Steve, download a scanner app. They cost nothing, or about £2. I use mine more than my printer scanner. It's like taking a photo, but it converts it into a PDF. Is that what we've done? No. Well, I didn't say I can't go to an app like that. Never like that at all. Don't know why. I don't want an app. Well, put it this way. Well, let's see what happens. Otherwise, we will have... Is it free? Oh, good. We might have it then tomorrow. It depends. We'll see if Hillary got it today. Yeah, I think it'll work. Better do. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. Nothing to do with me, of course. I wasn't holding the phone at the time. So here is... I can't read that story, actually. Much as I would love to read it. I could tell you the bare bones of it. It's somebody who's working in an office, and it's got the wrong lighting in it. And she's apparently affected by lighting. I didn't know you could be affected by lighting. Because remember years ago, we have... What do they call these things? These are halogen lights, aren't they? In the studios, we have halogen lights. But in some offices, they've got strip lighting. And sometimes, if it flickers, it can affect people, the flickering of lights. Ours go on and off out there because they're on, like, a sort of a beam thing to make sure that we don't waste electricity. Mind you, sometimes I'm sitting there, and obviously I've not moved for about 2 minutes, and off they go. You can feel them dimming. They just go, shh. It's like opening a show. Fantastic. Greg Wallace. usually seen with John Turode on MasterChef. He's also got a fun weekend with his trip to Rome. Something about him, I don't like his smile. It comes over as very fake to me. And also, John Turode's got a programme on Australia, which I think will be up my street, I think. Mind you, Jamie Oliver's back on telly. I love the way he's doing it on his telephone. It's amazing what you can do on telephones now. Once you've told the family how to operate it, it works an absolute treat, I think. So. All-nighter at Powell's after lockdown. And this is Mr. Grealish. And here he is wearing a black slipper and a white slip-on sandal. Very peculiar. And a British scientist working in Antarctica said it's probably the safest place in the world. I think he's out there. She's out there, I beg your pardon. Dr. Kelly Hogan is among 100 Brits working at the British Antarctic Survey Base in Rothera. She says we've had no cases of COVID-19 here at all. We've all been watching what happens back home. So they're there, I think, for a 10-week research project. And as I say, mind you, is it the cold? Or I thought the cold was the thing that magnified it. And then somebody pointed out, we've all been saying to you, that when it gets warmer, it will kill off some of the virus. And somebody said, well, what about all these hot countries where they've got the virus? Obviously, that doesn't work. Unless it's sort of different, because we go from cold to hot. And they're hot all the time. So I don't know whether or not it's different. The human cost of Britain's pandemic, the closure of the baby clinics. An athlete running a lockdown marathon in his back garden, watched by 350,000 people on a live stream. They're all doing this now, aren't they? We've had Corey, the producer, had a party. Do you remember? He got drunk and they were doing a party, but they were all linking in on the internet, and people. And then Connor falls over, cuts his hand open. Honestly, trouble is he's tall, so he must have come down with a bit of a crash, I should imagine. Nothing worse. And a gran has died amid fears. She and 16 relatives caught the virus at a funeral. So there's now 17 people who went to this funeral who've been affected. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Also a frontliner. The first frontliner dies. Tributes to a doctor, Dr. Ahmed El Hourani, and also a London cabbie, Spencer Kurash, both of whom have lost their lives. Trevor Kavanagh, talking today, says this hysteria will kill more than COVID-19. And a lovely picture of Amanda Holden, looking wet, but she's not going out. But she's one of these people who wants to dress up. So in other words, she dresses up and she feels better. And loads of people have done it. They've got an online virtual party going on with Lisa Faulkner, Nicholas Stevenson, Tracy Ann Oberman, Angela Griffin. And they had a nice... So they all got dressed up and then they all sort of linked in together. Roger Daltrey, who's in the paper today, the legend, and he says here, pull together and don't forget kids with cancer, because he's the Teenage Cancer Trust patron. And also the 12-week isolation, very tough for teens. Very tough for anybody, I should imagine. Teens probably especially. Nigel Farage, I mean, I don't know if this is true or not. I always take everything with a pinch of salt. He's in advanced talks to take part in the next series of Celebrity Hunted. Well, there's no chance he's going to manage that. Not the amount he smokes. I mean, they just won't do it. Have you ever seen Hunted, the programme? You've got to be super fit for this kind of thing. You're being chased. I mean, I would give up. I'd be sitting on the park bed if I was him, you know, saying, just have another fag. And then we'll sort of go and hide up a tree or something. But he's been negotiating a deal to take part in the next series. So he's got to spend 14 days on the run, evade capture by an elite team, including former police and intelligence officers. Well, they'll catch him within seconds. Within seconds. It's going to be worse than Connor. You know, Connor can't run anymore because he's hurt his hand and all the rest of it. And after seeing Stanley Johnson on the show last year, Nigel said he was more keen to do it. So they say those around him think he could actually win. It was so ridiculous. He's the most unfit person I've ever met. He'd be the first to admit it as well. He'd be going, well, unfortunately, you know, there's no chance. He'd have to have a stop-off, wouldn't he, for a small sweet cherry and a couple of cigarettes. Never make it otherwise. Over on the Great British Bake Off, they're collapsing. There's Joe Sugg, who I've never heard of before, apparently fainted into the arms of a paramedic after slicing his finger, making a tray bake. Is he one of these people who, do you think, cuts themselves and goes, oh my God, blood, and collapses. Because I can't see otherwise why you'd just be collapsing. Otherwise, you should have been checked for sort of medical conditions. But he fainted on blood. I have to be honest, I trapped my thumb in a car door once, a van door. I slammed the van door shut, I was moving, and my thumb got stuck in the door at the same time. And I remember going, huh, and I opened the door, and in the Tom and Jerry cartoons, they hold the thumb up and it going, pa-pum, pa-pum. It was like that. And I looked at it, went, and I thought, I better go to the hospital, actually, because I wasn't sure what it was going to do. So I go to the hospital, and the lady saw to me. Luckily, there was nobody in there, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted anybody's time, but it blooming well hurt. And she said, well, I need to get the blood out. So she heated a needle. But you... Producer's fallen off his chair. I mean, seriously. And she took the needle and she just pushed it into the nail. and I went, ow. And she went, there you go. No point being a big baby about this, is there? She said, now what'll happen is, we've sort of stopped the pain. And then she said, but don't worry, in a few weeks' time, the nail will turn black and drop off. And so, duty bound, 2 weeks' time, all the blood under the nail started drying. So, of course, the nail looked black. And then, blow me down, a week after that, it fell off. But you never think it's going to grow back. And it does. Isn't the body a marvellous thing? The nail grew back. So, shan't be doing that again. Sorry about that, but I had to tell the story. But perhaps that's why this bloke Joe fainted on the sight of blood. Because I used to be good. When you cut yourself as a child, did your mother not say, well, don't stand there dripping all over the place, put it in your mouth? And then you'd sort of suck... No, just me again. A very poor family, actually. Sorry about that. Let's do morning. We were just talking, actually, about when I did my skin graft, they gave me a thing, because they said you have to keep it dry. And they sell this thing, which is like a sleeve, which has got a zip on it, and it goes up and then it's sort of tight round your wrist. And it means you can actually... I mean, it's very inconvenient to have a shower like that, but I mean, just better than a bath, I suppose. Jane says, a collective ugh across the listeners you told about the treatment of your poorly finger. Thanks for that. I know, I do tell a good story. Poor old Corey, not at all well. Steve, I watched Lion on Netflix yesterday. Broke my heart, poor little lamb. Defo worth watching. Yes, definitely worth watching. Laughing though, says Jane. And somebody says you are absolutely a key worker. I know. I've got a piece of paper that says I'm a key worker. I love it when you get the snowflakes. Oh, you're not a key worker. You think, of course I am. I'm a broadcaster. It only goes to prove that poor little soul, the one who writes the stupidest things you've ever read in your entire life. I mean, honestly, it's called Where is the Family Brain Cell? And the answer is probably the same place as Brian's and Steve's earlier on. And I thought that only the BBC would be broadcasting during this. Commercial radio, what are you on about? Absolutely a key worker. Sick of people saying, don't kiss my puppy. But dogs don't get the virus. Even though, Steve, I still wiped her down with antibacterial wipes. Oh, you're supposed to do that? I don't know if you could do things like that. I mean, I don't know. Can animals give it to other animals? Is that how it works? I mean, what do you do about cats? When cats go out, is that okay to let the cat out and then it comes back in again? I don't know. Not very well up on the cat situation, much as I'm a cat and dog lover. I can't work out whether you can get things like that. Looking at the astonishing tweet from Donald Trump. I'm a great friend and admirer of the Queen in the United Kingdom. It was reported Harry and Meghan, who left the kingdom, would reside permanently in Canada. Now, they've left Canada. Yeah, they're just wandering about, aren't they? He doesn't know what to do. They're going to have all these advisors. Won't make they'll be making money out of nothing. So he says the US will not pay for their security protection. They must pay. They've said that they will. Well, it'll be the first time they've actually coughed up for something. That'll be the first time. We're still waiting for our money back. Also, after Charles, now the Queen's footman has got the coronavirus as well. And yet still, she appears to be fine. Travel restrictions lifted in Wuhan. Passengers arriving there. They're not doing the 2 metres away. Where do we get the 2 metres from? Was that people in this country? And Michael Gove has suggested China was to blame for the lack of mass testing for the coronavirus. I told you Holland ordered 600,000 masks. They've had to take them all back again. They are not fit for purpose. That's the danger. You might be buying things on the internet which really are about as useless as a chocolate teapot. Steve, my stepfather hates needles. He panics when he has to have one. He said, well, I'm not good with needles either. And I inject every day, but I'm not good with needles. So when they do the blood, you know, well, you probably don't know, but if you're a diabetic, they take your bloods every so often. I mean, the needle looks enormous to me. And strangely enough, the person who actually administers it, she's not very keen on needles either. I mean, they sort of strap your arm up, and I always think, well, where the dickens is that bloomin' vein? They always seem to find it. And then I sort of sit there and I count ceiling tiles. It's the only way I can get myself through it. I count the ceiling tiles. I sort of 1, 2, 3, and they always go just a little scratch. You think, oh God, it's like going to the dentist, isn't it? They go just a little scratch. You think, oh, terrible. I don't think we'll actually we'll do that. I might look at this app actually. If it costs nothing or about £2, I'm hoping to find a nothing one. We're going to see if this worked earlier on. As I say, if not, nothing to do with me. Producer's fault. He was the one who said, oh, you just do this, and then took a picture of these things, which I sort of put in front of it and whisked it away very quickly. And then I said, are they all sent yet all together? So God knows what's happened the other end. It'll be it's so clever, isn't it? When you think about it, it actually transmits. There's no wires on my phone. I'm not connected to Hillary's phone in any way, shape or form. It's just, it sends it up into the atmosphere. It goes flutter, 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 and then rearranges it all the other end. Like in Mary Poppins, when Mr. Banks rips up the children's letter. You must be kind, you must be witty, very sweet and very pretty. They're looking for a nanny. Hurry, nanny, many thanks sincerely, Jane and Michael Banks. And he goes, yeah, probably can't remember. And he rips up the letter, and then it floats up through the chimney and goes all the way out. And it's like on the telephone. And then it lands the other end, and then Mary Poppins had the complete letter. And so when she stands there, she goes, you must be kind, you must be blah, blah, blah. I'm very firm, blah. And he's looking at the letter, thinking, where'd she get that from? And then she says to him, are you ill? Which seemed like the best thing to say. Steve, I've hunted high and low for Robinson's lemon barley water. Whenever we were sick at school and at home, that bottle of lemon barley water used to appear next to your bed. And I used to think, uh-oh, lemon barley water. And failing that, the other worst thing that appeared beside the side of your bed was the washing up bowl with Dettol in it. That was the other thing. And just the smell of Dettol used to make me feel a bit bilious. I didn't like it. Steve, Ailsa, try to stay strong but live alone and isolated. You and LBC are a lifeline. And yes, you are a key worker. I know, I don't quite understand where these sort of sad people are coming from. So if you know where you can get, I'll have a look for Robinson's. I'm pretty certain, is it just not on the squashes? I mean, why would people be buying squash? I mean, is it only Wimbledon that uses lemon barley water? They always have that, don't they? Because it's obviously promoted Robinson. So next to where the players sit when they're not on hitting their balls over the net, they sit down and there's lemon barley water there. I'm assuming that's some sponsorship deal, but I've never seen them drink it. Never seen them drink it. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. Somebody says, animals can catch it, but if you stroke somebody else's, it will have the owner's germs on it. You think? Yeah, there's only been one reported case is one reported case, isn't it? I mean, it might go bigger. Prince Charles is currently self-isolating with COVID-19. I can't do the remainder of the joke, but he's only got mild symptoms, hasn't he? I think it's the same as Boris. Boris has got mild symptoms of coronavirus, and I'm assuming he's at Downing Street. There's enough rooms there to actually mean that you could stay isolated, in the same way that the Queen can remain isolated if she so chooses at Buckingham Palace. They've got 7,000 rooms, but I watched a documentary yesterday on the Forbidden City in Beijing, and that had 10,000 rooms. It was the biggest palace ever built in the world, and they're just spending, I think, $800 million on restoring it, because it was built out of timbers and everything. Have you ever seen the Forbidden City? Oh, you should look at the Forbidden City. There was a place. It was one side of it was full of concubines. You know what a concubine is? Okay. Concubines were sort of people who were there to look after the emperor. Unfortunately, in the case of the emperor, who sort of built most of this thing, he was a despot. he'd been in and taken it by storm. But they used to have all the eunuchs there as well. I think at one point there was something like 800 eunuchs. And these were people loyal to the emperor. And they were taken as young boys to have their bits cut off. Literally, everything went. And some people survived, some people didn't. But they were apparently the most loyal servants to the emperor. It was said that their only loyalty was to the emperor. But I've always wanted to go to the Forbidden City. There used to be a menagerie there. There are bits you can go to as a tourist. I'd love to go. That'd be the sort of thing I'd want to go to. You know, people always say, have you got a bucket list? It used to be years ago, Machu Picchu. I always fancied going to Machu Picchu, and then I thought, to be honest with you, I don't want to climb up or anything like that. I want to be helicoptered in, have a look around, take some pictures, get in the helicopter, leave. The Titanic I would definitely love to go to. You can do that for about 30,000+. And they'll take you down to the Titanic in their little submersible. But I mean the water pressure down there it's 2 miles down. But I just like the idea of going down in a little cramped submersible. You're looking through a porthole, and then all of a sudden they go, right, we're stopping now. And then they switch on a floodlight on the front of it, and there's the front of the Titanic. I mean, that would just be... because I've seen it on the movies. So they obviously brought it up to film the movie, and then they let it go back down again. Which is great. Can you imagine, though, if you're going down in the submersible and the rope breaks or something like that? Oh, no thank you. And all of a sudden it goes dark. Because it's pitch dark down there, but 2 miles down would be the Titanic. So that's why you need that film, Into the Abyss. I think it's called Into the Abyss. And it was made by Disney, but it's the documentary of them going into the Titanic, actually going into the ship with a little submersible. It's well worth getting. It's the best documentary you'll ever see on the Titanic. And then what they do is, well, they show you the ship as it is, and then they recreate what it would have looked like. So you can see people on the decks and stuff like that. But they go into the cabins, into some of the cabins there, and the little submersible knocks into things and you get a shower of dust. Because it's gradually imploding on itself. Within about 20 years, it will have vanished completely. All the insects who are eating all the metalwork down there. But I'd quite like to do that. Quite like to do that. I'd quite like to live in a house with a big spectacular staircase that I could put lights on, and each separate step would light up. I quite fancy that idea. So when you come down to greet your guests, you go down, 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 down. I do it in a top hat and tails. Oh well. Most of it just remains a fantasy, but it doesn't really. Is the time just woken up? Say Anne and Eric. Well, it's ridiculous. It's 6:20, for goodness sake. We're practically through the end of the programme. Can you believe that we're in the old and vulnerable category? Well, I think that's actually quite nice. I think that's quite nice. Steve, LBC is my source of information, which is good. Steve, something positive with everything going on. A month ago, I told you we brought our dog home, 3 months old, and she's really filled the gap me and my wife had in our lives, Sue says. So there we go. Also, I'm still making deliveries to builders merchants. Been told no work, no pay. Well, that's self-employed, isn't it? It depends. I see that Kevin the Milkman says, I wish I had a super-duper phone. My phone is so old when I try to make videos, it comes out in sepia. Such an old joke. And from Liz, who's the one who watched Lion, which we recommended the other day to people, because you must watch it. Stephen, originally from London, says, my wife Anna and daughter Sophia listening to your show on lockdown at a hotel in Chennai, next to the international airport, waiting for flights to get back to the UK. I've been working in India for over 6 years, still in high spirits, as long as we have our breakfast tea, HP sauce on the breakfast and your radio show on the internet. Life could not be any more complete. John says, thank you to Steve and the team. Let's all respect the families. I don't think anybody's ever not respected the families who've lost loved ones. Once this is dealt with, we can only hope humanity has a bit of respect for each other. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I think we will all live our lives completely differently. After this is over, we will then appreciate everything that we've got. Absolutely everything. Seriously, I mean, I seriously believe that. We're going to, all the things that we've taken for granted, all the things we've gone, I don't need to do that, I don't need to do this. It'll be a case of you'll be valuing everything. And if it is finished or moved away by Christmas, and that's entirely up to you. If you follow the government guidelines and the advice, then, we might get through this a little bit quicker. Oh, Nick Ferrari, incidentally, has a podcast, because with the news about the coronavirus, the pandemic, constantly moving, LBC's Nick Ferrari brings you a brand new daily podcast. He'll provide you with an insight into everything you need to know about the COVID-19 outbreak. He'll also be speaking to the experts to keep you up to date and to give you the best advice. Download now via the Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts. Somebody else says something positive. Something positive. It's nice to have LBC with us for 24 hours a day. Yes. And all very well the government saying we must take the virus seriously, but flights are still coming in yesterday to Heathrow from Spain, Italy and New York. The hypocrisy is flabbergasting and terrifying, says Richard, because people are just walking. They don't seem to be testing anybody. People seem to be getting off flights. And we're all thinking, well, I mean, should they not be tested? By the time the NHS staff are asked to test, they've already finished self-isolation and they're back in work. You know, let's look after the people who are looking after us and try and remember. Let's stop these stupid people going out there. This little football team in Cardiff in South Wales, obviously a bunch of complete bozos, you know, playing. The police have to say to them, have you heard about people dying? I just wondered, actually, you know, because you're looking at the next phase by the look of it. Terrible, really. But there's also all these locals confronting a day tripper. Get off. Go home. We don't want you here. You know. So locals are springing into action. They're making sure that people don't go and visit tourists. I mean, I can't believe the stupidity that people are actually going out to tourist attract. There were some people who went camping up, was it Snowdonia or the Pennines or something? And somebody said, what on earth are they doing? And you think, perhaps they're stupid. Perhaps they don't understand what's going on. Perhaps they think this just affects sort of old people. Unfortunately not. It's affected all ages, and they don't have to have an illness that people are aware of. These are relatively healthy people. They were doing a list the other day of all the people, the younger people. They have no underlying health issues at all. Everton says still sweeping the runway at RAF Fairford. No air show this year. No, what have they just cancelled as well? They cancelled Trooping the Colour, haven't they? I think Trooping the Colour's been cancelled because that would bring out all members of the forces. Donny says, I've been a bit quiet over the last week as a nurse in central London. I've been very busy. It's very busy everywhere, isn't it? Very, very busy. And another one here. A lot of people still talking about delivery, because somebody had told me, and I think it was still there, that B&Q were open for things. And somebody said, but if they're not opening garden centres, B&Q sell plants, don't they? Or have they sort of opened and now they decided to close? Because I thought that they were still open, some of them. Yet the garden centres are closed, so you can't go and wander around there unless they start doing it in the same as they do it in the supermarkets. Tesco are the ones bringing in these draconian measures of, you know, 1 milk, 1 sugar, 1 packet of cereal, they're limiting. And if you order online, limited to 50 items. So they're actually stopping people stockpiling, and I think that will run for a little while. Feeling a bit rubbish, Steve, so I'm in self-isolation, but strongly recommend the movie The Darkest Hour. Inspiring given our country's predicament. Do you think Boris could be our Churchill? I don't think so. I don't think Churchill ever got coronavirus, did he, in any way, shape or form? So best wishes to everybody at the moment. Well, that's all we can hope for. The front pages of the papers. The Daily Mail's got the best reads, because if you're really... But they are bitten by the DIY bug. Stores busy despite lockdown. Couple in Kent walking out with a trolley full of plants. And in Kent, a home store. In Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham, customers emerged from a branch of B&M with a variety of non-urgent items. The website of firms like B&Q and Wix, which have been offering online ordering for click and collect or home delivery, have crashed or imposed long virtual queues because of the huge numbers logging on. So people are obviously still... I mean, there's people walking out with things. I don't really think you need to wander out with cushions at the moment. Are they an essential buy? Probably not. The panic buyers who have dumped their food, and the green light to take the abortion pill at home. So the abortion laws have been relaxed to allow women to take pills at home to terminate a pregnancy. There's a chef died here, an Italian chef living in London. A doctor allegedly told him not to worry. It seems to work fairly quickly, doesn't it? I mean, it's about as quickly as it can be. Also, the 3-day weather forecast. Tomorrow, cloudy. Chances of wintry showers. Cloudy with some sunny spells here in the south. On Wednesday, in the north, cloudy with a chance of showers, and the south mostly dry with some sunny spells. Today, cold, chance of showers. It is definitely cold. It is definitely cold. Also, the Queen has snapped up the PR hotshot cut loose by Harry and Meghan. That's called Let Go by Harry and Meghan. What they're going to be doing, I've got no idea. To be honest with you, I really couldn't care less. The Sun this morning, Ace tells fans stay in and then crashes car after 4 a.m. party. And that'll be the Premier League star Jack Grealish. They call him the Aston Villa hypocrite. The football club are waiting to question him at the moment. Daily Star, they've got the same story, Premier Race car riddle, and the rubbish that's being thrown away. Food rubbish. They actually went out and bought it and then suddenly realised that the sell-by date meant you can't eat it now. The Mirror, NHS heroes' death on the front line. Doctors are pleading for more protective kits. Why are they not getting them? Why are they not getting them? Surely you are protecting the people who are on front line. Would you not think so? Also, on the Eye, the new NHS field hospital, ready within days, which is good news. They say London Exhibition Centre should be operational this week. The Guardian, Tony Robinson on crisis comedy and his cunning plan. And the pressure to provide equipment grows after 2 UK doctors die. We don't want to read any more headlines like that, thank you very much indeed. Britain faces 6 months of curbs. We can't revert to normal, but in 3 weeks they're going to be looking at it and maybe opening up a few other places, provided. It's almost like, dangling the carrot, isn't it? And saying, provided we're all good and we follow the advice, we should be okay. So we keep our fingers crossed. That's just about it this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Today, on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Joe Sugg faints on Bake Off. Possibly the most, I'm going to sneeze, excuse me, thank you. Possibly the most interesting thing he's done on there. Ruth Langsford has said Eamon Holmes makes her feel sexy. Well, anybody could feel sexy standing next to Eamon. And President Trump says he won't pay for Harry and Meghan's security. Perhaps they'll get a job. In all these times, you can always rely, can't you, on the Beckhams to come through for you. Somebody has advised them so badly, this possibly could be the biggest mistake of their lives. Because with people losing their jobs, with people being laid off, with people running out of money, what have the Beckhams done? They've apparently, according to one of the papers, spent £20 million on a penthouse apartment and they're flashing it off. That's just what you need, isn't it, really? Whoever advised them on that one needs to take the back seat and go elsewhere. I mean, honestly, what a thing to do. What a thing to do. It's just I couldn't believe when I saw it. I thought, are they really stupid? Do you think somebody went to them and said, listen, let's show people this other house that you've got that you won't be visiting very often? Ridiculous. Thomas is doing a jigsaw at the moment. What, at this precise moment? Is he doing it or he's doing it at home? Good Lord. And he's managed to find Toy Story 4. It's sort of themed. God, I knew he'd end up doing something boring. I mean, I started doing one. It was Paris by Night. And it's lovely. It is just all black. There's nothing there at all. It's like somebody's turned the lights off, but it's still incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. So it comes as no surprise that Thomas, who must have run out of ideas of what to do at home ages ago, has taken to jigsaw. There's a bloke in the paper today. He's talking about jigsaws. And say it's his job. He goes around the charity shops and checks that the jigsaws that they sell have got all the pieces. Because there's nothing worse than buying a jigsaw in a charity shop, taking it home, and then all of a sudden going, oh, there's a piece missing. Right in the middle. Anyway, it is nice to have your company. Yesterday was cold. I did nip out. I nipped out and I nipped back in again. Because it was a bit nippy. We had the sunshine out. And my next-door neighbour, she said she was going to go and sort of find plants up the road because we thought the garden centres weren't open, but we then discovered yesterday that some of the B&Qs were open, which kind of... I mean, why buying cushions would be an essential item, I can't imagine. Far more important to get the high street operating again, or restaurants operating again, because I think there's a restaurant that might have gone under. If it hasn't, it's certainly on the brink. That's Carlucci's. That one was all over the place, and they said they just can't survive. And you think they're a big chain. What about some of the little places? The little places that can't survive at all. And then, as I say, you get the flashy Beckhams going, oh, look, we've spent 20 million on an apartment. I'm hoping it's a bit of fake news, because I knew they'd looked at this one ages ago. But they said they've got a place in Notting Hill, they've got a place in America, they've got a place in the Cotswolds, And now they've got this place in wherever it is, and you think, I'm sorry, should she not try and resurrect her business? She said she's going to give 20% to the NHS of her online orders. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I didn't think there were orders in the shops, let alone online orders. Definitely not. But if you don't have a computer, you're probably feeling a little bit... because you need a computer in these days. I mean, you know, if you've got a hobby... The nice thing is that you can indulge your hobby. I don't know what people do for hobbies nowadays. I mean, Thomas does a jigsaw, but that's not really a hobby, is it? That's just something to keep him mentally aware because he is a Mensa member. Well, he thinks he is. He's not really. I'm just sort of saying that. I don't think he's ever been to Mensa. Might have had one of their baked potatoes once, and that's as far as it went. And so I used to have all sorts of little hobbies years ago. Now I don't have any hobbies. What? Oh, I don't want to tell you, that would spoil the story. I'm saving it for later. I don't give everything away in the first 5 minutes of the programme. Could you imagine? People tune in, they go, oh, he's already told us. Shan't listen to the rest of the programme. Sorry? Used to sail. Oh, right, on a boat. Oh, right, with the mast and everything. Right, lovely. Was it a big boat or just a little topper? Oh, right, I think I've heard of those. I think I've heard of a topper. They're very small, aren't they? They're not very... What, to have a sailing boat? Well, it's certainly not working class, is it? That's why I used to love Bullseye. Do you remember Bullseye with Jim Bowen, Super Smashing? You won a Land Rover, and they live on a council estate in Wigan. Oh, there we go. It's it's one of these ones where you lean over the side, isn't it? How much are they? They're not too expensive. Not too expensive, are they? They're sort of a couple of thousand, probably. I don't know. You didn't have your own? Oh, you'd rent a boat. Oh, right. Well, that's okay, though. I mean, it's never interested me in the slightest. I'm not good with water anyway. Even though I'm Pisces, I can't bear... I mean, I've done swimming before now, but even that taxes me a little bit. So I'm not particularly bothered about sort of swimming. Yeah, how much? About 500 quid. Oh, that's all right, isn't it? You can cope with 500 quid. I'd rather do something on land, though. I know it's very good to be fit. But if I'm going to go on the ocean, I want to make sure the thing's big enough to survive by itself. I don't want to sort of sit there leaning over the side going, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick. And they go, OK, lean over the side. And then all of a sudden, that beam that comes in from the bottom of the side comes in and whacks you in the chest. Next thing, you're dragged behind this boat. They had a woman on the telly this morning. She's American. And nothing unusual in that. They're allowed on the television. But what does she do? She's a world champion. And she was about 55, 60, skydiver. She skydives, and they made her own canopy, but it's not like a parachute. This was something that it's sort of like long, and it's sort of like that. It's sort of like lots of toilet rolls put together. And when they drop her out of the plane at 2,000 feet, everything is very small, but she's got to hit a target with her foot, which tells you how fast or how near she is to the centre. And she was 7 centimetres out the other day. But when you see the camera that was fixed on her head, and she just sort of falls out the plane, and of course, I think people think that when you fall out, you float. La, da, 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 da. No, you don't. You're plummeting to the ground at 200 miles an hour. And the idea is you have to then work out when you sort of yank your bit of rope, and out comes this para sort of chute type thing. And she's sitting in like a seat holding 2 ropes. Frightened the life out of me. Frightened the life out of me. I got sweaty palms just watching her sit, and I'm thinking, just supposing there's a rip. Well, that thing's going down like... and apparently 30 people every year, I discovered, die through skydiving. And you think, well, of course they do. You know, just imagine the parachute doesn't open, and you're going, oh, God. You know, it doesn't get any worse than this. And... I couldn't do it. No, I mean, I've got a fear of... I can't stand on a chair. I don't want to be strapped to a professional. I've heard about things like that before, I tell you. That'll be another court case. But, there's £2. Yeah, but, all right, well, just supposing they go, oh, I wonder where my second... Oh, we forgot to pack it. That's a shame, isn't it? Halfway down, you meet the bloke coming up. Because if you hit a thermal, apparently, that whisks you up to where you were before. And she was very good at getting herself out of a thermal. I still wouldn't do it. My hands have gone quite cold thinking about that, because I looked at how far down... I mean, I'm bad enough on roller coasters. I get to the top and everybody goes, whee! They're all holding their hands up like that. Not me. I'm clinging onto the bar. Clinging onto the bar thinking, just supposing it came off the tracks. I always think about the worst case scenario. I think about everything. It's like I woke up this morning... and and I had a bit of a sore throat. And I thought, and you know what you do in the morning? If you're a broadcaster, most broadcasters do this. They go, la, 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 la. You have to sort of get your voice in tune. You can't just go on air without, I mean, if you were going on air, you need to talk to people so it then lubricates your voice and then you're all ready. And I, la, 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 oh, God. Don't tell me sore throat. So I rushed to the kitchen, shoved aside the butler, and I made my own cup of coffee. They don't need to sort of make it for me. I'm quite capable of doing it now. I've got a machine, you push a button and it dispenses hot water. And so I had the first cup of coffee, and at the same time I'm doing la 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 la, and it was still sounding a little bit rough. And I thought, no. And so I then sort of I went to the bathroom, I got the shaver out, and then I thought I'll have another cup of coffee. Second cup of coffee did it. I was absolutely fine on the second cup of coffee. But for the first one, I don't know why, but whether or not I was sort of sick. And I sleep with the windows open. I'm a bit peculiar like that, because I work on the assumption that if you sleep with the windows shut, you get a bit stuffy. And I like to wake up with a clear head, which is what I do every morning, and sort of bounce out of bed, which is lovely. 2 cups of coffee, yeah. It is a lot of coffee, yes. Well... No, not with 2 cups of coffee. No, goodness sake, no. That's only like a double espresso, isn't it? Why would you worry about something like that? No, 2 cups of coffee's fine. And then I get into here, and I'll either have a cup of soup, or I'll have a cup of tea. And this morning I'm on my 4th cup of tea. But you need it, apparently. Although somebody said to me once, it was a broadcaster, he said, you drink tea in the morning, Steve? And I said, yeah, I drink tea in the morning. And he said, you're not supposed to drink tea in the morning. The milk's not very good for you. It sort of means you're constantly producing phlegm and everything. And I thought, it didn't sound very exciting at all. But I thought, but I've been fine with the cups of tea. I need the tea. I know that Luke's still on his sort of diet thing, which involves drinking water. And Corey's on the, you've got Jaffa cakes kind of day, which is lovely. So we had some Jaffa cakes. He had Jaffa cakes. He's eaten half the packet already, yeah. And then he said, perhaps we could give some to Luke. And I said, no, well, Luke can't have them because it's got chocolate on the Jaffa cake. Can you just, if I lick the chocolate off, could you have the rest of it? Would that be okay? No. All right. I like to sort of check on these things. I don't want you to miss out. So anything that's got chocolate on you can't have. Oh, right. You had a pizza? Take the pepperoni off the pizza? What's the point of that? Yeah. Oh, right. Well, it doesn't work like that, does it? Because it's got cheese on the pizza. What do you think that is? Oh, well, you were vegetarian. Oh, right. So you've been vegetarian and you were drunk. So alcohol's okay, is it? Honestly, you're very flexible, aren't you, with these sort of... Yeah, I think I'm Piscatorian. And that's what Thomas was when he first started. Now, anything. Absolutely anything. And there's none of this sort of... It's all sort of done... I think it's the same as me going, I love wearing glasses. I think glasses make me look desperately attractive. Unfortunately, I can now see how desperately unattractive I am, so it never quite works, actually. So, Steve, I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. I've not been able to sleep tonight. Oh, do you know, when I climb into bed, I'm fast. I mean, I've never timed it, but I reckon I'm asleep within 2 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes. I'm very quick. Mainly because, I mean, even if I have a little bit of a sleep during the daytime, and it would only be about... Well, yesterday, I did get back in, and I got confused because the cleaner wasn't there, and I thought, oh, wait a minute, where's Mr. Vizzino? And, of course, I suddenly realised I was getting home at 7:15, whereas normally I get home at just gone 8 and he's already started work. And of course, he wasn't there at all. But he turned up later, because he's got to wash everything down and clean and vacuum, and about 3 of them that come in, which is good. And so I then sort of went in, I thought, right, I'll have a little sleep. I need to go and get some food, but nothing important. And I left it till the middle of the afternoon, which I thought was better. No point rushing out in the morning. So I left it till the middle of the afternoon, just picked up some stuff for here, and some instant mashed potato, which I then had with bacon and beans. I was like a real cowboy. Like a yippee-yi-yay, I did in the kitchen, as I was having my beans and bacon. I'm not sure cowboys ever ate beans and bacon, but I enjoyed it. Still to come this morning, shamefaced Premier League idiot Jack Grealish apologises for being really thick. Really thick. The glimmer of hope, as the spread shows the sign is slowing down. Let's not get too excited. But I think that's good news. That makes me feel better. All you've got to do is sort of stay in and only go out for those essential things like going off to the chemist, nipping out to get some essential foods, things like that. It can all be done. And then you just do it, go back home again. Do it, go back home again. So I shall nip out to the chemist a little bit later on. And Jill says, if your parachute fails, Steve, you put your arms out at shoulder height and cross your ankles. It doesn't actually save you, but it does make it easier to unscrew you from the ground. You imagine? Things like that make me smile, actually. Because I can imagine, it's like a cartoon scenario, isn't it? A cartoon scenario. We love a cartoon. Love a cartoon. What did I buy yesterday? I bought something I remember thinking, I'm quite pleased about that. Can't remember the life of me what it was. I've been on to Amazon a few times and ordered a few things, because to be honest with you, it's relieving the boredom. So I don't know what I've got arriving in the next few days, but most of it's arriving really quickly. They're very good, Amazon, round our way. Same as our postman. Very good. What should we do? Somebody says, next time, try gargling with TCP. Do you know, I can't bear the smell of TCP. I can't bear... It always makes you feel slightly queasy anyway, doesn't it? But it's only because I woke up this morning. I had a little bit of a sore throat, and lo and behold, ta-da, it's gone. Also, Ron says, after self-isolating for 2 weeks, I'm starting a job today as a volunteer driver for the NHS. That's good. Do you know what they were doing the other day, which I thought was brilliant? All the airline staff who have been laid off by their airlines, they're going to be working, helping out the NHS in wherever it was, some new centre that they're opening up, and the airline will carry on paying them. I thought that was a brilliant idea. Very good idea. Greetings from Ireland, Christine. How are you? And she says, wonderful to have you on the radio. You already know I'm your biggest fan in Dublin. They did a piece on Dublin the other day. And I remember thinking, it does seem to have this reputation, especially with the Brits. Let's go to Dublin. Let's go and sit in pubs and drink ourselves into oblivion. Whereas all the Irish are going, come over, please. I've never drunk Guinness. Never drunk Guinness. I've drunk Irish whiskey. And I had a fling with somebody from Ireland many, many years ago, which I thought was quite nice. Very nice. I've had Irish cream. Yes, I've had Kerrygold butter. I tell you, no stopping me. I tell you, I'm living the Irish dream. I really am. And I like the idea of going into a pub and people are playing instruments. I've never done it in my entire life, but I just quite fancy that idea of sort of listening to people playing. I'm very jealous of anybody who can play a musical instrument. I'd love to be able to play a violin. You imagine just picking up a violin and just playing. I watch people constantly in orchestras on YouTube thinking, are you really playing that? And I like to see if I can watch two people at the same time, simultaneously, to see whether they really are playing it or whether they're miming. Because I can't believe people are that good. I can understand all the brass section and the timpani and everything else, but I quite fancy playing a violin. But being able to play everything. The girls who went on tour with Michael Flatley when he did Lord of the Dance, they were dancing and playing the violin. I can't dance and do this programme. You wouldn't thank me, I promise you. My dancing's not bad. Even a friend of mine, I went to a wedding and she said, you can shake a tail feather, can't you? I certainly can. I've got natural rhythm, people tell me, which is quite nice. Locked into the spike, says Waj, thank you. Happy to hear you. Keep well. And the team, says Jane in Cockfosters. Well, so far, we're riding high. We're being very good. We're keeping our distances. We finish. We go outside. Producer hangs around just to make sure that I get into the car. And then once I'm in the car, he then pops his headphones on. He didn't want to talk to anybody. And he wanders off down the road. Where he goes to, nobody knows. He just sort of disappears. It's almost like the amazing Mr. Blunden. 1 minute he's there, and then the next minute, whoosh, goodbye. Cheerio, then. You've got to get this film. I tell you, it's classic. You'll die laughing when you hear me and my impressions. It's all very good. So you're all occupying yourselves at home, I think. The good thing is, make phone calls. But, of course, everybody's phone bill, if you're not on a special tariff, it must be going through the roof because you're sending messages to people. I'm spending not a fair bit of the day, but once you get texting and stuff like that, I'm just non-stop texting, especially if you're having like a full-blown conversation. Not that I think you can transfer the coronavirus in any way, shape or form through some telecommunications device. But I like the idea that you can send text backwards or... But my typing actually is difficult. I'm not the fastest in the world, but, I think I've got the wrong shaped fingers. I think that's what it is, because sometimes, you push lucky and it spells something completely different. Because you think, oh, I should really look at it as I'm doing it. My mother, we used to have a guy here, not here, in one of our previous buildings, called Douglas Moffat, and he could type without looking at the keyboard. He could have a conversation. You can do that. Yeah, but we're not interested in you. What are you telling me that for? Did I ask you, Luke, can you touch type without looking at the keypad? No. So do not butt in on somebody else's story. Oh, it's just dreadful, honestly. Really. He's got to make it about himself. It's always got to be about himself. If we mention the fact that, oh, Steve's gone vegan now, be having, oh, no, you're not really vegan. You think, well, he wasn't born vegan or vegetarian. He kind of inherited it. Because he goes out with people who are vegetarian. I suppose it's like people wearing glasses. You're attracted to somebody else wearing glasses. He's actually attracted to vegans. It's like a little homing signal that sort of goes on, hello, vegan. And then they all sort of meet in secret in phone boxes and things like that late at night. You think they're making a phone call. They're not having a meeting about what they're going to eat for the next month. Or in his case, nothing. Nothing at all, just drinking water, because he thinks the weight is falling off. Sadly not. It's not made any difference at all. Just because you're not eating and you're just drinking water, that does not mean you're going to look as though you've lost weight. You're going to have to run it for about 3 years or something, not eating. And there again, there is the risk of sort of not surviving. So you have to eat. Have you not had some dry toast? I mean, have you eaten anything? What did you have yesterday? You had a salad. Yeah. What did you have the salad with? Pardon? A vegan sausage roll. What's that? A vegan sausage roll. How can it be a sausage roll? The clue is in the word sausage. That would not be vegan. Well, she doesn't do them. It must be a factory because she died years ago. I mean, I can't see her still making them in heaven and sending them down a chute or something. But it tastes like a sausage. How do you know? You don't know. You do because you've got no idea what sausages taste like. I'm telling you. I mean, sorry? Pastry's nice. Can you have pastry? Oh, you sure? Oh, you can. Well, how do you know? How do you? Yeah, but how do you know? How do you know? They tell you and you believe people. Well, there you go. Have one of my Jaffa cakes. They're vegan. Once I've sort of cut the chocolate bit off the top and you've just got the little sponge base, you could just have the sponge base. I nearly bought you some poppadoms, but then I thought, nah, he wouldn't have bought them for me. Why should I bother doing the same? Steve, day 5 of lockdown, spoke to a spider today. Seems nice. She's a web developer. Gets worse. I think people are slowly going round the bend, aren't they? You can talk type, it's easier. I type, but I do it with 2 fingers. But this bloke, Douglas, he could literally be having a conversation with you and typing up his financial reports. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. See, I can't do that. Somebody says, playing the violin as I listen to you. Oh, that sounds just slightly mad at this time of the morning. Niall says, I've tried vegan sausage rolls from Aldi. They taste fine. So there you go. You can go there. Because you can't go to Greggs at the moment. It's not open. So you can't, you went to Aldi. Oh, you changed your mind now. It wasn't Greggs at all. It was Aldi. I mean, I think you're becoming befuddled. No sausage rolls. What's the blooming point? What is that? No, not really, no. I'm very bored with it, actually. I mean, I don't care what anybody eats. You could, live on a diet of ice cream, as far as I'm concerned. But it's just when people try and ram it down your throat. That's when it kind of... I sort of back off and I go, listen, I don't care. I don't care. People go, I'm vegetarian. I go, I really don't care. It's not going to affect my life. I am a carnivore. I'm eating meat, I mean, not to the extent of sort of ripping chickens' heads off and stuff like that, but I do like a piece of chicken. I do like a piece of steak. But, and I did buy a couple of salads the other day, which I had with chopped ham, and then I covered it in salad cream. I went really to town on that one. I thought, if you're going to push yourself over the edge, Steve, this would be the thing that would push you over the edge. My favourite meat... I am quite partial at the moment to bacon. I mean, I do eat not a huge amount of bacon, but probably every 3rd day. Pardon? Smoked. I'm not bothered. I just pick up whatever looks most interesting. Whatever. I mean, I'm not bothered if it's smoked or unsmoked. I like fillet steak. I don't like sirloin steak. I don't like rump steak. I just do fillet steak. which I quite like, which I have every so often. Not that chips. I haven't had chips at home for, the best part of 2 years. I don't want to fry anything. You know, somebody said to me, fried food is really bad if you're a diabetic. And so I thought, well, that's okay, because I don't fry anything anyway. I did do some scampi once, about 6 months ago, but chips I haven't had in ages. And I used to love chips. I could sit down there with a bowl of chips, a little bit of salt in your belly button, and then you just sort of dip the chips in, you know, because you don't take the whole salt cellar in, do you? I don't even have salt at home. That's two things I've not got at home. I've got no sugar, and I've got no salt. I don't do vinegar either. Used to do it on chips years and years ago, when you used to go into the fish and chip shop and they'd say, salt and vinegar? You go, yes, and they'd sort of, and it used to taste fine, but I used to get a bit sort of overwhelmed with the smell of vinegar. So I don't do vinegar now, just a little bit of salt. But if I'm at home, I mean, I haven't had chips at home for years. Mainly because I'm sort of too, you know me, I'm accident prone. There is a very good danger that I could set fire to the place. You know, I'd knock into the saucepan or something that I was frying it in. I've seen all these things on the television which look lovely, where you put the chips in and it dry fries. So you buy sort of oven chips and it sort of cooks them inside in like a drum which rolls around, a bit like a washing machine, but without socks and pants in there. It's just got chips and you put them in, and I thought I quite fancied one of those. I thought perhaps there's another thing I can fall onto. You know, fall onto everything else. 4:30 is the time. The LBC News brought to you. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. If you're a light sleeper, if you're a bad sleeper, if you're somebody who's just waking up to go to work and then you suddenly worked out, wait a minute, I'm working from home, then that's good news as well. I hope you're coping with the boredom. But the good news is that it's definitely slowing down. Okay, it's not vastly. I don't want to raise your hopes just yet, but we're heading in the right direction. Plus, you have to, as I said yesterday, if you do your bit, don't worry about the idiots out there, and of which there are a few more in the papers today, a few more stupid people who are going out there. If you don't, and you stay in, and you're good like that, well then we might get this thing beaten. They're working around the clock around the world to find a solution to this problem. But it's terrible. I was speaking to some friends of mine yesterday in Spain. I mean, it's terrible over there. They're on complete lockdown. Young Burnett says, will you have a glass of Prosecco with me as soon as Joe Allen's reopens? I'm not sure I'm coping very well with Joe Allen's not being open. Little Italy and Joe Allen's. I mean, my life is just sort of falling apart at the seams. I need to bring it all back in together. So I like the idea that they will. They were saying the other day, weren't they, 6 months? And I was thinking, oh, that'd be delightful. That means September. And then by that time, I'm expecting all the shops to remain open. But I still expect people to be careful, even with the shops open. I was amazed in Iceland yesterday. People were doing the 2 metres, but the poor person on the till is not protected by anything. They've got no masks on. They've got nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, I'm trying to be good by using a debit card and not using cash. They don't like people to use cash because apparently you could pass things on that way. So, you know. But why they haven't handed anything out to the staff in Iceland is baffling me. Totally baffling me. I would have thought at least the bloke on the till, and they have some girls on the tills there as well, would have a mask on, or there would be a screen in front of them. But there's nothing at all. They're at the mercy of the elements, I'm afraid, so maybe somebody from Iceland will re-look at that. But yes, young Burnett, I'll more than have a glass of Prosecco. I'll be having quite a few glasses of Prosecco. Definitely. Very ridiculous, says Marilyn, for the council to be monitoring Easter eggs. Well, they've been on the shelves for ages. They've been in... I'm going to sneeze. Here we go. I did this the other day. Nick Ferrari's face on the video was a delight. It really was. And then somebody said, don't worry. It's not the coronavirus if you sneeze. That's called just... I sneeze every day. I was sneezing last year. I mean, I normally do a couple, and I'm supposed to say the word pineapple, but I can never remember the blasted word I'm supposed to say. So, unfortunately, the sneeze issues forth. And now, because we have sneezed, we have to do our hands again with a little bit of hand sanitizer. There you go. And remember to do your wrists. Don't just do your handies. Do your wristies as well, okay? Gastro oven chips triple dipped with goose fat. More expensive, but Steve's safe variety. If I did have chips, it would be my downfall. But I'm delighted to say that I haven't cooked anything. I don't do anything fried. I try not to eat anything fried. I haven't done... I mean, I don't have any oil at home to actually do anything fried. I nearly bought some scampi the other day, or fish fingers. I like fish fingers. The trouble is, fish fingers are so addictive. I mean, I like the Young's fish fingers, which come with a crispy batter, and they do 14 in a box. I can eat a whole box. I know. I mean, I couldn't believe it with mayo. Absolutely. My favourite is Thousand Island dressing. Thousand Island dressing is like yummy, yum, yum. But I did buy some of these. I might have to go and get fish fingers today. Fish fingers in the Young's batter. It's in their chip shop batter. I don't know where their chip shop is, but I want to go there. And I put 3 in the frying pan, and I looked and they looked a bit sad. They looked a little bit sad. I was sort of looking at them thinking, do you know, 3 doesn't look... And then you think, I might have to sort of wait a bit longer. Because if I eat the 3 and I'm still going to enjoy them, I'll have to go back and do the... So I might as well do them all now, mightn't I? I mean, if there are too many of them, I can just throw them away. Or give them to the birds. And then I thought, no, I'm going to keep them. And so I did the whole packet of fish fingers. And you know, it was the most fantastic... It was better than sex. Seriously, it was just fantastic. It was like fish, and you wait till they cool off a little bit, and then you just eat them, like those crab sticks, which I can't bear. And then I thought, perhaps I could do some scampi. And I thought, I'm not sure, shall I go scampi today? No, I think I might have to go fish fingers. You know, I might go a fish finger roll. A fish finger roll, so you cut the soft roll, and then you put in some Thousand Island dressing, and then you slide the fish fingers in there. Lucky old fish fingers, eh? Being slid into a roll with mayonnaise. Whoa, goodness sake, honestly. I bet you're lying in bed at the moment going, I wish you'd stop talking about blooming food. There you go. Anthony says, fish finger sandwiches with ketchup. See, I do have ketchup. I do have ketchup, but I don't have it as often, because I think it's a bit common. No, I do, seriously, I can't... We never had it in our house. We never had ketchup or anything like that. The nearest that we got was Daddy's sauce. We didn't even do the OK Fruity sauce. My mother wouldn't have it in the house, so we had Daddy's sauce, but of course, that used to blow your socks off. I can remember when Coleman's brought out French mustard. Well, I was then able to enjoy mustard, because up until then, that yellow mustard, you take you'd dip... My dad used to love it on roast beef. And he'd dip it in there. Well, the first time I did it, I thought my mouth was on fire. It was dreadful. I stayed well away from that. Jaffa cakes have eggs in, so they're not vegan. Don't tell him that, Paula. This is the whole idea. We're trying to get him, because we know that he wants to cross to the dark side. We know that. There isn't any sort of decision on whether or not he is going to cross to the dark side. It's just a matter of when he is going to cross to the dark side. I mean, secretly, you can see the look of... envy on his face when sort of Corey dips into a chocolate biscuit or something like that. Steve, yours is now the only radio show I'm listening to, says Gordon in Glasgow. You're now the only radio show. All the other programmes are too doom and gloom. Well, they can only give you the information. He said, I've found a site that has all your shows going back to 2009. Well, LBC's got all my shows. We go back 7 years. There is 7 years of Steve Allen shows. If not a little bit more, actually. And so you can listen to, everything. I mean, there are so many guests on the In Conversation site. So, worth chasing. Steve, says Niall, I call Thousand Island dressing 1,000-calorie dressing. Who cares? Listen, when you're able to eat minimum 10 fish fingers, because they're not very big. They're only little, aren't they? They're about sort of 4 or 5 inches or something like that. Yeah, they're not very big at all. But they are delicious. Can you have fish fingers? No. Oh, God, here we go. I think what a boring... Imagine going around... If ever Luke goes, oh, hey, Steve, would you like to come round for dinner at my place? Pfft, I think not. What will we be having to eat? Tofu and salad. Oh, whoopee-doo. Might as well stay at home, mightn't I? Sort of share the stuff with the rabbit down the road. Why can't you have fish fingers? What's the matter with fish fingers? So there's fish in them? Oh, I forgot you don't do fish either, do you? God, blimey. What are you having for tea today? I'm sure you must have decided. There's probably a wall calendar in the kitchen. Lentils, my Jove, I tell you honestly. Makes you almost want to rush round his place, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't it? Throw yourself through the front door and go, I'm here for the lentils. I don't think I've ever cooked lentils in my life. But there again, you know, there's probably loads of food. I was watching there's a Chinese market on the television, and they eat everything. Everything. One of them was an alligator. They were eating an alligator, and it was the complete alligator. The head was still connected to it. The rest of it had been cooked, and they were slicing off meat from an alligator. I don't think I've ever eaten alligator. I don't think I want to eat alligator. Dreadful. Steve, you're making me hungry. I might have to have an early tea, says Shay. Why not? Fish fingers have to be 100% fish. If you put greaseproof on a baking tray and bake in the oven, no washing up, says Marilyn. I don't do washing up anyway. Actually, I do. No, I do. I love your show. I'm awake for no reason, listening to you. Well, that's the best way. Here we go. Here's a new one. Fish fingers and pita bread, or pita bread, with mango pickle. Fish fingers and mango pickle. I'm not sure about that one. Is that okay? Is that the kind of thing you can have? You can seriously have mango pickle. I mean, I have mango pickle on poppadoms. They do a little thing of 3 different... Mind you, I like sour cream. Steve, when the markets reopen, the price of salad is going to rocket. Right, you're barred. That's it. I don't want any more jokes like that. Thank you very much indeed. Also, ketchup and mayo combined, says Vicky. You can get, apparently, a bag of Young's fish fingers, about 50 in a bag from Costco, for about £4. I've not been to Costco yet. I don't consider it an emergency. I don't consider it necessary to go to Costco, even though it is down the road from me and other people must be going there. But I wanted to go there today to get some little bits and pieces, like Prosecco. And, because there's no chance of that running out, I'm telling you. What, Prosecco? I think it's essential. I mean, it depends your definition of an essential, doesn't it? You know, for some people it would be chocolate. Some people it'd be chocolate. For me, it would be, you know, hanging on to that cork on the Prosecco bottle, because I tell you, I can take out walls with this thing. I mean, it's dangerous. So you literally got to cling onto the bottle and then cling onto the cork and slowly ease it out. Slowly. No. I'm very good at opening Prosecco. I've had so many years' practice. No, don't do it with a knife. It's a sword anyway. Supposed to do it with a sword. You're doing it with a knife, are you? Are you allowed Prosecco? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I think you'll probably find it's got pros in it or something. You know, probably not allowed to have pros. It's probably on the banned list of things. Somebody says, well, why don't we face it? 10 fish fingers is like a small piece of fish from the chippy. You know, you are not wrong. You are not wrong, Sue and Steve, because the amount of... If you take the batter off a fish finger or the breadcrumbs, it's a little piece of fish inside. I mean, it really is a little piece of fish. You're right. A normal piece of fish from the chip shop would be the equivalent of a box of fish fingers. In fact, if not more, I should imagine. Steve, interested to know what Luke's Christmas dinner consists of. A lot of very sad people. A lot of people in tears. A lot of people sitting there going, are you sure it's Christmas? And Luke going, come on, who's for more lentils? Let's pull a cracker. Oh, no, we can't. They're not vegan. You know, there might be a present in there, which is sort of by people who eat meat. You know, it might be sort of fish or something like that. You used to get those magic fish, which you put on your hand, and if you were romantic, it curled up. No. Do you love those? Yeah. No, you can't have those. No, absolutely not, because it's a fish. And also, of course, the problem was with that magic fish on his hand, it just stayed there immobile. There was nothing going on at all. Come on, move. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Dead fish. So that's Luke's Christmas dinner. You know, it would be like being in Scrooge's place. You know, it would be. And then all of a sudden he'd have an epiphany. We've all had an epiphany. I had one yesterday. And they can't touch you for it. And all of a sudden he'll lean out the window and go, you boy. And I'll go, yes, sir. And he'll go, is the butcher's still open? I'll go, he is, sir. And he goes, is that big turkey still in the window? And I'll go, it is. And he then throws some money down on the ground. He says, come back within 2 minutes and I'll give you another shilling. I said, sod off. Go yourself. I'm doing your bloody bidding, I tell you, just so you can get a turkey. Quite fancy the idea, though. I could eat a turkey dinner now. There is a man in this country who celebrates Christmas every day. He has a Christmas dinner. What a nice person. Let's have a check. Breakfast on LBC. And, Steve, I love fish fingers, but for some reason I can't stand fish cakes. I know I don't like fish cakes either. We used to get them at school, and there was something about the coating they used to put round them. I thought it was horrible, actually. Terrible. Susie says, I'm trying hard not to eat anything or have a coffee until 8 o'clock. But thanks to you, I'm really hungry. Oh, dear. Somebody says, as a diabetic, dressed up in my Batman outfit, got my ready meals, but on the verge of demolishing them now, Selena. And somebody says, Steve, you're a type 1 diabetic? No, type 2. Type 2 diabetic. I'm tablet and insulin dependent. I'm a good boy, though. I'm a good boy. Why has nobody invented the Bombay mixed choco bar? I'll never know. Surefire winner. The producer wanted to know where you got curry sauce from. And I said, I thought people made it. I'm sure I bought a little thing of curry. I'm sure I have. I quite fancy the idea of chips and curry sauce, but as I haven't had chips for ages, I could go to the fish and chip shop. I could go to the fish and chip shop in Twickenham and get a portion of chips for sort of lunchtime or something like that. Is that seen as urgent, though? I mean, would that be seen as necessary to go? See, I'm not sure. I have to work it out in my mind. What I think is, I mean, you've got to eat, but I mean, I don't have to have chips. I can have something else. I just quite fancy now a portion of chips. It's never going to happen, is it? Steve says, Marilyn, NHS workers should all be exempt from tax and wage increases. Well, you think they should have wage increases? Yes. Listening in the Philippines, Steve, says Cora, you made me crave fish finger rolls. Unfortunately, I can't buy fish fingers here, really. Also, I use brioche rolls. Oh, they're quite nice. Brioche rolls are quite a bit posh. You can't buy fish fingers. You really? You not have any sort of frozen food shops where they would do things like that? I spend ages wandering around Iceland looking at all the marvellous pictures on the front of all the boxes. You know, be it a curry or a chicken this or chicken that or something. And big bags of chips. And you look at them and think, oh, I could just eat those. But then, luckily, the mood goes away. It sort of disappears. Another one who also doesn't like fish cakes. It's something about them, isn't it, really? Also, my internal alarm, Steve, wakes me up to you, so I then lie awake listening. In a climate of fear and uncertainty, you make me smile. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do. We're here, as Tom Swarbrick says, to brush away those dark clouds. We know it's difficult times. You don't need to be constantly reminded, not on my programme, of just how much it's important that you stay in and don't go out very often. I mean, between us, it can be beaten. It can be beaten. Listen, if all the entire world is pulling together, all the scientists and everybody else, they're all looking for this cure. Somebody's going to come up with it. And the sooner, the better. And they will. They will come up with it. We've never... Oh, well, we couldn't find a cure for the common cold, would we? Which isn't particularly good. Dennis in Grantham is type 1 diabetic. It says you should... he says, avoid frying by using oven chips. Well, I used to fry oven chips. Because they've got the oil in there. They go all crispy on the outside and on the inside. They're delicious. You never fried oven chips? What? Goodness sake, gosh, you've never lived. Never lived. I'm still trying to find those little mini Kievs, the balls, which somebody said you can get in Tesco. And I just quite fancy balls of little mini chicken Kievs. Almost like sort of party food, isn't it? You know, party. And there your balls are in a little bowl on the table. But I mean, I quite fancy that. So I could have those, but you've got to fry them. Perhaps I could shallow fry. I don't want to put myself at any risk of throwing hot oil over myself. I mean, I'm bad enough as it is, as people know have seen me. Bad joke alert. I've heard that one before. Rosemary sauce is mayo and ketchup. That's what they have, Jan, for prawn cocktails, don't they? They call it, you know, rosemary sauce. And I knew what it was, actually. I knew what it was, which was good. Talking about fish, I miss my fish and chip shop in Chatsworth Road. As soon as it's all over, I'm going to go there every night. Our one's open. Is your one not open? It's a food place. It's a takeaway. You can do that. You can't sit in and eat. But yeah, I mean, the fish and chip shop should be open. Our one is, definitely. Steve, I was disappointed with the Daily Mail printing photos of people buying plants. Surely to put plants in the garden is a good uplifting thing to do. Yeah, but it's not a necessity. Not a necessity. I mean, I would go out there and look at plants because you've got to start planting as we go through sort of April. I mean, mid-April is generally when I'm sort of filling up the plants. I'm hoping Paul Cooper gets geraniums from the nursery down in Chertsey, and then I don't have to go to a garden centre to buy things. I can just go there, which makes it much easier, because otherwise I refuse to go through summer without having plants in the garden. Definitely. Steve, get the Waitrose haddock or cod in breadcrumbs from the frozen bit. 20 minutes at 180. Lush. They are the bestest. The bestest. Sounds good, doesn't it? Trucker Dell, original Spiker, has had a few deliveries around London yesterday, and it's Thurrock to Kings Lynn to collect 26 tonne of peas to take to North Yorkshire. Are they short of peas to take there? Theo Usherwood, revealing he feared he'd never get the chance to see his son again. And is that on the LBC website? Is the interview that he gave? I know it's in the Sunday Times. But good old Theo, we did worry. Jen in Waterlooville says, been awake since 2 a.m. as we brought home an 8-week-old boxer puppy. Aren't they lovely? A friend of mine, David, used to have boxers. In fact, he had quite a number of boxers over the years. They end up with hip problems. But it was a lovely dog. And he had all of them at home. Even after they passed on, his garden has got lots of little gravestones. I mean, obviously not acres of them, but he's got little gravestones for them. Steve wanted to go to Cooper's yesterday, but was too worried with the pandemic. Yeah, they're only allowing 2 people in the shop at any one time to cope with everything. And Will Guyett says, not long till Christmas now. See, man after my own heart. He says Darren Adam will have the tree up again in a few months. I'm sorry, that's something else. No, I don't, seriously. No. And see, I mean, because we like Christmas. I mean, you get every year. I get the same snowflake. Why are you talking about Christmas? You think, well, your life is so miserable. Our life is full of happiness. We've got something to look forward to. We've got, again, balls on the tree, lights, twinkling. Because it's blooming cold enough. If we get snow, I see no reason why you shouldn't put your tree up this week. Pop it up this weekend, if you can. No, don't do tinsel. I can never get tinsel right on a tree. I use that hanging stuff, which looks, it glitters. It sort of strips of it and you sort of drape it over the branches. I don't know what it's called, actually. There's a name for it. Somebody will tell us. Sorry, darling? How many trees? We have 3. 3 trees, and I light them all. They're all lit. Each tree's got minimum... No. 1 in, 2 out. And, because I just like seeing trees. I just, I've got a thing. And so each tree's got minimum of 5,000 lights on. Except the main tree, which has 10,000 lights on. But they're only little LEDs now, but they just look nice. I'm just waiting for them to find different colours to put on lights. I quite fancy red lights, red and blue, or red and pink, or... pink and some other colours, green. But you tend not to get that. You tend to get the same things all the time. But I love Christmas lights. That's my weakness. Christmas light. If I had a weakness, it would be going out to a garden centre, seeing some Christmas lights and going, I've not seen those before. I've got one set of lights. It's not the biggest set, but it's the bulbs, the colour-changing bulbs. The bulb does about 3 colours, and that I like. And I've got boxes of lights I've not opened. Seriously, I mean, I'm going to give some to my brother because he's sort of doing his back garden up. And for Christmas, they can put the tree out there, gives them enough room, and then you can decorate it with all these lights. I've got a box of 10,000 lights, which he can have. Neil knows where you get all these things from. Secret Stash. It is Secret Stash. Paul says, terribly challenging time, reassuring that you and your colleagues remain focused and still bring a sense of humour to what will soon be a thing of the past. Absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind it's going to be a thing of the past, provided we all stick to the guidelines. Stick to the guidelines, and it's going to be an awful lot easier. We will beat it with the help of the scientists, and once they're ready, then they'll start testing people. I don't mind being a guinea pig. I'm a diabetic. I don't mind being a guinea pig. Doesn't make any difference to me. So young Burnett, we put him in the diary as soon as Joe Allen's opens. Can't wait for Joe Allen's to open again, shall we, Barry? That'd be nice. Plus, Christine says, like you, I'm an essential worker. I'm a government official. I use public transport. I'm keeping well, but I can't help worrying. I can't wait until the world goes back to normal. I don't think I'll be taking things for granted again. Do you know, Christine, none of us will. We're going to, if we get through this, and we will get through it, and we will put it behind us and go, can you imagine the days that all the shops closed? that businesses went under, and people really started suffering, and we lost a lot of people, and we go, gosh, it seems ages ago. Seems ages ago, and it will seem like ages ago. You just have to bear with it. Not the easiest thing to do. Check if one of your neighbours needs milk or bread or butter. You can go out to most of the supermarkets. There's no shortage. In fact, I noticed even in Iceland yesterday, they had pallets full of food inside, which were going onto the shelves. So they're gradually getting back, as long as people don't go mad. There was one couple with a filled-up trolley. And, of course, I came up with the idea of don't give them trolleys. Give them a basket. Give them a basket. People filling up trolleys. Ridiculous. That's how we end up with sort of people going panicky. So you have to be on the ball. You can do it. We can all do it together. I promise you. 3.5 minutes past 5 o'clock this Tuesday morning. It's the 31st of March, and we move into April tomorrow, which is quite nice. I mean, what does April bring? Rain, apparently. That's what they say. April Fool's Day tomorrow? Is it? I don't think we're going to be bothering with that one. What do you reckon? I don't think it's very likely. I mean, no, it's not. Is it April Fool's tomorrow? Is that April? Oh, right, the 1st. I thought we'd do pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. You can do that. Oh, we can do that too. Oh, how fantastic! But as we're not allowed any contact with people, that's going to be a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? It's going to go by the books. I think this year we'll have to sort of leave it and say, I tell you what, let's sort of come back at another time and do it. It's like all the people celebrating their birthdays. They go, oh, we're such a rubbish birthday this year. Let's sort of celebrate it properly next year. And I quite like that idea. I don't mind it because I told you, my brother's daughter, his youngest, she's a wedding photographer, and she's got 40 weddings booked in. I mean, she's very, very busy. Very, very busy. And of course, because nobody's getting married at the moment, they're all putting it on hold. So she's all right. She's absolutely fine. It's just that next year is going to be super duper busy, because she's travelled all over the place to sort of take wedding pictures. In fact, she even did my brother's her father's wedding pictures as well. She's very good, very clever girl. She got an award, I think, for taking wedding pictures. I like looking through wedding pictures, but once you've seen one person in a dress, they all look the same, don't they? It's the only chance that people get to actually dress up and be a bit special. People like pushing it over the top a little bit. So, have I ever watched what? Don't tell the no, I can't bear those sort of programmes. It's like, is this the one where somebody goes into a dress shop and there's a very camp man in there and a couple of other people, and they have to stand there and they go, and this is $7,000. And I'm looking at it going, it looks like a turkey, doesn't it? It really does. It's the most boring programme under the sun. I mean, don't tell. I've seen Bridezilla or Godzilla or whatever it is, where they sort of get people who are desperately sad and hate each other to get married. And no, I don't like those sort of programmes. I like the makeovers. I'm very big into the makeover programmes. I like it when I like the Nick Knowles one over here, the DIY SOS. That's very good, where all these wonderful people come together and they turn over a house in like 9 days, adapt it for a sick child or whatever it happens to be, and some of them are just stunning. Carol Vorderman used to do a very good one, which had every gadget known to man. And in America, there's a bloke called Ty who presents this programme where they send the family away, and then when they come back, they've got like a brand new house. It's got everything in. It's got huge beams and staircases, and all the rooms have been done. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. So those sort of programmes I like. Sorry? Wife Swap. No, I've not seen Wife Swap, I don't think. I've seen Wife Swap. I don't like those sort of things. I don't like a programme like that. What do you mean, Wife Swap? You sort of swap with somebody. Interestingly enough, we were talking, actually, to Bonnie only a short while ago, because we were talking about the music for Peter Pan, and Bonnie came up with all the answers for us on that one, which was great. And now she just sent me a picture. She said, just doing my shopping in Australia and being fair to everyone and taking the smallest trolley. It's a little tiny, it's like a little, sometimes you get little trolleys for children and they can push it around, makes them feel a little bit more like mum. I think that's true. She's in Coles. Now, of course, Coles was the department store, wasn't it? In Miracle on 34th Street. I think Coles was the thing. Good picture. Good picture, Bonnie. Hope you're well this morning over there. Also, they take photos and videos of funerals now, says Jackie. I know. When my mother died, the funeral director took her, because I told you she didn't have any flowers. We just had a coffin spray, which is what she wanted. And then LBC sent a wreath as well. And so the funeral directors then take a picture of the wreaths afterwards, give you all the cards from them as well, and they present it to you in a little album. Of course, ours was a little album because there was only one photo in it, and that was the wreath from LBC, which is quite nice. But they do that now, don't they? Is shopping for a new toilet seat considered essential in the current climate, says Donny? I don't know. Producer doesn't think that anything I want to do is sort of part of essential shopping at all. He probably thinks mashed potato is not really the sort of thing I should be having. You don't need mashed potato. You don't need beans. You don't need, fusilli or whatever it is nowadays. I don't even know what that is. Is that like a pasta? I knew I never liked it. So I'm not sure about shopping for a new toilet seat. But then, if B&Q's open, I mean, what are they going to do? Rope off various aisles and go, you're not allowed to buy a toilet seat. How is Corey, says James? Well, he looks okay. He seems to be okay. His hair's growing on a minute-by-minute basis. He's doing his exercises, not very well, it has to be said. But he said, do you like the band Paramore? Girlfriend likes them. Girlfriend likes it. Oh, right. That's okay. No. Oh. You like folk music? Oh, right. Gaudete, crystals, slatas, ex Maria Virgine, Gaudete. Don't you remember Steel Eye Span? All around my hat, I will wear the green. No? Oh, well, just me again. No, that was... I like Fairport Convention as well. I'm not... Actually, do you know, I'm good with any sort of music. Surprisingly, except jazz. It's the only sort of music I don't like, which is very odd. Steve, I said to my wife, I may appear on How to Look Good Naked. She said, that's easy for you. You just turn the light off. Oh, dreadful, isn't it? Russell says, can I lend one of your trees, please? I'll give it back to you at Christmas. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Another one here. The radio presenters on your shows have been amazing, keeping us updated on COVID-19. Yeah, but done in such a good way, don't you think? Done in such a good way. And I listen every day. The presenters keep me going. When all this is over, I hope that LBC are recognised for their outstanding reporting. And you two are also heroes. I've never been called a hero before. That's something nice, isn't it? I know that we're an essential service, which is nice. We have bits of paper that say that. Also, Constance says, April the 1st, 2010, I had my first stroke. God, fancy remembering things like that. Mark's Steve sell cook in the oven triple cooked chunky chips. Okay, quite nice. Also, I'm not a great lover of the police, but this is different. They've also got loved ones and are out there putting themselves on the line. A lot of them are not very well. A lot of them are not very well at all, so they have to, they've got to be out there. And you wouldn't believe, but nurses have been warned about sick attacks. There was a nurse abused the other day on the street by somebody. I mean, whether or not he realised that she was a nurse, I've got no idea. Whether he was just a stupid person. But, there should be tougher... I think they're actually saying now there should be tougher penalties for people who abuse anybody who's on the front line of the NHS. Simple as that. I'm sorry, you're an idiot. You're going to prison, and you're going now. OK, goodbye. Because you just got to stop that. Got to stop that completely. It's just absolutely appalling. And another one. Spring is here. I'm so excited. You think this is spring yet? I think we're going through some more cold weather. In fact, it is particularly cold weather. Definitely at the moment. Day 5 of lockdown, Steve. I know some people have been doing it for what seems like ages. And in Scotland, although it is Northumbrian, though. I didn't realise until today the producer comes from Rotherham. It explains a lot. I don't think I've ever been to Rotherham. You tell people Sheffield. Oh, how embarrassing! You have to sort of lie about where you come from. I know. I tell people, I was born in Bromley. Was I born in? I think I was born in Bromley. And somebody said, "Oh," and I wished I'd thought of something more exciting. I was born in Chelsea. Why not? Just tell people who were born in Chelsea. But love your Beckham bashing, says Anne in Scotland. Do you not think though This is a feature. It's in one of the papers today. The Beckhams, a while ago, went to look round an apartment, and of course, as usual with the Beckham clan, everything they do, you know, if they trip over a step, there'll be a photograph of it, or here's Harper in the kitchen, or here's Mummy doing something, and they showed you this flat that they'd looked at, priced at, well, it seems too cheap at 20 million. It really does. They say, oh, it's got a helipad. Yeah, not just for them. It's for the entire thing. They just stick it on the roof. They just put a big cross on the ground, and that's a helipad. And I thought 20 million seemed cheap for this place. It's supposed to be luxury and everything else. And so they've actually printed in the paper pictures of it. They say the Beckhams have bought it. And I thought, sorry, there's people losing their jobs out there. There are people struggling to make a living. And these two, either with the worst advice under the sun, are sort of pushing, oh, look what we've bought. You know, let's show you a guided tour around this so you can feel even worse about yourself. Absolutely shameful. Shameful, but of course, I don't think they probably realise that at all. So Meghan and Harry now moving to LA. Well, they're there. They're there. But apparently, the good news is they're going to take a few months off to look after the family. So that'll be another few months where they haven't done any work. I don't know what's happening here at all, but they're going to be paying for their own security. Charles, it's been rumoured, is going to cough up, I think, about 2.5 million quid a year, because the Duchy brings him in 21 million a year, so he's not short of money. But I thought they were going to be self-sufficient. They're quite clearly not self-sufficient. They can't pay their own security. You know, £2 million. They say the security for them is about 20 million a year. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. As long as we get our money back for the house. Thank you very much indeed. And still loving the show, though. The story is a Macy's. Oh, is it? A Macy's. No, it says Coles on this thing. This says Coles. This says Coles. And also, day 8 in the Big Brother house. Warren doesn't like social distancing. He said it's very inconvenient. It is, but we just have to do it. It's the only way to be safe, isn't it? And wait a minute. It does say Coles. Yeah, Coles. I know what Coles is. So it's definitely not Macy's. Not in the film, it's not Macy's either. Might be one of them. Show me your hand. Oh, well, it's a little bit better. It's not leaking as badly as it was yesterday. But at least we're sort of getting there. Slowly but surely. I know. I love the way you look as though you're in the wars, Connor. It's like, oh, dude, my hand hurts. You know. But, exactly, his surname. Yeah, same thing. How useful. That's the only thing we've thought of, actually. Nothing else. Wait a minute. Oh, that's better. That's better. If you're lying in bed and you're thinking, I'm going to get up now and I'm going to have a cup of tea, now would be a good time to have a cup of tea at 5:15 in the morning. Definitely nice to be company. It's Tuesday, 31st of March, so tomorrow's the day we do Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month, and no returns. And then you have to do White Rabbits and all the other bits. I get confused by it. To be honest with you, I don't think we're feeling upbeat. We're feeling upbeat because we've heard the news that it appears to be slowing down. Now, this is not... Don't get too excited about this just yet. I'd rather wait. If they say in a week's time you can see a slow, gradual slowdown, well, then I'll be even more excited and we can all be cock-a-hoop together. But at the moment, it's heading in the right direction, but only you can change it. Only you can change it. You can be the ones who stay in, who don't go out. I do see people going out and we saw a few people walking about this morning. But it was literally in the whole of London, the bits that we went through, which is the main bit through Piccadilly Circus, down the Mall, down St James's. We saw 3 people in total, and then we saw 2 people walking across Trafalgar Square. One person, so that was 3 in total. And I thought, that's good. Mind you, there's nothing open. There's nothing to go and see, nothing to go and do. Niall says the Beckhams seem totally insensitive as to what's happening to the person in the street. I just couldn't understand why you'd want to be flashy and go, oh, look, this is our new apartment with a helipad, and there's people out there going, excuse me, we're relying on handouts. You know, what a stupid thing to say. Nobody's remotely in. I couldn't care less where they live. That'll be the 3rd useless property that they've got. They're either living in Notting Hill, which seems to be empty most of the time, or that place in the Cotswolds, which also doesn't get used much. Now they've got this sort of flat thing in some part, I can't remember where it is, actually. It's in some part of the world, and I remember thinking to myself, you know, why would they be going there? But then I remembered they'd been photographed at this place before. They sort of dragged the family down, and here it is. It's a skyscraper, and it's Miami skyscraper, the most luxurious, and they say it's a £20 million apartment. Well, to be honest with you, you know, I would rather she concentrated on one thing. So far, she's not managed to get anything right. And so, golden balls splashed out on this 10,000 square foot 5-bed property. So somebody's sharing a bedroom, aren't they? I would think. It's 700 foot tall, and it's very nice. And so here is the guided tour. But it's also got, they say, its own helipad. This is the building, not them. Luxury pool and gym. That's also not theirs. That will be shared. So their service charges. I mean, very nice. Very nice indeed. Now, if the story is true, I think it's really dreadful that they're flashing this about. We don't care whether they live in a £20 million apartment or a tent. I'm really not remotely interested. And I just think it's very badly timed. Very, very badly timed. A medal, somebody suggested, for the NHS heroes, and a pay increase. I thought that'd be nice. That'd be nice for them. Plus top firms collapsing. There's a list in the paper of some of the businesses which are sort of getting close to the edge, or they might have just pushed themselves over the edge. Plus, the Killjoys war on Easter eggs. They don't think you should have Easter eggs. Is that ridiculous? I thought Easter eggs bring pleasure to people. I mean, not me in particular, because I'm not particularly bothered about things like that. But I thought people would like that. Cheer kids up, who must be bored. Because they're not at school, are they? They're supposed to be doing homeschooling, but most of the celebrity, in inverted commas, parents don't seem to be able to cope with things like that at all. Peter Andre hasn't got the faintest idea. I mean, what on earth is the point of Peter Andre trying to homeschool his children? There's no chance at all. No chance. Happy birthday to Ewan McGregor. He celebrates his birthday today. How to make a Big Mac at home for those people who are... And it's just a case of getting a roll and putting some burgers in with some onions and some lettuce. And they say, make a Big Mac at home, and also all the other favourites. Kentucky Fried Chicken and stuff. What's the matter? Stuff. How do you make the... Oh, the sauce is the problem. The sauce is actually the problem for the Big Mac. So, I mean, you just have to put something else in there, I suppose. I don't really know what it could be. But they tell you how to make KFC, 6-piece family meal, and which is very nice. They say, to cook the chicken, many chefs will recommend soaking it overnight in either buttermilk or ordinary milk. Oh, is that what they do in KFC? Never heard of that one before. And they say, so you have to... Well, you're deep frying, aren't you? But, of course, the Kentucky Fried Chicken is not only deep frying, but it's in a pressure cooker. That's how it works. You can't do it at home. Even though they have a picture here. But whatever chicken you cook at home, it's never going to be the same. Otherwise, you'd all be opening your own branches, wouldn't you? McDonald's Chicken McNuggets. So they've got the fakes, and then they've got the real thing. I have to be honest, the fakes look slightly better, which is interesting. How to make a Greggs sausage roll. To be honest with you, I mean, I know they're not open, but obviously people can't do without these things. How to make McDonald's fries. Well, McDonald's fries contain 14 ingredients. 14 ingredients on McDonald's fries. Yeah, you just think it's a potato. Oh, no. It's got colouring, longevity. It's also... Why do you think, when you buy the fries, they're lovely when they're hot. Within 20 minutes, they've sagged, they've given up completely. Their idea is to try and keep them as fresh as possible. It doesn't work like that. How to make a McDonald's sausage and egg McMuffin. So it's the same sort of thing. You need minced pork, dried sage, dried thyme, a slice of American cheese. What the dickens is... What's the matter? No, you can't take it home. But they've also got how to make Nando's butterfly chicken. What do you peer through? Honestly, how rude. How rude. Actually, I wish KFC was open. I could eat KFC now. I don't think there's any time you can't eat KFC. I have had a McDonald's sausage and egg McMuffin, and to be honest with you, it sounds lovely at the beginning, and then when you eat it, you think, I shouldn't have eaten that. I really shouldn't have eaten it. And how to make a Big Mac. And it looks lovely, actually. But it doesn't tell you about the sauce. Oh, here we go. For the Big Mac sauce, mayonnaise and vinegar. Well, I'm sure it's got to be more than that. You could buy the sauce, actually, a short while ago. What if people bought it and then froze it? But, so here they go. So people, because there was that poor little girl the other day in the I say poor little girl, to be honest with you, very badly behaved. She was in a terrible state. Why? Because McDonald's closed. And I'm thinking, well, that's good. That's very, very good. I quite like the idea that it closes every day. Perhaps we should have that in future. Perhaps we should do away with fast food places. When all this comes to an end and we all go, God, I can actually go out and hug somebody. I might just go out and hug strangers. I might just go out there and go, excuse me, would you like a hug? You know, things like that. That would make you sort of endear to... Or failing that, they'll call the police. But I like the idea that we... Because I'm missing that kind of contact at the moment. I'm missing, you know, you sort of go near people and people go, no, stay away, stay away. And I'm saying it to people as well. It is terrible, isn't it, really? Speculation over who will replace Matt Baker as the One Show has been rife. Really? Nobody can give a toss around my way, I'm afraid. Why would you worry about who is going to replace Matt Baker? He's leaving the show, and they say a string of celebrities. Who have they come up with? Among the fellas lined up. Why it can't be another woman? I've got no idea. But Patrick Kilty, oh God, Marvin Humes and Michael Ball. And that's all they've got. I should imagine every agent under the sun is writing in going... I mean, you've got to work with Alex Jones, and she's not the brightest penny in the box. Really, it's not the most scintillating programme. But, of course, there are loads of people working on it, aren't there? So whenever they have a guest on, they all line up like it's some American show. Obviously, they're woefully overmanned. And they all sort of go, yeah, woo, 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 and all that kind of stuff, which drives you mad anyway. On a serious note, says Bonnie, I'm unable to get a flight home until maybe June. She's in Oz. There's no BA flights around, so it's great to have you. Oh, till June. Well, they've just grounded all of the EasyJet flights. They're all grounded, but they've said that they could use them for rescuing people abroad, people who want to get out of certain places. So I don't know how that's going. I don't think EasyJet fly your way, do they? It's got to be BA. I love the idea, though, that they're going to use BA crew, I think, or some of the airlines' crew to help out. Steve, Peter Andre, homeschooling. Hysterical. Yeah, well, that's what I thought as well. Well, he's already admitted. He's already admitted that he can't do it. The kids are just doing what they want to do. But, you know, nobody ever said that he knew what he was doing, because the wife's out working. I think we need to say a big thank you to the supermarket workers, Steve, keeping the shelves stocked and getting abuse by some of the public at the same time. There's one today. There's a nice story. An NHS worker, the neighbours decided she was so important that they've marked off a space outside her house so she can park. And they've said, this is for an NHS worker. And I thought that was nice. She was very pleased with that. Steve, KFC is pressure fried. Says John in Kent. Yes, it's oil in the pressure cooker, and then they sort of, because I've seen them taking it out of the pressure cooker. It comes out in the basket thing. It's lovely. You can't eat it when it comes out of the basket. It's too hot. Got to wait till it cools down a little bit. But it's very nice, very nice. And Gary says, would you consider doing your job being filmed whilst at home? No, thank you. If the worst happened, I don't think the worst is going to happen. I'm positive the worst is not going to happen. I am absolutely. I'm afraid I'm one of these people. I need to be with people. I can't sort of summon things up if you're talking to yourself with nobody around. That would be even worse. Yeah, we're being so careful. I mean, we couldn't be more careful if we well, Luke's not, but he eats salad. What can you say about that? Might as well go and sit in the hutch with the rabbit. The only way it's going to get through. But no, we're being so careful. But I mean, you can't do this sort of programme just sitting there all by yourself talking to nothing. Nothing. You need to gauge what sort of people are doing around you. Paul in South Wales says Big Mac sauce. Use Sainsbury's burger ketchup, just like it, if not better. Yeah, I bet it's a really complicated recipe, because they were selling little tubs of it a short while ago. Aldi tempura chicken from Aldi apparently is particularly good. I like that idea, actually. It sounds very nice indeed. With a sweet chilli dip. Woohoo! There you go. All this talk of food this morning. It's not good, is it? 27 minutes to 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Tuesday, 31st of March. Also, the outbreak shows why the TV licence must stay free. I think they'd be very foolish now to actually start imposing that. They have to, you know, put it this way, if they actually, apparently, they were saying that sickness at the BBC and stress has more than tripled in the past 3 years. More than tripled. So not only do they have... It's about the equivalent of 50 people not working at all. That's what they've said. Plus, EasyJet grounding the fleet, but they could still help the airlift. And 75 million it's going to cost to get 60,000 stranded Brits back again. Plus, the race for the vaccine. The race for the vaccine. They're doing quick testing. They've got a temporary vaccine at the moment. Good news, Linda Lusardi, I think, has been discharged from hospital. I mean, that's a miracle. That's a miracle. She was in hospital, and then they decided to send her home. Tracing the app, there's also the antibody tests, the ventilators, the breathing masks, and the treatments. A study of COVID-19 patients in France found most who took the anti-malaria drug cleared the virus from their systems faster than the control group. Adding another drug was even more effective. The Japanese firm Fujifilm has developed an antiviral drug which has now been approved for the treatment of COVID-19 patients in China. So they're forging ahead. It's just, sooner, please, rather than later. Who said he was stupid? Well, he was. Premier League Jack Grealish apologising yesterday for flouting government stay-at-home rules to party with pals. An idiot. The police are still to interview him because he seemed to sort of get in the car and then seemed to crash into two other cars at the same time and then disappeared off home. It's interesting because the police say they've arranged to speak to the driver of a damaged Range Rover pictured on double yellow lines. He was out... Very odd, isn't it, really? After they then left the scene on foot. It was his car and he left the scene on foot, so we don't know. It's interesting because he has a deal with Nike and EA Sport. Nike didn't respond to emails from the Mirror yesterday. Probably nobody in, I should imagine. But you would think that they would have a comment on it. The Sussex's new life, still not working, either of them. They're going to announce, and they have announced, their new team. Who are they being paid by? Where's this money? There's no income coming in. Where does this money come from? Is it Cloud Cuckoo Land? And they go, oh, don't worry, because I'm telling you, in the not-too-distant future, he's going to be back. I could just tell you now. There is no work out there. He's a royal. He's a member of the royal family. They don't know anything. They're incredibly naive. They've abandoned plans to launch the Sussex Royal Foundation. I mean, what can he do? I don't know. Is he going to become an American citizen? Could do, I suppose. Could do. But they've also said that they're going to be financially secure, financially, able to do things by that. Well, there's no work. Where is this money coming from? Is it coming from his father? I mean, is he going to break into his own bank account and start spending some money? Where are they living? Not that we really care. It's just that, I don't think I want to pay for their security either. They've opted out of the royal family. They weren't kicked out. It's not like Prince Andrew. Although, actually, strangely enough, there's a little piece in the paper today. Sarah Ferguson says, can we be nice to Andrew? I think not. This is Sarah Ferguson who phoned up Epstein to get a loan because she financially was so bad. Although, strangely, I saw Sarah Ferguson on my YouTube channel the other day. She's on Judith Durham's This Is Your Life. Judith Durham of the news of the Seekers. And Sarah Ferguson, looking a bit eager beaver type, was actually one of the people who contributed to the programme via a video link. And I remember thinking, and now she's selling us, a convicted paedophile. Be nice, and no, we're still waiting for answers, unfortunately, Sarah. We're still waiting for that. It's not difficult, is it? What does he know about Mr. Epstein? Why was he staying in his house? Why was he pictured walking through the park with him? She says that, it's not necessary to ask these questions. Yeah. Did you see the interview with him? Perhaps you didn't see it. That's exactly what they were doing. They were trying to find out, and he thought it would all go away. Unfortunately, it's come back. There's a book in America. Doesn't paint him in a very good light at all. But there again, nobody ever had a good light or a good thing to say about him. Steve, made redundant yesterday, with over 2,000 others, with the Bright House collapse. Got the day from hell ahead, navigating the universal credit process and figuring out how to pay my bills on the 15th, says Gary in Doncaster. I wish you luck. That's why I was annoyed earlier on, at the Beckhams. Oh, here's our apartment and everything else. I mean, if they didn't want that to go in a paper, just say, don't put it in the paper. It's the wrong time to put it in there. Unless the paper have done it deliberately so that people go, I'm sorry, we're losing jobs, people are being made redundant, they can't pay their bills, and you're splashing out on a £20 million flat. I mean, dear God, where are the kids going to play? On the roof? You can only guess, can't you, really? 100,000 badgers have been killed as culling comes to an end. And Curtis gets the brush off, and because Curtis used to go out with somebody called Maura Higgins, who, to be honest with you, I think she's exhausted any talent she might have had. Mayor of London revealed to LBC that he believes the peak of London's coronavirus is about 2 to 4 weeks away. The peak of it. So that means if you keep going, I mean, I don't want to raise anybody's hopes because I think that's just false economy, really, isn't it? And it sounds a bit like fake news, but I'm hoping that it might be on the decline in a couple of weeks' time. We might see it, provided, and I keep reiterating, don't I? I keep saying we all have to play our part. We all have to do something. We all have to, Corey's got his mask, and I've got my little studio in here. I've got my own mic muff, and I'm washing hands all the time, and never go without this hand lotion. I've got it all over the place. What have you got? Sort of a wet wipe. Oh, gloves. Yeah, I've got gloves as well. Yeah. Do you wear them out, or do you? Yeah. It's touching things, isn't it? I've learned to actually operate the lift with my elbow, and then I wasn't sure if that was safe because I'm thinking, is it still the same? It's skin. I don't know whether or not. I just touched my face there, and I just did that automatically. Yeah. But I'm all right. I haven't been near anybody who shows any... Well, no, of course, that's not the answer, is it? But I haven't been near anybody. I haven't cozied up to anybody and sort of gone, hey, let's go out. Because there's nowhere to go. You've had to stop biting your nails. Oh, really? Oh, I haven't stopped that at all. I'm still going strong, So why have you stopped biting your nails? Oh, they're not vegan, I suppose. Can't eat your nails if you're vegan. I've been biting my nails for so long now, it's almost par for the course. Occasionally, I think, perhaps I should go into one of these nail bars and get them to give me a manicure, but I can tell there's going to be a flurry of people coming over to look at, because I did learn to eat. If you bite your nails, and this is a strange thing, you learn to eat without showing people your nails. I learnt to eat, so I can't describe how it is, but you would sort of pick up the fork, you'd be like that, and so your nails would be hidden. And I can remember the time I went out with a very close friend of mine, and for some reason, I picked up something, and he went, oh, look at your nails. And I went, have you never seen them before? He went, no. So I learnt to eat by keeping my fingers in. It's odd, isn't it? I might as well use chopsticks, to be honest with you. You get roughly the same kind of an effect. But no, you do, because you get a bit paranoid over people looking... I don't know why people bite their nails. It's not like they taste of anything. It's not like you go, strawberry shortcake. Oh, chocolate miffy. They're not. They just taste like nails. It's the most boring thing. And I never do it in public. I've never sat in the office, I don't think so, and sort of gone... Because you have to be by yourself, because you can't carry on a conversation with somebody at the same time as you're biting your nails. But I wonder what started it off, because my parents offered me money years and years ago. £5 if I stopped biting my nails. And we tried everything. I tried something called bitter aloes, which you painted on. I grew to like the taste of it. The idea is you're supposed to... horrid. And then one time, a friend of mine put me on a false nail, because they do false nails for men as well. She put it on there. Well, of course, I'm not used to having nails. So when I put my hand in my inside jacket pocket, I nearly ripped the thing backwards. Because I'm thinking, oh, nails, how do people... And you see some ladies with really manicured nails and colours and all sorts. It looks lovely. How do you do anything? How do you do buttons up with sort of long nails? It just doesn't make any sense, does it? I can't do anything like that. Where are you going now? You just decided for... whatever. Yeah, whatever. Are we bothered? Do we look like we're bothered? No, don't bother. Also in the paper today, health killjoys slammed over the Easter egg ban. Apparently, not essential goods, say shopkeepers, so can't have chocolate eggs or hot cross buns. Well, they're on sale. I mean, you can't... What are you going to do? Stop people? What's the point of that? They're not essential. Well, there must be loads of things that you can buy in Waitrose that aren't essential. Candles, for example, I bought the other day. Well... last week. They're not essential, are they? I wouldn't have thought so. No, I mean, what's the point of course you could, but why should you not better buy them? If you're in the supermarket, that would be really stupid, wouldn't it? Okay, just avoid the aisle that's got the chocolate eggs on. Also, why don't we just sort of stop the biscuit aisle as well at the same time? Or the alcohol aisle? You know, well, God forbid, I mean, sorry, I became quite faint then, thinking about that. Imagine you go there and you go, I'm sorry, what were you looking to buy? And you go, please, sir, I'd like some Prosecco. They go, Prosecco? And you go, yeah? They go, no. Why not? Well, you bought some the other week. Oh, my God. Am I on camera? Yes. We counted you out of the shop. Have you seen the Channel 4 show The Windsors? It's hysterical, but probably very accurate. I haven't seen it. I'm not really a fan of those sort of programmes, but if people keep telling me about it. Steve, hasn't this virus shown people's true colours, even in families with those who keep the family together? The emergency services showing what they do best. Idiots who do stupid things, and selfish ones who look after themselves. I'm a volunteer, says Trish, for the NHS, and from today, no matter how much or how little I do, I'll be glad to have done my bit whilst still doing my day job. I just can't understand. We had a picture the other day in the papers, which I mentioned, of some people playing football in a park in Cardiff. Real thickos. And the police had to say to them, I'm sorry, you're supposed to be 2 metres apart. And they didn't understand it. They were so dumb. It was just a huge embarrassment. But then I suddenly realised, wait a minute, that was the basis of the Jeremy Kyle show. People who were so dumb. And my driver said this morning the thing he couldn't get over was how many places are boarded up, physically boarded up. And we have some of that around Twickenham. Somebody said in Chinatown, are the restaurants open? I've got no idea. The casinos aren't. No, because how can you have a casino open? You're not allowed to have any more than 2 people in a place. It'd be ridiculous. They'd be queuing for the tables. So it doesn't. But people are, and they have been fined 60 quid for going out to buy items deemed non-essential, or for going on a drive due to boredom. You see, why would going on a drive bother? I mean, I'm only asking because if you're sitting in the car by yourself, that's a bit like self-isolating, just to go for a drive round somewhere, just basically to keep the car going. I don't understand why that would be, you know, it doesn't have to be an essential thing. It's only a car you're taking out. You know, the doors are shut. You've got your music on. Why would that... I don't understand why that would be a problem. As I say, I don't think some of the things have been thought out properly. So, you know, eventually. But, I mean, if the mayor is thinking that, you know, a couple of weeks, we might start seeing a steady slide, that's what we should aim for. Let's aim for that, shall we? A steady slide down, and then gradually the high street will open up, still with a few precautions in place. You know, you can still have people only being allowed into a supermarket. Candles are essential. What if there's a power cut? Yeah. Well, I mean, yes. I can't work out the car thing, though. They say you can't go out in your car. And I'm still trying to work out what the reason for that is. You're going out by yourself for a little drive round. You're not getting out the car. You're not winding the window down. Why would you not be able to take your car? Somebody says, my son turned 17. I bought him a car. Am I not allowed to take him out on a driving lesson? I don't think so. But I don't know what the reason is. It's not like if I'm sitting in my car, which is sealed, it's a sealed unit. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not going to be infecting anybody unless they're saying it comes through the engine or something like that, which I think is highly unlikely. So what would the reason for that be? I mean, I did go out the other week and put some petrol in, but I don't know what the reason is for them saying don't. And then somebody says, if we all go out for a drive, even the trouble is not everybody is going out for a drive. Because if you've been made unemployed or you've been laid off by a company, you won't have petrol in the car anyway. So it'll be sitting there. So I don't think it's going to make any difference at all. I mean, there are people who drive into London, not very many of them, admittedly. And probably if it's quiet here in your neck of the woods, it must be even lighter, I suppose, than it is here. Somebody says, if you go out for a drive, you can have an accident. Oh, for goodness sake, a spacecraft could land. You know, but not likely to have an accident if there's nobody else out there on the roads. And then somebody else says, the reason, if you had an accident, knocked a pedestrian. Well, what's that got to do with it? Why would knocking a pedestrian make any difference to you not going out in the car? You can knock a pedestrian down. We have pedestrians knocked down every day. got nothing to do. You're not going to be getting out of the car. You're going to be calling somebody immediately, aren't you? And there'll be somebody else there. Peter says, rather like the critics of Neil Kinnock's son, have you had a bad crash? Everybody's obsessed with crashes. I'm an advanced driver. What are you talking about? I don't have crashes. Steve, apparently, the 57 million Euro Millions has gone unclaimed after 2 weeks. Have you checked your ticket? Do you know, I haven't. And funny you should say that. I had a dream about winning 57 million. I did. I mean, listen, it means nothing. But I've got 4 notifications from the lottery. Phone's off again. And I did dream the other night that I'd won 57 million. And I remember thinking to myself, 57 million. And of course, you go through this fantasy in your mind, as we've done year in, year out. But you can imagine, can't you, if you sort of think 57 million, that'd be quite nice. And I've said to the boys, I said, listen, you know, if ever I won that sort of money, I would not forget them. Tenner each. I will not even hear anything said, you know, it's too generous, Steve, it's too much money. It'll be a case of thank you very much indeed. Then they can invest it, can't they, on lottery tickets, and then they can see if they can win. But isn't it funny? It's gone unclaimed, and I've got these notifications. And then, because I never like checking. I'd rather have the fantasy that I might have won 57 million and going down to my brother and standing outside the house and shouting, I've won! just out of interest, wouldn't it? I mean, listen, if you don't have fun, it all starts collapsing and falling in. So I like to be very positive about things and think, you know, you can go through life smiling. You know, and it does make you feel better. If you smile at somebody, it makes them feel a bit better. Now you smile at somebody, they cross the road. It's completely different. Let's see, really confusing. I think the reason is, if anything were to happen, it would entail others being called out to you. Oh, absolutely. But I mean, that's, you know, at the moment, I don't see police cars either. But then somebody said to me that a lot of the police are going off because they're not very well. All hail to the supermarket workers, says Sophie, who still look worried and scared, but were still professional. I said earlier, and I'd say it again, I'm really surprised that Iceland, in Twickenham, it was quite a big store. It was the amalgamation of 2 that they put together, so they enhanced it, made it bigger. The people working on the tills are not wearing any masks. There's no screens to protect them from people. They actually could be, you know, they say, oh, can you keep 6 feet away from the person in front of you queuing for the tills? And then when you go to the till, you're literally within a foot of somebody. Why are they not doing something about it? Dustbin men in my area, says Sophie. And the cleaners are going to get a thank you card and chockies. Even in this crazy times, you make me laugh. I love your bus stories, incidents in the supermarket, and your exasperation when the driver can't find you. I hope Theo is okay. Yes, he's on the way up, which is good news. And other people are as well. They go through a really bad period, and he went through a bad period. But I listened to the recording, and the word tears streaming down my face. Well, we're just grateful we've got him back in one piece, which is good. Somebody says, today, Steve, I learnt how to cut hair. Says, well, listen, that's one thing I've got to sort out today. I'm going to have to do that, Khan. I've never cut my own hair. And what I'm going to have to do is buy one of those little wires with a clip-on thing and then just run it over the top of my head. To be honest with you, I mean, it could turn out like a complete turkey. It's because it's I don't know what to do actually with it. It's all right if you've got long hair because it just gets a bit longer. But if you've got short hair, mine goes fluffy. And there's nothing worse than fluffy hair on a man of my age. It looks ridiculous. So I might have to go and buy something on Amazon. I might go and have a look actually and see what they've got in the way of... they used to sell something years ago. K-Tel made it. It was a comb with a razor blade in it. So as you put it through your hair, it cut your hair, which I thought was quite nice. Unfortunately, it just looked ridiculous. It was basically... They used to do a teeth whitening kit in the early days, before people knew about it. And do you know what it was? There were 2 things that they bought out, and they said, make your teeth look whiter than ever. The first was something like Tippex. It literally was like Tippex. You got a little bottle, and you painted it on your... It looked ridiculous. You might as well have cut a piece of white paper out, stuck it in your mouth. And the other one, to make your teeth look whiter, was a red toothpaste. So that your gums were stained dark red to make your teeth look whiter. Ridiculous. But I bet there's people listening remember all of this stuff. I used to quite like K-Tel things. They were good fun. So I can't... So you have to use 2 mirrors says Khan. He says, since you can't go out, not many people are going to see it. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing the two things I only want in my life. I want the dry cleaners open again so we can do my washing and ironing. And I need the hairdresser opening up so that Kasia can cut my hair again. Because I'll be going in there, she'll go, Steve, your hair, too long. And so I have to sit down and get berated for my poor hair. Somebody says, but you've got no hair. Excuse me. I think you'll find I have a full head of hair. It's just not on my head, OK? I think I've got a full head of hair. Listen, if you're a person who is, let's just call it light in the hair department, when I look in the mirror, I see hair. You call me Rapunzel. You're taking the mickey now, aren't you? I don't look anything like Rapunzel. I do not have a 32CC in front of me here. I'm telling you, Rapunzel was one of those... She was a very chesty person, wasn't she? And she let her hair down. Wasn't that... Who was the other one who... It wasn't... Rapunzel let her hair down. She was a bit peculiar, wasn't she? I mean, so she... And then did somebody climb up into her room? What an old tart, honestly. What an old tart. There she is with her hair out the window. Why didn't you just use the stairs like anybody else? Why can't these people be normal about these sort of things? Rapunzel, let down your hair. Go away, go away. No, she didn't. She was out there chucking it all out there. I mean, how many years it took her to grow that lot? I mean, it's, you know, I don't want hair that long, but I always fancied having long, blonde hair. You know, dyed or otherwise. I wasn't particularly funny. Do you know that Ryland dyes his hair? You know he's ginge. Ryland is ginge. And he dyes it black. I knew there was something that was odd about him. Couldn't quite put my finger on it. Steve, a few wisps. A few wisps. It's not a few wisps, as anybody who's been to any of my live shows will tell you. I've got loads of hair. Steve, if you have one, can I have all your trees and keep them? Says Russ. Niall says, why don't you buy a hat? Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. If I had the winning lotto, Steve, I'd share with you. The ticket was retail. Retail? They've told you, because nobody's collected it after 2 weeks. They wouldn't tell you that already. They wouldn't tell you that. They don't release anything until it gets too near when sort of, you know, somebody could physically lose it. Why are we still having aircraft flying to the UK from Europe, says Darren, while we're supposed to be in lockdown? Well, we just have. We just have. They don't seem to check people. They don't seem to check people at all. Steve, what if you break down? I think not. And you have to call the breakdown services and potentially infect the patrol. No, why? Well, you're not sitting on top of them while they're sort of doing the car. And also my car as well, they don't do breakdowns at the side of the road. They call a tow truck, and it's covered on a wagon. Don't ask me why, it just is. So, the reason we're being asked not to go out in the cars, it makes it easier for police to identify and deal with those who are really making unnecessary journeys. But they're going to have to stop everybody. Where are you going to? I'm going to Costco. Is that necessary? I'm going shopping. You know, had to take the car here. I couldn't walk, and there's no bus. Otherwise, it gets very, very confusing. A new app can spot skin cancer now. I think it can actually find up to 50 cancers. Up to 50 cancers, which is unbelievable. I'll tell you more about that the other side of the news. And if you were a fan of Doris Day, they've just had a huge auction of all of her stuff. 800 lots, including her 1930s Ford convertible, seen on her best friend's TV show. There's all sorts of things. There's a piano. Penny was getting quite panicky. She says, what happens if they cancel Christmas this year? God forbid. Don't even go down that route. Don't even go down that route. Otherwise, what on earth are you and Sam going to do? Somebody said, I got this from Rachel, actually, gin distilleries in London and the South East have started making hand sanitizer for the Met Police. The force realised they'd struggled to get as much as they need and so placed orders with a number of different companies. Deliveries expected in the next few days. Is that the alcohol they use then? Imagine what, drinking the hand lotion. Never heard of such a thing. But that seems quite a good idea. Also, President Trump has gone on record they won't pay for Harry and Meghan, so back come Harry and Meghan, because they can't speak for themselves, they have to get somebody to do it for them. They're going to be self-sufficient, although they've got no income at all. Although Harry's probably sitting on a few million quid in the bank, and they've got to buy a house and then find a job that pays money. Charity's not going to be paying them any money, I wouldn't have thought. And they're security bill is about 20 million a year. How they work that out, I've got no idea. No idea at all. The corona chaos on the front of the Daily Star, the killjoys, war on the Easter eggs. Barmy bureaucrats have also claimed hot cross buns couldn't be sold as they're non-essential. There must be a joke, isn't it? That's not a joke in advance of April the 1st, is it? Because I can't see anybody coming up with a few jokes tomorrow unless the Daily Star have jumped the gun. Claudia Schiffer's had to hire security guards to protect her bras from kinky thieves. Lord above. Imagine that. I've never even thought about that kind of thing. More on the Easter eggs. James Lohman of the Association of Convenience Stores says there's no government definition of which products can be sold in these stores. Well, I've bought hot cross buns before. They've been on sale for weeks. They're a bit late with this one, aren't they? Richard Hyman, a retail analyst, says, quite frankly, it sounds bonkers. Well, it's stupid. Never heard anything like it. Downing Street last night confirmed neither police nor council had the right to stop shops from selling... Oh, go and buy your Easter eggs. They can't do anything about it. What they can do, arrest you for walking out of a shop with Easter eggs. No. You have to just go out and then buy the Easter eggs. Goalposts are taking down to stop groups of people coming together to play football. I mean, really, because there is no football, is there, at the moment? There is no football at all. And a man's been tasered for coughing at police officers in Haringey. He faces up to 2 years in jail. Oh, good, let's see more of these, actually. It would go. Apparently, Richard Spurs says he's made his own hand sanitizer. He says, out of neat alcohol, aloe vera gel, and Chanel eau de toilette. Probably got a little sort of, little factory going on up there. Can you imagine? Oh, we'd like to try that one. Neat alcohol, aloe vera gel, and Chanel eau de toilette. Gives it that sort of air of respectability, I think. Mike in Enfield says, I put the Christmas tree up. Oh, I see no reason why. You know, if it cheers you up, it works. Hannah says, I've no clue why, but my husband is always determined to dislike any TV and film recommendations I make. And then we started watching Race Against the World, and he loves it. Refuses to give me credit for suggesting it, of course. I know, it's always the way. Don't you hate it when somebody goes, oh, I saw so-and-so the other day, and you go, but I thought you didn't want that. You go, yeah, well, I did. I'm still trying to work out the gin distilleries. I think that's particularly brilliant. Particularly brilliant. I've no idea. I suppose they could all do it, actually. One here. James O'Brien, who'll be here with you this morning at 10. And seagulls and pigeons are getting desperate, ripping open rubbish bags. Well, seagulls in particular. Seagulls and crows. Crows have no trouble ripping rubbish sacks open. If they can smell food in there, which they appear to be. I've seen them lifting stuff out of actually bins. And then they start pulling it. They're so industrious. Terribly industrious. Corrie Simon Gregson. He plays Steve McDonald. Reckons he's lucky he didn't end up like Amy Winehouse. He said, because I was privileged to have had the support of family and friends to help him cope with TV fame. Because he's been in Coronation Street since he was young. I think he was 14. He's 45 now. He must be one of the longest running people next to Ian Beale in Corrie. Sorry, in EastEnders. I don't remember where they all were now. It's only because I've not seen these programmes for ages, because they're not making them at the moment. So life goes on hold in Albert Square and up in Weatherfield, you know, where Rita still looking after corner shop. I've noticed she's not been closing down. Why is she not closed down? Are you allowed corner shops? Well, of course they are. They're allowed them. What would they not be allowed? The garage? Mind you, they've not repaired a car since 1963. The Rovers will be... Exactly, they've got... Well, most of their stuff revolves around the Rovers, doesn't it? They're all in there. I mean, there must be a nation of alcoholics up in Weatherfield. They spend their entire time drinking. You know, everybody... will you have a drink with me? Oh, I will. Oh, I'll have a whiskey if I can. This is in the morning. I don't even need to wait till the afternoon. Small wonder some of the characters had to disappear pretty smartish. Indeed, I can't drink anything else. Go on, drink it. Would you like some Betty's Hot Pot? Do I look that sick? Poor old Betty's Hot Pot. They showed a clip of it the other day. Of her sort of going, oh, would you like Mum and one of me hot pots? And I look at it coming out of the kitchen. And we've never actually seen where it comes from, whether she actually makes it or she takes it out the freezer and puts it in the microwave. It's always very funny. What else have we got in the paper today? Belladonna. Here's an offer you can't refuse. the home of Al Capone, is up for sale. It's on Palm Island in Miami Beach, still on the market. It's dropped. It was 12.45 million. It's now down to 10.8. Comes with a pool and a 2-story cabana. And it was where Capone allegedly planned the 1929 St. Valentine's Day massacre. I thought it must have been quite exciting to live in those days. But to buy the house. So that's 2 famous houses. James Cagney's house in Martha's Vineyard is up. The place which he adored. 70 acres. It's the middle of nowhere. And I think it's up for about $12 million. So that's very good value. That's about sort of 9 million quid, something like that, which is not bad. Rachel Riley introduces her baby girl, Maven Aria. Where do they get these names from? Is there a book that they go, here comes some more odd names? Plus, getting rid of someone by training a dog to kill is definitely murder most howl. They did it in Colombo. It was a man whose dogs were trained to attack when the phone rang. And Colombo did one of his usual brilliant things of sort of sussing it all out. And then he managed to change them. He had to reprogram the dogs. According to the Mirror, Barbara Taylor Bradford, day 2 of her brilliant story, Treacherous. And all the stars are backing the Mirror campaign to give them all a medal. PM and sports legends join the call for the NHS honour. Plus the 75 million, finding money left, right and centre, to rescue the Britons abroad, which Rachel was telling us about earlier on. I mean, it's a huge amount of money, but you've got to get people back from abroad, haven't you? Charles has been told he can leave self-isolation. And here they are. Some of the NHS workers, of which there are thousands. But just some of them. Some of them looking a bit world-weary, but that's what we're relying on very much indeed. EasyJet grounding its fleet, but they could help in an airlift. And what was this other one? Ricky Gervais is backing a call to help the RSPCA during the crisis. This month, its cruelty line has received nearly 60,000 calls. Unbelievable. Plus pages of adverts from the NHS at the moment. Stay home to help us save lives. And Star Wars legend Anthony Daniels, he was C-3PO, you remember, says his only souvenir from 43 years of playing C-3PO is a Lego statue he made himself. You thought they would have given him the actual outfit, would you not think so? He's been wearing it for donkey's years. He says there was a moment there was a blank robot face and I kept thinking I could steal that. Not a hoarder. Which, of course, is absolutely brilliant. Harry and Meghan will get Metropolitan Police guards. What for? They're not in the royal family. I mean, who's going to be going... Why don't they just sort of, shut the front door and put the key in the lock? Seems to make perfect sense, doesn't it? And 4 of the world's biggest consumer brands are responsible for 500,000 tonnes of plastic burnt or dumped in 6 developing countries. The Doris Day story of all her belongings. Obviously, families don't want to keep stuff anymore, so they sell it. And they put it up for auction, and lots of people, probably like me, probably like you. As Tom Swarbrick says, Steve Allen will make it go away. Which would be nice. Actually, I've been a bit disappointed overnight. You remember yesterday, somebody said nobody has claimed the £57 million lottery ticket. And I thought, well, that's interesting, because I got some notifications from the lottery, and I thought, I haven't checked my tickets. It could be me. So yesterday, I fantasised over which bank I was going to go with and what I was going to do with the money, and I was going to come in here, tenner for each. I've told you, I've gone on record, tenner for each of the boys. Don't thank me now. It's either that or some more tins of beans and some more poppadoms. Couldn't quite work out what would be the easiest way to do it. The cheapest way, I think, would just be to do the poppadoms. And then somebody said, and the ticket was bought in Ayrshire. I thought, well, I don't live in Ayrshire, do I? I don't live in Ayrshire. I do mine online. And so all of a sudden that avenue of happiness has disappeared. And then the letter from the bank this morning on my investments, they said they're down 10%, but rest assured we are looking after your investments. I thought, well, that's good. I can take a hit of 10%. Well, I can't really, but I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't change anything at the moment. So I watched television yesterday. I watched Tom Brown's School Days. It came in a box set of Christmas films with Scrooge and a few other bits and pieces, but they've also got the black and white version of the film, excuse me, and then the coloured version, because they actually coloured it in. Colorisation was fairly popular. So I watched Tom Brown's School Days. It was good. I've got about 6 different versions of the film, and it's great. If you've never read it, perhaps, it wasn't everybody's reading choice, I don't think, but I loved it. It shows that, there was another era many, many years ago, of which I hope we go back to at some point. But I did wake up this morning, thank you, and everything that you do nowadays, every little, wait a minute, squeeze, there we go, hand gel, every little ache and pain, every little sniffle, every little snuffle, you start thinking, oh dear, that's not good, is it? That's not good. So I'm trying to be positive. I did have a little tickly cough the other day, but it only comes on about every sort of few hours, where you just go like that. In fact, the worst thing was, I was going home yesterday in the car, and we went a long way round, actually. We went, we sort of went up onto the Marylebone flyover. I thought we'd nip through Knightsbridge, but we didn't. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference. And I sneezed as we'd halfway through the journey. And I remember thinking, uh-oh. And then I checked. Sneezing's okay. We could do a little bit of sneezing. You just got to make sure you keep your mouth covered, and your nose. So that's exactly what I did. Steve, week 3 in isolation. Another one here. And also, I came downstairs into the living room to see my wife sitting on the sofa, crying her eyes out. I said, what's the matter? She said, I'm homesick. I said, but you're at home. And then she screamed, I know, and I'm sick of it. Everybody's doing that, aren't they? Everybody's doing that. So it's such a good joke, actually. One here. People should only buy essentials on their once weekly shop, Government Minister. Any comment, Mr. Allen? Yes. You're telling lies. They've relaxed that. You can go out as many times as you want to go and get food. You should read the newspapers. You should keep listening to LBC. It will inform you. Nothing worse than having sort of an ill-informed person who doesn't know. They've changed that now. Did you not know? Also, the contactless payments, it's now up to £45. But thank God for LBC and buffoons like you who don't do anything. So you don't do once a week shop. You can go out every day if you want. Every single day. They've said it's in the paper today. But as I say, you probably better read it on the internet. Oh, no, wait a minute, you probably haven't got the internet. Also, Steve, if your investments are down only 10%, you've had a result. My pension fund is down over 20%. I'm going to be living on beans on toast in my old age. Good morning from a very locked down Gibraltar. Well, you don't think you're going to afford beans, do you? I mean, at the moment, beans are in a shortage. But luckily, I was able to get some yesterday. So I thought, and Corey had said, he likes beans. So I bought him in a 4-pack of beans. Only £2.50. Only £2.50 for four tins of beans, which I think is good. Do you eat them that often then? Are you sort of because my driver this morning, Jason, he can't bear beans. He never liked beans. He said it was obviously a childhood thing where, if you don't like them in childhood, whereas I did. The only thing I didn't like in childhood was mushrooms. Now, I love them. Love them. I stick them in everything. Absolutely everything. If I'm making something, then I'll stick in mushrooms and chopped onions. Breaded mushrooms. Yeah, I don't think you should be having that. That's not a very good thing to have. I ate a whole packet of fish fingers the other day. 9 super-sized fish fingers. So, well, when I say super-sized, normally fish fingers are quite sort of small, but in fact, these are Marks and Spencer. But I have to be brutally honest with you. They weren't as tasty as the bird's eye fish fingers. I was a bit disappointed. I was expecting, and so I sort of shallow fried. I don't do deep fry. I did a little bit of shallow frying. And they came out quite well. I bought some bread rolls, some little bits and pieces, and I've got some hot dogs in the fridge, well, bratwurst, and I thought I could have those with some fried onions in a... 9 fish fingers. Yes, they came in a pack of 9, yes. No, not really, no. Well, because they're bigger than normal fish fingers. That's why not 10 in the box. I sometimes go and buy the big packs from Iceland because you get sort of like 15, I think, in some of them. But you've got to check what's in them. They have to say pure cod, not... Because some of them I've discovered, it's only because somebody alerted me to it, they said, check, Steve, because some of them are a mixture of different fishes all put together. And chopped and shaped and then dipped in the breadcrumbs and everything else. But I was very disappointed in the actual taste. They were a bit bland, and I wasn't expecting that. And what's my favourite fish? I don't know. Well, like goldfish. To eat. I don't know. I don't have a favourite fish. I grew up eating haddock, because we had it at school all the time. We got haddock every morning. I grew to loathe haddock. Now, I mean, I quite like it, but I don't like seeing black skin on fish. If somebody turns it over and there's, oh no, thank you very much indeed. It has to be, I like plaice, things like that. And also I liked rock salmon, which is dogfish, because it's only got the one bone down the back and it's fairly solid and fairly easy. But that's about it. But I don't eat that much fish. I should do. I've got a fish shop within spitting distance. Not that we should spit. Of where I am. And I'm sure if I went in there and I said to Stuart, any one of the boys, I'm looking for some. Not really a fish. They all know I don't eat fish. I just don't eat fish. It's never something that sort of I wouldn't know where to begin cooking a piece of plaice or something like that. So that's why the fish fingers were easy. And I like scampi. That's quite nice as well. But anything else, I've had mussels. When I was very little, I had very big mussels, and like that. And I was like a junior bodybuilder in my mind. I can do prawns, but I can't do big prawns. And let Marks and Spencer's do some in different, one's in a garlic kind of butter thing, and the other one's got something else and something else. And those I can eat, but anything that looks like the actual animal, I can't eat. So in other words, I remember going to a restaurant once and I said, I'll have the prawn cocktail, thinking it would just come, in a little bowl, which it did, but unfortunately hanging over the side of the glass was this king prawn, and it had all its tentacles and eyes, and I'm thinking, ooh. And I did go once into a restaurant and ordered deep-fried whitebait. Have you ever had that? God. It comes with everything. Eyes, tails, they're tiny little things, and they deep fry them. And I looked at it, and I thought, well, there's no way I can eat that. It's sort of pub grub, but I couldn't eat it, so I left it. And when she said, was it all right? I said, yeah. I said, I'd kind of lost my appetite. I didn't want to tell her that I was one of these people who can't eat things that look like the original animal. It was safer not to. Didn't like it at all. But never mind. But no, I mean, I might get some haddock. I feel I should eat fish a little bit more, but salmon I'm very good at. Salmon steaks I'm very good. I put those in a saucepan with some vegetables and some watercress sauce, and then just steam it, and then it just falls apart. That's nice. I can do that. Seaweed? Well, do you mean seaweed or do you mean cabbage? Because seaweed is cabbage, isn't it? When you go to the Chinese restaurant, that's cabbage. Yeah, deep fried cabbage. No, they just call it seaweed. It's cabbage. Did you not know that? I know it says seaweed on the menu, but it's cabbage. Have you never bought it? It's cabbage, shredded cabbage. Hello? Shredded cabbage. No, it's shredded cabbage, this is. And then you sprinkle the ground ginger on it. Yeah, it's cabbage. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the sort of person who thinks Black Forest Gatto is made of trees from the Black Forest. And here we are. It's another tree we're bringing in. Oh, let's squirt some cream over this one. No, it's seaweed. It's seaweed, which is cabbage. Go and buy it. You can go and buy it in Waitrose. They do it, and it says on it cabbage. You can eat certain seaweeds. There's one. What is that stuff that it's not seaweed, is it? Zamfir. Have you ever had that? You can get it in fish shops and everything else. Zamfir is supposed to be good. And I think you sort of do it in a stir fry. I'm pretty certain. I think you can eat certain seaweeds. You must be able to. You must be able to. I've never fancied it because I've always had the other. It's really fattening. I don't know why they call it seaweed. They just do. Why do they call it sweet and sour pork? I've never known anything sweet about it. It's just pork. Balls. Or strips and then sort of beaten and then dipped in the bath. No, but it's seaweed. I learnt that. I mean, I didn't know, like you. I was thinking we're being really multicultural. I'll have the seaweed, please. You can see the waitress looking at you going, it's cabbage. But every morning I wake up, there's another ache. And so this morning I slept on my arm, which is because I sleep sideways. Don't know why I'm telling you that, just part of the story. And I was sleeping sideways, and then when I woke up and I thought, oh God, you end up with a dead arm, and you think, oh Lord above. So it's actually getting back in at the moment, but still a bit stiff. No bad thing. Do the police need to be stricter to stop people flouting the lockdown rules? They've been told to be careful, because somebody said, can they stop you going out in your car? And the answer is, no, they can't. They cannot stop you going out in your car. If you're going to somewhere to go and buy, so if I'm going to Costco, I'm more than entitled to go to Costco in my car. The police don't have the powers to charge you and put you in court. So we have to dispel all these myths, like the person who thinks you can only go out once a week to do your shopping. Nothing worse than somebody ill-informed, really, really. Also, white bait of the devil, smoked haddock is the way forward. Oh, right. Smoked haddock. I did buy some haddock in the supermarket once, but when I turned it over, it had that black skin on the back, and I didn't like that at all. Steve, second week off work, uncertain about the future, but feeling good, as are my family. Good. Steve, LBC's Waitrose, the chunky cod ones, only 6 in a box. Lovely. Only thing I can afford is a change to beans on toast. Yes, we were talking about beans on toast earlier on, actually. That's the only thing you ever had when you were little. Didn't you? Your mum would say beans on toast today, and you go, oh yeah, we thought it was very exciting. Beans on toast with a bit of grated cheese on top was a bit. But then I put grated cheese on everything. If I'm having soup, a bowl of soup, I sprinkle grated cheese on top, and sometimes a little swirl of cream. Yeah, because I'm cordon bleu, and grated cheese covers everything. I sometimes put it on hot dog sausages. Grated cheese, and then some onions. Whole bag of chopped onions. I don't know if they're good for you or bad for you, but I'll chuck it into anything. I don't care. Well, I'm in the kitchen. What does it matter? What does it matter what you cook? I mean, sometimes it comes out well, sometimes it looks rubbish. I did have garlic salt at one time in the kitchen, which I was liberally throwing around into every meal I could think of. But then I realised it doesn't work on cornflakes. It really is appalling. You have to sort of use it on. The toothbrush is even worse. I can remember when I shared a flat in London years ago with 3 girls. Happy days, and for them, and there were 3 of them. They were all dancers, and one of the girls came back. We actually came back. One of the girls had been entertaining somebody, but she'd been entertaining somebody. She cooked with garlic. Now, I only knew about garlic for putting it in sort of garlic butter. Lurpak do a pack of garlic butter. You slice it and put it in things. And I came back and we opened the bedroom door and it was like a wall of garlic. It was like, it hit you so much in the face. We went, oh my God, what is that? Have you ever been into a salt mine? Probably not. It's not the usual thing you think about if you live in Peterborough. But, some people go down salt mines. Germany, very popular. And the smell is exactly the same. It's overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. It's I don't know what it is, phosphorus or something. I don't know. Whatever it was something that really sort of put me off. So garlic, I try not to have now. A little bit of garlic salt on it is okay, but only if you're doing a stew or something like that. I might have a stew today, actually. I might go to the big Marks and Spencer's. There's one at Kew. We've got a huge one, which is mega. I might go there. I can do anything. I've got the whole day. God knows it's becoming tedious and boring, isn't it? But the good news is, the numbers, whilst they're going up, there's also a distinct slide down. However, it doesn't stop businesses going under. There are now fears that the St John Ambulance Brigade could go broke in just 4 months. It's Wednesday, it's the 1st of April, and we didn't do the pinch and a punch for the first day of the month because we're not allowed to do contact. And we haven't done the white rabbits, or anything like that. To be honest with you, I haven't found any April Fools in the papers. I think it would be inappropriate to do an April Fool, but I bet you bottom dollar somewhere there'll be an April Fool. Somewhere there'll be one in there. Somebody will slip something in. But nowadays you can't tell. The more far-fetched it is, the more worrying. I was watching a great programme yesterday. Have you ever seen the one? I don't know what it's called. It's set at an airport. I don't know which airport it is. It's obviously in this country. And they're basically checking people who are smuggling tobacco and cigarettes. And I remember thinking to myself, this will be interesting. Oh, see, Stuart from the fish shop, he says, I'll have to tempt you with floppy fish. How lovely. Floppy fish. Warren says, who actually decides the sound bite of the night? Eddie Mayer, I think. I don't know. Did they do it yesterday? Are they still... Oh, have a look. I don't know. What was I saying? Oh, yes. It's this programme on the airport. And it's customs. And yesterday they actually stopped 2 people coming through and they had... I've never seen so much tobacco. They said... Well, the old man did. And God, what an old man he was. Oh, he was vile. He was vile. It was a soundbite? All right. What is it? Take the pepperoni off the pizza. What's the point of that? Oh, right. This was This was yesterday, wasn't it? Taking the pepperoni off the pizza. You order a pepperoni pizza and then take the pepperoni off. Well, don't order a pepperoni pizza. Oh, that's right, it was when you were drunk. But also I said to you, you couldn't have it anyway. It's got cheese on. Pizza. Oh, when you're vegetarian. Oh, right. Life, of course, is so much more complicated now with vegan. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was tempting Corey with some hot cross buns, and we discovered they're okay for vegetarians, but they're not okay for vegans. So he said, perhaps we shouldn't tell him. I knew you'd succumb to those poppadoms. The moment they were placed in front of you, your little eyes were out on stalks. Anyway, this programme about the airport, right? So they've got a couple, an old man who quite clearly is the rudest old man you've ever met. This is all for personal. And they've literally got a table full of something like 47 kilos of rolling tobacco, and he claims it's for his own use. They worked out this is enough for 14 years of smoking. He claims, I mean, you could tell he was lying through his teeth. He claimed that he was smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, okay, but he didn't... I think she say he didn't smell of cigarettes, he didn't crave a cigarette going out, and he didn't sound as if he'd had a cigarette. You listen to Nigel Farage, you know he smokes. You can hear it in the voice. People who smoke cigarettes, and 100 a day. And this old man, he was so rude to the woman who was the customs officer. And he was saying, listen, girlie, go and get somebody. He was that rude. Anyway, he lost all his tobacco. But there was another person there who was a smuggler, but he was a swallower. Now, this is where people get drugs, and they swallow them in condoms. I mean, to be honest with you, it makes me feel like you're going to be sick anyway. But the interesting thing about this was, they checked him over, then they realised that he was concealing. So they put them in a cell with a special toilet, and you wait for nature to take its course, and they get the drugs back. He was determined that he would not be letting them know that he had drugs inside. And so he refused all food, all drink, except a can of fizzy, so that he knew it had not been tampered with, because he was convinced that if he had a drink of water or tea, they might put something in there like a laxative to make him go to the toilet. And they've got this special toilet for people who swallow. And do you know how long he went? Without eating or going to the toilet? 42 days. He lasted 42 days, and then they had this brilliant idea. One of the customs people brought his fish and chips in, and the smell was too much. The smell was overwhelming. So in the end, he had to go, and he did have about 10 balls put into condoms, which he'd swallowed. You know, you could sit there all year as far as they're actually concerned. They don't care. Steve, I can't believe how much my life has upended in the last 2 weeks. I truly would never imagined it possible. I feel we're truly incredibly fortunate to have the NHS. What's been achieved in a short space of time is nothing short of incredible, says Heather. The transformation of ordinary hospitals, exhibition centres into fully equipped frontline units is breathtaking. And a big thank you to every single person who took part in that. Do you know, I'm hoping... We knew that the figures were going to go up, weren't they? Because they were not including people who died at home of coronavirus. They were only doing the hospital patients. So I was expecting that to go up. And true to form, it did go up. But now we appear to be on a little bit of a slide. And the slide is going down. I think they've got exactly the same in Italy. The toll has soared, but the actual new cases have slowed down. So that's good news as well. That's all I'm looking for. That's all I'm looking for, is to make sure that we all know not to go out. But you can go out to the shops. And in fact, it's said today, that's why, you get some idiot writing in going, oh, how do you feel about only going out to the shops once? Well, no, I've been going out, only once a day to go to the shops, but every day. And the government have now said, that's fine. That's fine, thank you. Samphia is known as sea asparagus, tasty accompaniment to many fish dishes, can be eaten raw or lightly steamed. Christine from Ireland, how are you? We do this all the time. This is our secret message to each other. She says, I've got a lovely and easy way to cook salmon. Buy a nice piece of salmon, place it on silver foil, squeeze lemon on it, sprinkle dill, lemon pepper, put blue cheese on it, top it with chorizo, wrap the silver foil and cook it in the oven. It's delicious. So I don't like chorizo. There's a few things on there that I couldn't do, actually. I couldn't do blue cheese or chorizo. What's blue cheese called? That's the one with the veins in it, isn't it? Is that the one that they put metal things in there to do Stilton, is it? That's the one with the veins in it? Is it? I don't know what it's called. Is it still... There you go, that's it. Yeah, there's all sorts of blue cheese. Oh, it's just called blue cheese. Yeah, it looks like mouldy. See, I don't like that. I don't like Roquefort. Have you heard that other one, Stinking Bishop? Do you? Oh, I hate stinky cheese. I don't like anything that's sort of sloppy. You know, I don't like... They used to do a pizza, actually, in Pizza Express called Sloppy Giuseppe, which I quite liked, actually. That was quite nice. But no, none of these sort of... I'm just a bit bland and boring. I like Red Leicester. You think blue cheese is the best? Can you have blue cheese? No. Oh, in your past life. God, it's all in his past life, honestly. If we delve back far enough... Did you read what Danny Dyer said? Danny Dyer, the girl, the thick one who managed to make it behind a bar. How she managed it, I'll no idea. She's come up today with possibly the most blasphemous thing I've ever heard of. If Jesus was around, I'd be his girlfriend, she said. I mean, she really is that thick. You know, we thought Peter Andre was a bit dim for talking about stockpiling food. But when Danny Dyer came up with that one, I thought, well, that's it. Mind you, Matt Goss, whatever happened to Matt Goss, has come up with another one, which is, you know, you can go anywhere you want in your mind. In Matt Goss's case, that's probably quite true. Probably quite true. And another one here. I love smoked mackerel on toast for breakfast. Oh, no, I couldn't eat fish for breakfast. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Steve, in a sense, you did reenact the roasting scene from Tom Brown's School Days with your halogen oven incident. Yes, I did, yes. The funny thing is, I mean, I know all about public schools. And so that's why I think people liked watching it, because it brought back memories of little boys growing up very quickly. You know, I was away to school by the age of 9. You grow up very fast. You know, after you've done these, I'm homesick, miss my mummy, miss my daddy, and then you just get on with it. And then all of a sudden you become, you know, you can always spot kids who've been to prep school or public school. They can hold conversations with adults on exactly the same level. It's quite remarkable, it really is. But no, I love the film. I've seen so many versions of it now. And James says, you're so lucky living with 3 ladies. I didn't say they were ladies. I think ladies would be the last thing they were. But no, they were lovely, absolutely lovely. One of them went on to work in, 2 worked in Paris, one at the Lido in Barcelona, one at the Crazy Horse. It's all topless dancing. I mean, honestly, there's everything out there for all the boys here. It's all topless, but it's discreetly done. It's sort of jewellery and spray tans and everything else. And so they've got battery packs shoved down their knickers. I mean, it's not very glamorous, but it looks great. You know, lots of feathers and stuff like that. I mean, we thought it was glamorous. Okay, quick time check. Pinch and a punch, first day of the month, and no returns. I don't know what that means. I've got no idea, actually. But we do it because people... I mean, if I had my way, I'd be in next all there, pinch and a punch and a pinch and a kick for being so quick. You know, get to, like, oh, yeah. I tell you, I'm like a Jackie Chan movie all by myself. Oh, I tell you, can you imagine if you could literally... Then I watched them making a Jackie Chan movie. There was a documentary on it. They're on wires. They can't jump like that at all. I was really disappointed. Very, very disappointed. But I'd love to be able to do that. I'd love if somebody sort of comes up to you and goes, oi, and they make a derogatory comment, you just turn around and go, like that. Like Miss Piggy used to do it all the time. Steve. Why aren't supermarkets giving job to people who've been let go from it? They are. They've taken on thousands of people. Thousands of people. In fact, for the next door neighbours of a friend of mine, they both got a job in one of the big supermarkets, working nights, stacking the shelves. They're taking on loads of people. Loads of people. Oh, yeah, they really are. There's loads of opportunity. People working in the warehouses and things like that. They've got to get the food out. Most of them, I was saying to my driver this morning, you know, when we drove past Waitrose, it's fully stocked. There's a few things that you can't get because those people were stockpiling tins. So tins are in short supply. But everything else is there. All the vegetables. Paul Cooper's got all the vegetables. He stopped people going inside the shop now. And so you have to shop outside. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm just waiting for the time that the government then relax and say, you know, you can have some more shops open on the high street. You know, that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? There was a policeman stopping somebody the other day. 2 people walking down the road together, and the policeman going, "Oh, I don't know." They're being a bit overzealous on it, but I suppose they have to be. But the difference is, this couple are a couple. They live together, so they're allowed to go out together. But I don't think you can go out in the car. But I shall probably go out in the car later. I don't need any petrol, but I want to go to Costco, see if I can get a few little bits and pieces. Another one here. Wait a minute. So I have to get sort of other people's. I'm still getting these ones, actually, from Ian Dale's programme. I don't know why. I've got loads. So obviously he doesn't sort of open up his sort of emails. Oh, here we go. Morning, Steve. Richard says, it's like Las Vegas in our house. Outfits questionable, cocktails acceptable at any hour. Do you know, they're worrying. There's 2 things they're worrying about. Firstly, people of a certain age are drinking too much. And secondly, people are plugging everything in. People are playing computer games. People are doing all sorts of bits and pieces. And it's putting a strain on the places where we get the electricity from. And they've said we might actually have to sort of go into... We could have power cuts. And I suppose if you think about it, lots of people use different plugs, don't they? I mean, I've actually got 2 sockets in the 5 sockets in the kitchen. And on one of them, I've got a tower... and you plug other things into it. And it's been like that for ages and ages. But, and I tell you what, I've always got a couple of torches handy. Just in case all of a sudden there's a bang and the lights go out. And you think, okay, I've got a torch, I can cope, I can do things. But you just have to check, don't you? You just have to be aware. You just have to be aware of things. 15th day of quarantine. My good friend Joanne says Brad is off the ventilator and on the mend. I have a smile again. Well, that's good, isn't it? That's very good. Also, how are you with fish fingers that are shaped like fish? Says Ralph, one of the old gags of the day. Anna, an original spiker. Thank you for keeping us all cheerful. Well, that's what they've said in the hospital. The doctor has said laughter, the best policy. Otherwise, you sit down and you worry. If you're by yourself, and a lot of people will be by themselves, you worry about it. You get a little ache and a pain. You think, I wonder what that is. Get a bit sniffly, like I was yesterday. I had a bit of a runny nose, and then the producer said, that's all right. And then I turned on the television this morning and said, other symptoms of coronavirus, a runny nose. And I thought, yeah, but I think when they say runny nose, they mean runny nose. It's like I get a little cough, but then I use my voice for 3 hours every morning, so I'm talking. They're not talking as much as I am next door, so I put a strain on my vocal cords. So naturally, every so often you go, that's not a coronavirus cough, that's just a sort of looking after your throat kind of thing. Steve Chan, the mind boggles, says Rob. It's not so far-fetched, I don't think. You know, people might look at me. I tell you what I watch. I've watched it a few times now. If you go to YouTube... Oh, first of all, you have to go to YouTube and type in Do Re Mi COVID-19 song. And it's Julie Andrews. They've lip-synced her with somebody singing like Julie Andrews. And she's singing Do, a dear, a COVID, dear. And it's all to do with the COVID virus. It's very good. Very, very good. There's also... Yes, I did watch the thing you sent me. No. Was that the Les Miserables thing? Yes, that was quite good. Yes, I quite like that. It's not as good as Do Re Mi, which I got sent by a friend of mine. You know, I'm not saying that I've got better things than you, but you know, I'm really taking any notice of you. So Do Re Mi. It's on YouTube. It's had something like 10 million hits because it's just one. It's where they're all sitting on the hillside. And she's doing the do, a dear, a female, and then it cuts from them to the bicycles. There you go, they're all sitting there. We must wash and clean things well. Cars, no, long trips just for fun. So it all fits in here. Don't let the COVID virus spread. And they're all singing. It's so funny to think how old this is now. Julie Andrews is in her 80s, isn't she? I can still watch it. I can still watch that. We all got films that we turn to in times of crisis. In times of, you know, I want to wave a magic wand. I want to go back there. It's like, you know, it's like winning the lottery. and sort of going, what would I do with it first? Would you bring your parents back and things like that? My parents would be in their 90s by now, so I can't imagine what it would be like. I don't think they'd enjoy the place, but they were always out in the country. We've had some nice houses over the years, and now you stand on the streets waiting for the car to pick you up, and there's nobody. There's just nothing. 2 foxes by a cemetery we saw, and that was it. The rest of it was nothing out there at all, which is good news, because if people are heeding it, and I did queue up for Marks and Spencer's yesterday, so I could nip in and get my stuff, and it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I was going to queue for Waitrose, but at 7:30 there was already a queue of about 15, 20 people, and I thought, oh no, I could live without that one. That's why I want to go to Costco today. It's good enough for Prince Harry. He was caught pushing a trolley out of Costco with a photographer, so they've got a picture of him doing it. I didn't even think, actually, that he would be a member of Costco. I suppose he'd probably think that's, he'd probably never been in a supermarket before. Steve, my mate, the supermarket delivery guy, reckons he feels like the Dre Man, the amount of booze that he's delivering. Yeah, people are getting through huge amounts of booze. Huge amounts of booze. Because I suppose it's boredom, isn't it? By the time you get in, you can imagine, can't you? I get in at 7:15 in the morning, and you then think, right, I go onto the internet, I might go and order something from Amazon. I tried yesterday, hilarious, and I bet you did as well, to try and get some clippers to do my hair, so I could do my hair. Well, you can't find them. They're all out of stock. They've got very expensive clippers, but I'm not going to spend 80 quid on some clippers just to cut my hair. It would be terrible. Also, 3 more spikers enjoying the show on the Isle of Wight. Chrissy, Jew, Rusty the Yorkie. Steve says, Robert, take the paper and meals to my mum, who is 85 every morning, going Poundland on the way. Normally, I'm the only one in there. Yes, I mean, I wasn't sure how Poundland were allowed to open. Is it because they sell food? But, that was it. Steve. Can't find flour anywhere, says Jane. No, flour was a bit of a difficult one, and yeast was a little bit difficult. Carol says, I'm bowled over by the kindness of so many right now and the bravery of our frontliners. Say hello to our lovely group, Noreen and the gang. Wishing everyone suffering from this vile disease strength and healing vibes. And listening to you really helps, says Carol. Stay well. Absolutely. I have every intention of staying well. Every intention. Oh, look at that. This looks like people who are eating bats. I think they're eating all sorts of strange things. These food markets, absolutely dreadful. And they've got a snake, which presumably is going to be eaten by somebody. There's everything, isn't there? There's nothing that people don't eat nowadays. And I'm sure that half of these animals are carrying the disease, which is not the best thing. We'll go through the papers today. You won't believe it, but there is an awful lot of comment on Meghan and Harry. And the comment is basically saying they haven't got a clue. Not a clue. They said they need probably 6 months to try and work out, because they're going to be swallowed up. I mean, let's face it, already, Harry's been caught out by the pranksters from Russia. Didn't take long, did it? And they're supposed to be more intelligent than we are. And he got caught by that one. Meghan has done the voiceover for a little charitable film for Disney. It's not a mega film. And she's come in for criticism there because she's not a voiceover artist. She's only in Suits, also, they found the youngest victim of the virus, 13. 13. No underlying health problems at all. No underlying health problems. So it only goes to prove. And if proof were needed, he got it. He died. Need to watch yourselves. Don't want to lose anybody, thank you very much indeed. I've spent a long time building up my audience. Also, the risking your health to bury loved one. There's a gypsy funeral here. I thought they've said funerals are okay. Funerals are okay. I mean, there is 17 from one particular funeral that all got the coronavirus. They've got various people who've been stopped. Also, Marks and Spencer are rushing out tens of thousands of Perspex face shields. So that's a good idea. But as I said yesterday, over in Iceland, the shop, nothing. The poor kids are sitting on the tills, no masks on. No, nothing. Why are they not wearing masks? Why is Iceland not rolled out masks for them? Because if you're doing your shopping, you're right next to them. Right next to them. Goodness sake, honestly. Also, Also, wishing you and the listeners well, especially thinking of my ex-employer, Sovereign, and Barbara in Hendon. All the best in these tough times. It is tough times, isn't it? Everybody says to me, that's the one thing that everybody says, literally, every single day is, you'll not see the like of this again. And I keep saying, well, I hope not. I hope not. You know, you have to really, I mean, I'm hoping that it's all finished by Christmas. I was checking on my godchildren the other day who are bored out of their mind, and their mum wrote to me because I was sort of just checking that everybody was okay. And, she said at the moment, she said, people are keeping busy and, at least they're not at the Airbnb, they're in their own house. My oldest is doing a daily virtual exercise routine with the gym. Mum's doing a lot of home cooking. We still don't know what I'm dishing up, but I'm trying. She doesn't really cook, actually. Doesn't cook at all. My youngest still gets schoolwork set every day. And my middle young man is bored senseless. He's been on the tractor, mowed a couple of fields, playing tennis as the courts open with his youngest sister. He even hoovered upstairs and polished without being asked. Unheard of. Unheard of. Because you've all got to pull in together. You've all got to pull together. If you don't do it, the system collapses. And we don't want the system collapsing, do we? Everybody, 1st of April. I bet you never thought we'd get to the 1st of April. And a little bit of rain today, but it's blooming freezing. Absolutely freezing out there. And then somebody wrote to me yesterday and said, don't worry, when we get the summer, the virus will die down because it doesn't like heat. I said, well, they've got the virus in hot countries. Now, whether or not it's the combination of cold weather and then all of a sudden going into warmer weather, whether that changes the situation, I've got no idea. But they do have coronavirus in hot countries. So I don't think it's got to do with heat. I think of course you're assuming, or we're assuming, that they're all the same strain. My friend Jan in Hong Kong, Steve, tells me that the restaurants and the shops have open, but they have to run at half capacity and you have to wear masks. What happens to hotels? We were discussing this yesterday, Corey and I, we've got the Hampshire opposite our front door, and they've got tourists in, or they might not have tourists in. In their restaurant for breakfast, it's a buffet breakfast. They've got, a buffet breakfast, where you can get buffet. Oh, you're so poncy, aren't you, really? Buffet. It's buffet. Do you know, I can't believe you're this daft. I really can't. It's buffet. Buffet. Corey, what is it? It's buffet. See? It's got nothing to do with him being from the north. It's a buffet, okay? I don't know where you get this from. And you go in there and they've got smoked salmon and cereal and juices and hot sausages and everything else. Well, I mean, presumably you can't sit near anybody, so perhaps they're still operating the buffet. And then, what's the matter with him? Honestly, where have you come from all of a sudden? All of a sudden, you see, this is the trouble. He goes fasting. Then all of a sudden, his body, which has been deprived of most things for years, he goes back on the poppadoms, and immediately he's off with the fairies. He has got no idea what he's talking about. I mean, all of you listening, you know it's called, we went to this wedding and they had a great buffet. That's what people do when you go to a wedding. You have a buffet. It's a lot easier like that. And you go in there and go, so do you have a buffet? And they go, no, but we've got a buffet, love. Same sort of thing, isn't it? Also, somebody's saying, how well do you think Boris Johnson has managed the crisis? Well, they're pushing to get, that's my stomach, incidentally, to get the cure through. That's what they're pushing. That's all we want. That's what we want. I want the high street to start opening up, little shops. I still think we should keep our distance from people. I don't think you can change anything on that, and I still think we should have, people going just one or two inside a bank, or because I went in there, there was nobody there, and I said, I just need to take some money out. This was a week ago. And so took some money out, and then when I went out, the next one was allowed in. But there was no queue outside the bank. No queue. Do the police need to be stricter to stop people flouting the lockdown rules? Well, I know that the papers are very keen to point out that they don't have the power to stop people going out in their cars. I mean, people aren't going out in their cars because, that's just people being good. But as I pointed out yesterday, if I'm going out in my car, I'm the only one in it. I'm not sharing it with anybody. And then everybody kept coming up with, oh, say you have an accident. I've been driving for 50 years. I've never had an accident yet. I have accidents at home in the kitchen, but I've never got the car with me at the time. Well, I don't think so anyway. Perhaps I might have done last time. But we did have a buffet, so that was nice, wasn't it? Also, biggest fuel price drop on record. Why? It's now fallen to, they say the average cost £1.12. Some places under £1. Now would be a good time to start filling up the car, wouldn't it? To make sure that you've got all the I mean, I've filled up my tank. It doesn't take too much, actually. But they say there was much further for pump prices to fall. But say it's not an excuse for needless trips during the lockdown. It's not a needless trip. Putting petrol in the car, I thought, would be an essential. All the people here have now got letters because we're a frontline service. Presenters are frontline presenters. They're the people that keep the country going in times of crisis. There was that stupid person. Remember the one who wrote the stupid one from Scotland who went, no, it's only the BBC. Obviously reading some ancient manual for the 1700s. You get some really dumb people. Jane Moore today. I bet they're missing doing Luke's Women. They must be missing that. She was talking about Prince William, desperate to return to his old job of flying an air ambulance. She said, meanwhile, his brother has become the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, doing his bit for himself and his wife. And they say here, either way, Meghan and Harry are holed up somewhere in Hollywood, which one suspects was Meghan's aim all along, particularly as it's close to the movie industry. But what are they doing? Nothing. Have they thought about it? No. They just think you surround themselves with sort of people, and then people go, OK, I've got you this multi-million-pound job here, and I can get you this and get you that. And you think, well, so far it's nothing. Because you remember, actually, once the COVID-19 crisis has passed, they'll be vulnerable to the attentions of the super-rich. And you remember how that worked out for good old Uncle Andrew. Yes, good old Uncle Andrew, who let the royal family down big time. But then yesterday, wasn't it good? Sarah Ferguson was saying that, we must be nicer to Prince Andrew. Yeah, well, you be nice to him, dear, because let's face it, you never actually managed to succeed in anything at all. James in Sevenoaks. Oh, it's pronounced buffer, says Nicola. Yeah, some people call it buffet, and some people call it buffer. It's not buffer. Honestly, where have you got this from? You are mad as a frog. You really are. Sorry? Oh, Darren Adams has done it. Has he really? Where is it? I can't... on the screen here. A certain Darren has texted me to shout, it's buffet. It's buffet. I don't know why you don't know these things, honestly. Mind you, the good news is on this programme you can fool some people some of the time, and people who work on my programme all of the time. It's so easy. I love the way... Yes, exactly. I mean, how does Darren Adam not know? Perhaps, of course I've worked it out. That's the Scottish. It's not buffet, it's buff... I. That's what it is. Buff I. Going off on a Kaylee. Buff I. Poor old, honestly, as I say, the trouble is now that the food has found its way into Luke's brain, we've suddenly realised the disadvantage of going on a fasting diet. It means that your brain is starved of oxygen, food, and any resemblance to anything in the real world goes out of the window. So it's buffet. With the raised inflection at the end to signify the fact that you're Scottish. Buffet? Are you having a buffet? I am. A buffet. There'll be people writing in shortly, and there'll be other people going, we know what you're doing, Steve, we know what you're doing. Unfortunately, Luke has no idea. Don't tell him. We could keep this one going for years. We could keep it going for ages. And if we can get Darren in on it as well, I mean, this is even better. I've achieved my objective. What do they say? You need a laugh in the mornings. God knows we need it. Can you imagine if you sit here going, somebody else has died, I mean, it's just too depressing for words, and I don't want to be depressed. Oh, you know who's made the papers again? Koo Stark. Koo Stark is another one of Prince Andrew's little friends from years ago. There was a rumour that they were going to get married, but unfortunately she made a soft porn film, and that kind of sealed her fate. Ever since then, she's always been a little bit litigious. And some man, who she obviously knows, she said that he would give her £50,000 a year for the rest of her life. And he said, no, I didn't say that at all. It was a gesture. And because there was no legal document, she decided to take it to court. He called her a gold digger in court, which is probably one of the more polite things she's been called, but she lost the case. Now, I'm led to believe she's got no money at all. I don't know what I can't remember whether or not she was an artist or something like that, but her claim to fame was she went out with Prince Andrew, but his choice of people at that particular time was not particularly brilliant. And so she's just lost this case, but to be labelled a gold digger, she'll be furious. Furious. And I would say she became a bit precious, but all she made was a film, I think it was called Emily, where she appeared topless. So, of course, but there again, Andrew's taken all his clothes off before and has appeared full frontal. A very unwise decision, I think. Steve, you'll have to send Corey out to get you a breakfast from McDonald's. They're not open. Where have you been? They're all closed. Everything's closed. There's no deliveries, no nothing. It's closed. You are in this country, aren't you? You have been out there. No, they've closed everything down. All the McDonald's. We have one here, which, in fact, I could have sent somebody out. Luke, probably. It's Luke. And he could have gone out there to get sort of Steve the McDonald's buffet, or buffet, and then sort of brought something back, but they're not open. Steve, should we be having takeaways delivered if the virus can stay on cardboard for 24 hours? I don't think it can. We were talking about this the other day on how if you get something sent from China, it will be covered in the virus. And they said, no, it passes through so many different time zones and different. It would have worn off ages and ages ago. You see, this is what I mean about fake news. People who think that they know everything and they've read something on the internet or somebody said, oh, you've got to be careful about this. It lasts for 24 hours on cardboard. And you go, I mean, that's why they're also saying don't hand money over in shops. They've upped the contactless thing. It used to be 30 quid. I didn't know that. I spent some money somewhere ages ago, and went to do the thing that said insert the card. What's the point of having contactless? And it was only 30 quid, but they've now upped it to £45, which is good. It means that you can do your little shop, and you'll be under it, so you can do contactless much quicker, much easier. Steve, didn't Meghan say she'd never live in America all the time Trump was in power? So good to have you back, says Sue in Maidstone. I can't remember what she said. She said so many different things, but I think this was her objective, to go back and live in California. They never had any intention of settling in Canada. Not at all. And he doesn't know what he's doing anyway. As I say, the only thing that Harry has ever done is been in the army, and he's been out with various people, and he's been sort of the rough diamond in the family. He's never been in the real world. This is the first time he's been allowed out by himself. And he doesn't know what to do. What can he do? Can't call dressing up, as a sort of a particularly good idea. So we'll have to wait and see. But all the papers are saying they need 6 months to try and work this out properly, because somebody somewhere is going to take advantage of them. A little bit like poor old Uncle Andrew, who's fallen foul of rich people on so many different occasions. And Harry's going to go exactly the same way. Mark my words, because he's not streetwise. He's not savvy. He doesn't know how it works. He just thinks that people will bow and scrape to him because he was once Prince Harry. Now he's just Harry with a Costco card. How the mighty have fallen. I think he'll end up coming back. I think they'll end up splitting. I've just got a feeling it's going to be very, very stressful. Very, very stressful. Apparently, Wimbledon will today announce that the Grand Slam is off this year. First time since the war. Strange times. Another one here, very quickly. I'm trying to find all these other things. They come in sort of dribs and drabs, and then I get sort of tempted by some of the very funny ones. Steve, I always thought it was pronounced Buffy, but I've just looked it up in the dictionary, says James, and it's pronounced Buff it. So in Scotland it's Buffy. The eyes have it, and here Buffet. So that's all Buffet, I think, which is good, isn't it? So don't you worry, Luke. Honestly, there are better things to worry about. April brings showers, and so a few showers today. I'm just waiting for the sunshine. I'm just desperately waiting for the sunshine. Where in goodness name is the sunshine? Rolf Harris makes the papers today. He's still earning despite his crimes. They think he's got about £3.5 million. He's got a company. I mean, what it's putting through, I've got no idea. Also, Amir Khan has bought the house next door to his wife's. He says it makes the marriage stronger. Yeah. Is she buying that? My goodness me. Can't believe it. Italy's toll soars, but the new cases slowed down. Also, police are hunting thieves who stole £10,000 worth of toilet rolls. What they're doing with them, I've got no idea. Years ago, they'd have sold them at markets, but we don't have any markets at the moment. Plus, time to help the forgotten army of unpaid carers, and how booze catches up with the over 60s. Plus, garden centres, £200 million worth of plants left to rot. I don't know what they're going to do with them. I've really got no idea. I mean, whether you can put them outside garden centres and then people can help themselves, because they're just going to have to throw them away. Although, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, why not just keep watering them? They're going to grow, aren't they? And it just means you get a more established plant. But this is the time when they're bringing things in because people want to go out and fill up the gardens to cheer themselves up. You know, even if it's only a window box. And another one here. And happening. Keep on keeping their name alive until they return with a bang, says Andrew. She thinks that Harry and Meghan are going to come back. Actually, I don't think they're both going to come back. I don't think she liked the thing. I mean, I do not think it's going to work for them. I mean, so far he hasn't done any work at all. He's done nothing at all. He's been to Costco, but there again, anybody goes to Costco. And also, they weren't separating in the Costco he went to. There's people all around. So they're not even doing the 2 metres, which is not good. Trucker Dell says North Yorkshire to Northfleet today with pizza, garlic bread and 10 tonne of Whitby scampi. You talked about scampi yesterday. All of a sudden there's a spike in demand. Oh, I love scampi. Oh, scampi is fantastic. He says, you're our light in some dark times, Steve. Scampi. See, now you've got me going now. Now you've got me going. I might have to have scampi today. It's particularly delicious. And you can have it like finger food. So you don't have to, have it with chips or anything else like that. You can just have, some... do you like non-breaded prawns? Not really. I mean, I have had non-breaded prawns. But you mean the things that you put in a prawn cocktail? Oh, yeah, I can eat those. See, their eyes? Oh, no, I'm not eating those ones. No, I've told you, anything that you can see what it was in its previous life, I'm not eating. I'm seriously not. It's like going to the supermarket and there'd be a cow standing there with a huge knife in one of its hooves saying, well, just help yourself. Bit off the back's quite nice. Little bit of rump. Yes, I was fed on grass. It's lovely. I think they did that in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think there was a cow there. Oh, this is one of my favourite bits, Daniel. Oh, no. If you had to go and watch these things before they were put in polystyrene boxes, you wouldn't be eating it. We'd all be vegetarian, I Stan says, when you visit the godchildren, do you put cotton wool in your cheeks? I haven't visited them. You can't drive out and go and meet people. I can send texts, though. I'm very good at sending texts and just checking up on the fact that everybody's okay. So that's good. Do they miss me? Oh, I should imagine, yeah. Yeah. I don't like to ask, actually. It makes it, because not everybody is missed by their godchildren. They go, well, hope they don't come round again. Do you remember Robin Houston working at LBC in the early days? Robin Houston? I remember Robin Houston. I didn't think he worked at LBC. I mean, I remember Howard Hughes, of course. But Robin Houston... No, Robin Houston used to be on the television, didn't he? I'm pretty certain. He was a very smooth operator. But whether he was on LBC, I don't know. Was he? As what? In what years have they said? Might be before... Wait a minute. Have a look. Words of freelance voice. Found him in Capital Radio in London. And he moved to LBC. Oh, right. From studios, he became he was a newsreader. Oh, he was newsreader. And a daytime news programme presenter. That's newsreader. I don't remember that at all. And then he presented a late-night phone-in. Really? And at the start of 76, he became LBC's daily drive time presenter on Newsbreak. Don't remember that at all. Definitely don't remember that one. That was what, 70... What do we say that year was? 76. Well, I joined 79. So there you go. So prior to me joining, he was here. But not whilst I was here. But, yeah, I remember Howard Hughes, absolutely. He did a programme on... He liked UFOs. Probably still does, actually. Steve, embarrassing. Good Lord. It's still April Fool's Day. Maybe it's a wind-up that Amy Hart is still trying to be famous, this time flashing her underwear to a photographer. Well, she's got nothing else. Well, I mean, what else is there? She doesn't juggle. She can hardly go, I'm going to push a trolley and go, would you like anything from the trolley? You know, it's not a career, is it? Only if you're flying, and of course nobody's flying at the moment, so I shouldn't imagine they'd have kept her. No, poor soul, you feel a bit sorry for her. I mean, I don't know what she thought this was going to lead to, whether she thought she was going to be presenting Newsnight or sort of doing some, sort of daytime programme, perhaps cooking for This Morning and stuff like that, because they're not. They gave her a little job on Loose Women, which they do for all of them. It's a good publicity kind of thing, but unfortunately she wasn't much cop at that either. So where does she go from here? Nowhere. She'll have to start doing topless shots, and after that, Lord alone knows. Lord alone knows. The new contactless limit means we're moving towards a cashless society. Oh no, it'll never be a cashless society. Absolutely not. It's only gone up to 45 quid. I don't know how much you're surviving on. Do you like roll mop? No. Have you ever seen roll mop? It looks like fish, and they roll it. Oh, it's horrible. You can always find it in a jar in a fish and chip shop. Looks disgusting. Roll mop. Seriously, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. I can imagine. I know, it's disgusting. It looks like somebody's taken a snake skin and rolled it. It looks really awful. Doesn't that just absolutely look disgusting? What's it? I don't know what it's wrapped around. It could be a gherkin. I don't know. Gherkin or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, I used to look at them in the jars thinking, ain't going to be touching that, thank you. Roll mop herring. I mean, it looks disgusting. It's the sort of thing, actually, Darren would like, because they probably serve it in Iceland. I should imagine it's probably staple diet. Ooh, for breakfast, let's have roll mop. Back with the water again. Yeah, as long as you've got some food going into your stomach, that's okay. You know, we don't want to see you wasting away, Luke. We don't want to see you sort of 1 minute standing upright and the next minute on the floor. You know, the little legs could not support the weight of the body that was above. You know, so we want to make sure that you're all right. We're concerned. You know, I'm personally not. I couldn't care less and fall down and stay there. But you know, I like to show my concern to people. I like to be thought of as a caring person. I mean, I think about the whole of yesterday actually without thinking about you once. It's amazing, isn't it? Really. Mind you, same for the producer as well. Jason in Milton Keynes says there's a group called Rock the Lockdown on Facebook. People singing all over the world. Oh God, how ghastly. Another one here, which says, to manage the diabetic state I'm in, I bought a vegan wrap. It was horrific, says Selena. Oh, right. Oh, right. Not sure about that. Thank you for keeping me going, giving me some light relief from the news. Well, we've still got the news. We're still telling you exactly what's happening. You know, now the news today is this 13-year-old boy who's died with no underlying effects or anything at all. And that's the worrying thing. Hopefully that might actually sort of still sort of push forwards. And we might eventually be getting people going, I don't think I'll be going out. So we're fortunate we're not quite like at the stage Italy and other countries are in. They need a permit to leave their homes and they can't leave their local district unless it can be proved to be necessary. Look how many people have died, Italy. Good Lord. In cars, they're not allowed to have two in the front seats. Seems our government is handling this well. We must live in hope and hang on to the fact it will not be forever. No, I think it'll be not back to normal, because I think that's going to take a little bit of a while, but I think we will go back into what I call semi-normality. And I think that would be by May, June, something like that. I think we might start getting there, but we all have to pull together. We've all got to do it. But the government the supermarkets are relaxing now what you can buy. There's only a few supermarkets who are actually limiting the amount of goods that you can buy. Most of the other ones, they are fully stocked. And as long as everybody's sensible, it'll remain fully stocked. But all the people who bought all the tins, they're now sitting there with cupboards full of tins. So thinking that, you know, there'd be no more food in the world, whereas, of course, there's tons of food. Absolutely. Tons and tons of food. Why don't the garden centres offer home delivery service? The trouble is, Jonathan, you need to see plants, don't you? That's what. Well, actually, having said that, I watch QVC, and I watch them when they do plants on there, and I've often thought about. I've ordered plants from a shopping channel before, and that's quite a good idea. But when they arrive, they're like little plugs, little tiny things, and then you sort of have to protect them from the frost because, you know, with the early morning, cold mornings, that can kill off sensitive plants. But I'm only going to do geraniums this year. I've decided it's the hardiest plant that I've ever ever put in. I mean, you can keep geraniums all the way through summer up till winter, and then onwards. Sometimes they just keep going forever and a day. Dahlias, was it dahlias? No, what else did I grow the other year? There was something else I grew. I've still got some of those. Which is amazing. Love the story about the goats roaming around Llandudno. Made me laugh. Yeah, they keep showing it on the paper. They've come down from the hillside, I think, and they just want to meet people and eat. Steve, would you rather never drink Prosecco again or self-isolate with Gemma Collins, Katie Price and Kerry Coke, says Kevin in Chester. I don't know. So, would you never drink Prosecco again or self-isolate? I think I'd probably go for the not drinking Prosecco ever again. Yeah, no, seriously, I mean, what on earth would you be able to say to Gemma Collins that a 3-year-old couldn't reply with? You know, Kerry Coke, nothing at all. She's got nothing in common. I could drink Chianti. I wouldn't have to have Prosecco. And Kate, or just champagne. Yeah, there's a lot of champagne around at the moment, which is... I'm not a big fan of champagne. It's odd, isn't it? You'd think that if you drink Prosecco, you would be a fan of champagne, but I'm not. I've got bottles of champagne at home. People have bought me champagne over the years. The management bought me a lovely load of champagne to celebrate my 40th year. So that was quite lovely. It arrived in a box and everything. I didn't know what it was. Opened it up. I thought, well, that'll keep me happy this evening. And it lasted actually a bit longer. I've still got 2 or 3 bottles left. I don't like fish with lots of bones, says Jackie. No, me neither. And I'm sure Robin Houston hosted the quiz show on Channel 5 called 100%. Right. I can't remember. I don't know where he is at the moment. I'm always amazed when sort of somebody says to me, oh, so-and-so was on LBC, where are they now? And in a lot of cases, you know, a lot of people from the early days are not with us anymore. We used to have a big get-together to celebrate different anniversaries, and you go there now, and it's really bizarre. If you remember it from 40 years ago, all the people I remembered who were sort of, you know, fresh-faced young things, now they're white-haired old men and women. And then I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, wait a minute, I'm one of these people as well. Can't get away from it, can you? Let's have a check on... Morning. Nice to have your yes, and why not? Because it's the first, and we can't find any in the papers. You can't find any April Fools in the papers, but there might be some April Fools there. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk from our Methodist pastor, Jake. This is the one who lost his job because they were closing down churches, so they took his money away. Anyway, now he's got some of his money back again because he was wondering how he was going to cope. But he says, went to one of the state parks and had a small picnic with my wife. Nobody else was there. Took a walk around a lake, which is called Lucky Pal. Is that right? He says, I'm now recording short daily messages from my congregation. Strange times. Aren't they strange times? And the thing is, Jake, because we're going around the world on this programme, not only are we a national station for the whole of the United Kingdom, but also people can pick us up abroad. And you suddenly realise we're all sharing the same experiences. We've all got the same experiences. We all know that, you know, sometimes the shops run a little bit low on different food items, and people sort of say, oh, I think I'll go out, and then other people say, no, you can't go out. And so we're all in it together, and we're going to come through the other side, which is going to be great, and we all can't wait for that. We cannot wait for coming through the other side of it. When it is, I don't know, but I'm praying that it happens very, very soon, which is nice. How's the hand, Connor? Have we still got the... Is it better now? Are you able to... Oh, another bandage. It's not weeping, I know. Always best, isn't it? Don't show it those films. That's what I've said to you before, you know. And, you know, they get very, very worried. But at least it looks cleaner than it did the other day. Yes. It looked... No, I know. It's those... I know. The trouble is, I mean, you should have put something else on it. You should have put some... Have you put cream on? It's no good just drying it up and stopping it weeping. You need to put some cream on. Savlon. Right. Is Savlon... I use... I can't remember what the cream is now. I use it. You can use it for eczema and all sorts of things. But if you've cut yourself... Sudocreme. That's right. I use that for everything. Use that for everything. It comes in a spray, or it comes... And you could do that... I've got all of them. I love Sudocreme. Honestly, I couldn't eat all of it, but I mean, you know, it's really quite nice over strawberries. So it actually said on one of the things, it said it's very good for healing. Or failing that, Manuka honey. You can get Manuka honey plasters now, but also you could put a little bit of Manuka honey on there and then put the plaster over the top. That would be quite a good thing to do, because it is extortionately expensive. Yeah, but I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, I paid over £100 for a pot of it, but it's super duper stuff. It's literally a toast. It's okay. When I was burnt, and when I was in the hospital, they gave me tubes of Manuka to squeeze on, and then put the plasters over the top of it to keep it in there, because it only comes from New Zealand. There's lots of fake, but true Manuka honey comes from New Zealand, and it's very expensive, depending on what the strength is that you get. My one was a good strength. I like it. I used to have it. If ever you get a cough or a cold, a spoonful of Manuka honey in a cup of hot water is really, really good for you. It's really soothing. It's very nice. It's very healthy. You should try it, actually, because you're permanently sick, aren't you, Luke? You know, I mean, it's not the most well boy we've ever had in the studio. But at least he's sort of, he's managing. So eventually you're going to have to take that plaster off and let the air get to it. Okay? Otherwise it's not going to heal. It's not ready for it yet, no. Well, that's all right. You do it in your own time. Take photographs of it, put it up on Twitter, if you really want to alienate people. Send me the photo. Bless you. I'm so thrilled by that. Thank you very much indeed. It's not often people send a picture of their hand because they've tripped over their own feet. So you could be my first. Could be the first. It's exciting. But no, you eventually, after probably another week or so, you need to get the air to it. Not all the time, but you could do sort of sessions at home where you take the plaster off, and then you've just sort of got to and just leave it resting on the arm of the settee. Sorry? Rice. Rice? What do you want rice for? God, he's mad as a broomstick today. He's seriously lost the plot. We were winding him up earlier on, Connor, that buffet is pronounced buffet. And he fell for it, hook, line and sinker, which we like. So Jake, keep on doing what you do. What about Carver? Yeah, that's okay. Also, Steve, don't forget the plight to the zoos, especially my favourite Colchester. $25,000 a day running costs and no visitors. Is it really? Good point. It's terribly expensive, isn't it? And somebody says you are a rock. I quite like actually being a rock. I think that's a good. Yesterday, Steve, I watched a repeat of Strike It Lucky. It was a Christmas replay. I've just bought some Never the Twain, the box set of Never the Twain, which I loved, which had Lovely Boy, Windsor Davis, and Mr. Donald Sinden in, which is really good. So I'm looking forward to watching that today. You've got to watch something that lifts your spirits, something that sort of makes you sort of smile a little bit. I've only got perennials, says Jackie. I can get free plants off the ones I already have. I'm getting withdrawal symptoms. I can't renew my solar lights. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. That is terrible. Have you ever tried to grow an avocado? No. I do like avocados. I think avocados, somebody told me once, aren't they good because they've got the good fats? Or did I get that completely wrong? I might have. Steve, if these wet markets remain open, who's to say another viral epidemic will happen in the near future? Well, there is that risk. There is that risk. It could be very dangerous. We don't know. I love your show in the morning, says supermarket driver Paul. And another one here. Morning, for heaven's sake, normal day-to-day life at the NHS. Yes, well, I mean, they're all pulling... Did you see how they created that hospital? They brought in the army and everybody else, and I thought, well, that's fantastic. That's what we can do now. That is what we can do. I can't sleep, Steve, but I'm lying here with my partner snoring away, which is becoming increasingly annoying. Anyway, can't wait for the lockdown to be over and getting back to normal. By the way, you can get broccoli salad from Costco, and you're right, scampi, excuse me, piping hot, dipped into cold ketchup. Oh, scampi and ketchup. I think mayonnaise. So I'm just looking at somebody through the door putting their rubber gloves on. What are you looking at? You got? Yeah, I've got here. Yeah, but I can't hold my cup of tea and put the hand lotion on. I have to do it in time. And I am doing it. I'm getting through loads of this hand gel. No. Coming up in rashes. Dear, don't come anywhere near me. Thank you very much. You might be contagious. Rashes? You had rashes for 2 weeks? Really? Where? On your hands? Oh. Slightly bizarre, isn't it? Well, you're obviously using really? Well, I haven't had anything at all, and I'm using the same hand sanitizer that you are, and everybody else is. I carry it. I've got 1, 2, 3... I've got 4 hand sanitizers on me. One that, just in case I sort of forget one morning, I think, well, at least I've got some more at home, which is good. Excuse me. Had to have a quick sample of the tea just to make sure it's good. How is your 6-foot rose? It's lovely. Do you know, I looked at it the other day. And I thought, because my last producer, Chris, got me this rose when he left to go and work on Tom Swarbrick's programme. He bought me this rose, and it's 6 foot, and it all came out, and it's beautiful. It's a really lovely rose. And then, of course, after it's flowered and it's died down, so I'm waiting for it to come back to life again. And it's got these beautiful, sort of like orangey, peachy coloured flowers. But it's quite tall. It's a 6 foot. It was delivered. It's lovely. It's really, really nice. What, does it come up again? Of course it does. What do you think it does? It just sort of flowers one year and you throw it away? No. Roses get better year after year after year. Why do you think people use them on graves and things like that? What, you're sort of letting them flower and then throwing them away? You're not. Are you that mad? It's a... Good Lord above. No, it's a rose. It comes in... Sorry? No, not any other flower, no. You can propagate from other flowers. How many different sorts of apple can you get on an apple tree? How many different... There you go. There's one specifically for Luke this morning. How many sorts of apples can you... No, about 40. 40 different apples, all growing on the one tree, because you're doing grafting. You take... So, if you've got a Cox... and I've got an orange pippin or something like that, you just slice it, you make a little cut in your tree, put it in there, bind it up with tape, and it will graft onto that stem, but it will only produce those apples. Isn't that amazing? So you don't need to have individual apple trees for individual types of apple. You can grow them all on the one tree, which I think is fantastic, but didn't really expect you to know that. That's why I did it to you specifically, because it was sort of a little bit of a trick question. But it's lovely. I've seen pictures of it. It's really, really good. And wait a minute. Julian says, your last producer, Chris, aren't you forgetting someone? Julian, honestly. As if I would. Actually, I thought about it the other day. I hope you're keeping well. Remember Julian? No? Oh, dear. I'm sorry, Julian. They're all new round here. He's popped in on the odd occasion to come and see me, which is quite nice. I like seeing people from sort of... I've nearly said the past, Julian. That sounds awful, isn't it? But my rose is good. Steve, I was a contestant on 100% and 100% Gold. Robin Houston was the voiceover, apparently. Oh, right. Hard Frost, says Anne in Richmond. She says, I thought it felt a bit cold. And she says, you are such a tonic. Thank you. Chris Donovan says... wait a minute, I've lost it. Another one here. So, wait a minute, Chris Donovan says, listening to the Steve Allen Show on LBC, best show in the UK. Well, there you go. I mean, that kind of says it, doesn't it? High praise indeed. But as I say, listen, all we've got to do, if we can all work together, then we get through this. You know, if we're silly, we don't get through this, and lots more people are going to die, but they might already have the virus. If we can stop it, or halt it, or slow it down, that's the way forward. Okay, that's what we're aiming for. You know, we're aiming for the fact that don't go out and see people. You know, people have, but don't, because lots more people will be coming down with it, because somebody in a group, like those people who had a buffet, do you remember? They were having a karaoke party, and there was about 25 of them, and you think, well, you must be really stupid. You know, the family brain cell must have been out for the day. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? It's 5:30. It's interesting, we were talking a moment ago to Luke, through a medium, and we were sort of discussing voiceovers. Lots of people do voiceovers. And it's one of those interesting things that it was a closed market. LBC's used loads of voiceover artists over the years, and many of them now work from home. They've got their little studio. Somebody will send them. Chris Lowry will tell you, you send all the details, you know, you're listening to Steve Allen or you're listening to Nick Ferrari on LBC, and they would then record them, and they do them down the line, and it's recorded this end. But mainly, most of the voiceover agencies employ actors. So people like Sam West would do a lot of narration and voiceover work. I think a lot of people in radio go, oh, I think I'll do voiceovers. It's very much a closed shop. It's very difficult to actually get into that and make some sort of living at it, because they're looking for people who can do different voices, be different people, because when you're selling a product, it's acting. That's what you're doing, you're acting, so they're looking for actors. You know, so it's, I mean, I knew a lady, well, I still know her actually, and she's got one of those very sexy voices. And so she advertises all sorts of things over the years. Miriam Margolyes. Now, you know what Miriam Margolyes looks like? Well, she was the voice of the Cadbury's bunny. You know, and people used to sort of go, she was the voice of the Cadbury's bunny. She said, yeah, she said, this chocolate rabbit was lying under a tree. She said, Cadbury's chocolate. You know, and then, of course, you're quite surprised. Now we know what she looks like, so it doesn't make any difference. Hattie Jakes used to do the same. She's in a school for scoundrels, where she's teaching people how to be sexy, and all you hear, first of all, is her voice going, how well you're looking today. And it was all very sort of breathy, and then she gets up from the corner, she's enormous, and people are going, oh, I can't believe it. But that's where sexy voices come from. But it's very difficult to get voiceover work. I was saying to Luke, there's a guy called N. Rytel. I said, have you heard of N. Rytel? He went, no. I said, he does more voiceovers than anybody else. There's quite a number of them in that top clique of people who do voiceovers, and he literally scoots around London, or he did, on a little moped, and he'd leave them because a car would be just totally useless. It means he can get around loads and loads of places like that. Julian, security won't let you in. I thought I'd better just save you that now. It's because he's on his way home from night shift. But he said, I'll pop in if security. They won't. We're having a sort of we can't get near to anybody. We're trying to have as little footfall through the building as possible. But it's always good to hear from you. Always good to hear from you. Do you think, Steve, anyone will feel nervous again when lockdown is officially over? I know, as someone who is vulnerable, I think I will be, says Julie. I told you before, I think life is going to be very different in a few months' time. I think very different. We've not experienced anything like this before. But I think it will be different. We will react differently to things. We will treat things differently. And that's how I think it will be. You know, we just have to be aware that these things... I mean, you know, there was a bloke in the paper today. There's two of them. One of them who coughed in the face of a policeman. I mean, he's a complete dodo bird, a complete idiot, a pathetic person. And they've sent him to prison. I think for 18 months or something like whatever it is. I mean, he deserves to stay there forever. And the other one was going around thieving from cars. He went to prison as well. We won't see petrol rationing at the pump, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. No, they've got more petrol than they know what to do with. That's why the prices are good. There'll be no petrol rationing. They've got billions of the stuff. Billions. She said, I'm not sure it would be the same if I had to go back into the student nurse accommodation. They think it was their granny come to stay. Because I drive 300 miles a week to work. Petrol, no problem. No problem at all. That's why you'll see filling stations there. It's almost like there is too much petrol around, and that's why it's sort of freely available. It's come down to about under 99p for a litre. Julian has taken up cycling. Yeah, but you always were fit, weren't you? That was always the good thing that you could do. I can't do this. It's also too cold to get out there cycling. Admittedly, it's probably the safest time to cycle because there are no blooming cars on the road. Much better. David in Vauxhall says, Steve, thank you for keeping me going and giving me some light relief from the news at the moment. I'm in the high-risk group, so isolated for 12 weeks and live alone, so very lonely times. But your podcasts are keeping me going, which is good news. All you have to do, they're free. All the podcasts, all the In Conversations. You just go to lbc.co.uk, download the app, and once you've got that, you can download it doesn't cost anything. It's all free. All free. And very easy to do. So once you've got the app on your phone, you can then download all of mine. There's Nick Ferrari's there. There's Eddie Mayer, Ian Dale. Every single presenter on LBC has got podcasts which are available to you, and they cost nothing at all. So you can wind yourself up with James O'Brien, calm down with Eddie Mayer, who sort of, makes everything seem wonderful. And then you can sort of chip along with Ian Dale and Clive Bull and Darren Adam and everybody else. But it's all free, which is good news. Love to Noreen and Brian, says David. Yes, absolutely. We endorse that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I rang my phone company about my Huawei phone and told them it's not working properly. They did a test and said it's got a virus. Is this, is this 5 we're talking about here? Is it 5? 5G. Is that the thing? I don't understand about different phones now. I'm confused enough with my phone. Producer wanted to download some of the other day. I'm not keen on that. And actually, as it turned out, the thing that we did worked, which was a miracle. So everybody was happy about that, including me, because I hate it if something doesn't work. That really drives me absolutely berserk. But never mind. Jacqueline Josser says she's ready to make a comeback to EastEnders. Well, I don't know, it depends if they want you, dear, doesn't it, really? They might not want you. Also, Dawn Neeson, in her column in the Daily Star, talks of Harry's crony virus, because it's a case of, if they're now saying they need to stay away from everything and try and work it out, because they don't know what they're doing. They're not experienced enough of the real world. They have no idea at all. So they have to, just sort of muddle along, because everybody's just gone, yeah, leave them. They seem to think they know what they're doing, but he doesn't. But that's what being in the royal family gives you. It gives you a sense of superiority. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I can do this. Whereas, in fact, so far they've just moved from Canada, and they've now ended up in Los Angeles, in California, and we don't know where they're staying. Don't really care. Oh, the phone's from China. Oh, right. I suppose it would be, actually. That was the thing I was looking at when I wanted to buy some hair clippers the other day from Amazon. Most of them came from China, and I thought, I'm not sure I want to buy anything from China at the moment, but it's, with the amount of time it takes to get over here. That's why, check the sell-by date. It's pronounced Huawei. Huawei. Buffett. Huawei. Is that the company? They're a Chinese company. I'd love to go to China and watch them. I mean, I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years, but I'd like to go to China and go to some of these factories where they make things just to see how they do everything. Because so much stuff comes from China now. I want to go where they make fake watches. That's what I want to do. I want to go watch how they make fake watches. Sainsbury's petrol, Steve, is £1.05 a litre. So cheap. Your Methodist friend, Steve. Our church is closed, but the minister preached the services on the live stream. He had a congregation of 166 on the YouTube channel on Sunday evening, the biggest I've ever had. Well, if people don't need to go out, it makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? He just records little bits and pieces for them as well, but he was a bit worried that he wasn't going to be getting the work, and they certainly weren't going to be paying him, but they are. They're not paying him the full rate, but they're sort of doing enough to take away the worry from him, because he's looking after a number of churches, which is what happens over here. I think we've had various programmes about different parts of the country, and they've got one vicar who trundles around to about 6 different churches. One of them only had 2 people in it, but he still turned up to do a service for them. There's a lot of unsung heroes out there. More from Jacob. More from Jake. He says, I found that driving has become relaxing. Driving by the lakes and the prairie. Gas is down, petrol, $1.83 a gallon. That's dollars. He says, I bet you wish that was the price for petrol in the UK, so I guess there is a tiny silver lining. One other bright spot, my church treasurer handed me $500 this morning and said the church wanted to help me out during this difficult financial time. I am blessed to be their pastor. Well, that's good news, isn't it, you see? Nearer thy God, as they say. I think that's brilliant. Well done. So at least we're on the up and up. Please, we're on the up and up, please. Do you think the papers and TV shows will do their annual April Fool's gag, Steve? No. How has the technology in the studio changed over your time with LBC? Oh, vastly. When I started, remember, we didn't have computers. There were no computer. I mean, I know it seems, in this day and age, absolutely ludicrous. We had typewriters. There was a pile in the corner of broken typewriters where a certain person in the newsroom would throw them against the wall if all of a sudden it jammed. I mean, you can't believe people sat there typing. Proper old journos. And in the studio, if you had a call coming in, if you were doing a phone-in programme, the producer or the phone-up would have to write the name of the person and hold it up in the window. So it would say, you know, Luke from Archway, and you'd hold it up in the window. I mean, we got through so much paper. And then they brought in a system which was a screen in the studio, orange it was, and a screen next door with a keyboard, and you would write up Luke Archway and it would appear in the studio. And that was about as technical as it got. We had a radio van where you pushed a button and the aerial went all the way up. Enormous. That's sort of like 30 feet in the air. And I used to cut up tape. I could edit my own tapes, yes. Yes, you had the block, you put the tape on there, I could go I could hear voices, you could hear it, as long as you didn't take all the breathing out, because otherwise it sounded ridiculous, and I could edit tapes. Oh yeah, I was very good. Very, very good. All you needed was a razor blade, 3 reels of tape, and a roll of sticky. So what you do is you cut off sticky, little sort of 2-inch bits, stuck all over the tape machines, and then you put it together like that. And you slide them in together, and then you put green on at the beginning to signify the beginning, and then there was banded colour as well, so people knew it had different bands on it, and then red for the end. And if it was half-track, you put some yellow in there. Oh yeah, radio changed a lot. Radio changed a lot. In fact, I could actually drive my own desk. Sort of. At least I could do my own interviews. That was about as good as I got, really. And Omar says, can anybody tell me why this lockdown has me using Oven Pride at 5:40, doing a full chemical clean of the oven? I've got no idea. No idea. You're doing a full chemical clean. Don't you bring companies in to do that? When lockdown is released, Steve, I think we'll all run out onto the streets cheering like VE Day. Oh, I don't think it'll be like that, though. I think it'll be gradual. They're not going to get to one day and go, right, today, okay, all back to normal, okay, everybody on the buses, blah, blah, blah. It won't be like that. Because you're still going to be wary of people. You're still going to be very wary of going, you know, if somebody coughs on the bus, we're all going to be getting off, aren't we? You're not going to be hanging around. So it'll be a slow climb back to where we were, but it will get there. I promise you. I'll give you my my word. Somebody says, do you like falafel balls? And to be honest with you, I didn't even know what they were. I had no idea until they showed me a picture of them. And they went, oh, we love falafel balls. That's really anything. Oh, dear, honestly. It's all gone horribly wrong, hasn't it, really? Perhaps if I eat some of these things, perhaps I might actually like them. Somebody says, hope you like the orchid. Oh, right. There's an orchid. Good Lord. It's been given to the security downstairs. Thank you. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I got delivered an orchid some years ago. It was the biggest orchid I've ever seen in my entire life. Seriously, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Also, could you host a live show post-lockdown? Can you host a live show? I don't know, actually. I never thought about that. And also, somebody points out, what's going to happen when the hay fever season starts? People sneezing everywhere. Oh, dear. Don't even want to think about that. I really don't want to think about that at all. I don't actually suffer with hay fever. I've had a few sneezes, but I don't sort of worry. Somebody says you're right, as always, and this is because Meghan Markle did say she'd never live in the States while Trump was president. Obviously changed her mind, says Anne in Richmond. Yeah, like people do, Anne, like they do. But it's true, isn't it? But I mean, I'm firmly of the opinion, I don't care whether anybody, you know, buys into my way of thinking. I think this was preordained. I think she decided she had no intention of sort of adhering to the royal family's very strict rules about protocol and what they do, because it's steeped in history. I don't think she ever had any idea of doing that. She's done it a little while, bearing in mind she's been an average actress. And that was it. She's been married, she's had boyfriends, whereas Harry was almost like a lamb to the slaughter. He's obviously besotted. She held his hand on every occasion. Nobody else does that in the royal family. People do it occasionally, but they don't do it all the time. She basically clings on because he's her meal ticket. You know, without that, she'd just be another actress out of Suits, which I never saw. Did you ever see Suits? No, we didn't see Suits. I didn't find anybody over all the time they were talking about it. I mean, they had to find something. A bit like Koo Stark. I don't know anybody who ever saw Emily, because she went topless. I mean, that's almost a bit tame nowadays. They were going, oh, she's a topless actress. This is Koo Stark, who went out with Prince Andrew, but he went out with all sorts of people. And then once the press got hold of the fact she was topless in the film, they were lifting clips of it and putting it on the actual papers, front page headlines. You know, Koo Stark, topless and all, and you know, I mean, it seems quite normal nowadays, doesn't it? In fact, that it's almost mild, somebody going topless in a film. You know, and you go, oh, how passé. Steve, when I meet up with friends, I'm a natural hugger. Not being able to hug is the hardest thing. That's the difficult thing, isn't it? The difficult thing for everybody is not to do contact. Not to do, you know, you just sometimes, I mean, I'm not naturally a tactile person. But some, you know, I am with sort of friends and things like that, and my godchildren. That'll take a bit of a while to get back into doing properly. It's a bit of a worry, isn't it, really? A little bit of a worry. But I'm trying not to think about it. Ready for the fight of our lives. Soldiers here, wiring up London's new hospital. Thank God for the soldiers and all the people. Also, the boy of 13, front page of the Mirror this morning, who's the youngest person to die with coronavirus. He was a healthy boy, no known existing illness. As far as they say, no known. So where does he get it from? Was he out? You know, and he went somewhere he shouldn't have been, or somebody, because there's somebody out there who's obviously got it, who's managed to pass it on to him. He can't have got it all by himself, although there is a gran of 92 who has recovered from COVID-19 after being taken to hospital last week. Her family, Helen's family, say the former shop worker is made of strong stuff. Her granddaughter, Hayley, from Basingstoke, says she's in very good health. See? So there's no accounting for who it strikes, is there? There's a 92-year-old who has come back from the brink, and here's a 13-year-old whom, you know, didn't come back from the brink. The shopping chaos revealed, store crazy. You know, in 1 month, £11 billion was spent on food. And shops end the rationing on many goods. There's a picture here of a Sainsbury's. And the shelves are groaning with toilet rolls. Toilet rolls everywhere. Toilet rolls everywhere. You don't need to go out and stockpile the things. It's all there. Thousands face hunger as charities struggle. They're saying the St John Ambulance Brigade could go broke, could go bankrupt, could close in as little as a few months, I think, because they need the money to survive, and they're not doing very well at all. I knew there'd be a story. You can always tell whenever there's a programme on the television and it becomes popular, like Repair Shop, there'll be somebody on it who's sort of got a story, and that's what they've latched onto today. And this is somebody called Jay Blades. He came close to taking his own life after he hit a rough patch 5 years ago. He struggled after the charity he was running collapsed. His wife left him. He lost his home all at the same time. And as I say, everybody's got a story. Every single one of you listening at the moment has a story. There will be something that has happened to you. There'll be something that's happened to somebody you know. I promise you, in a matter of months, we're all going to know somebody who's either had coronavirus or has got coronavirus or has lost their lives to coronavirus. I promise you that will happen, and that's why it's a bit scary. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. June in Poplar. I'm sorry, it's news story. I have to do a news story. Sorry about that. If you don't like it, you know what you can do. Somebody says, regarding celebrity voiceovers, how do advertisers get away with people saying we, as if they worked for the company? Well, there's a bloke on the television at the moment. It's very interesting. He's one of those TV presenters, but at the moment he seems to be working for a mattress company because he's wearing the shirt with the mattress company name on it, and he's going, when we made this, I'm like, no, you didn't make it. You're just the person who's fronting the campaign. so that's why they always say we. You know, because they want to make you... I mean, years ago, you did have people who owned companies who actually fronted up and became, you know, Victor Kiam, for example, talked about the Remington because it was his company, and he was one of the first. Who was the bloke who did Turkey Twizzlers? Bernard Matthews. All of a sudden, Bernard Matthews came out and fronted the company, so you identified him with Turkey Twizzlers and stuff like that. And there's been loads of people. Vidal Sassoon, Gloria Vanderbilt. Look, there are loads of people who front their own company. So if you trust them, you're going to buy the product. It would be like me sort of saying, listen to LBC. I promise you, you won't find a dud programme anywhere in the schedule. There are no dud programmes in the schedule. And people who go, Steve said there's no dud programmes in the schedule. He must be telling the truth. He works for the company. I'm under no sort of obligation to say that, but I'm telling you, there are no duds in the schedule. Everybody is individual. Everybody's good at doing what they do. I can't do what some of them do. Mind you, they can't do what I do. Or would probably ever want to. You know, some people, they like, having a discussion, which leads into an argument, which means that I love things. I love clashes on air. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't tell you why. I derive immense pleasure out of it. But that's why all radio presenters are different. All presenters are different. They, you won't find two presenters doing exactly the same. They might be doing phone-ins, but they'll go about it in a completely different way. Steve, before coronavirus appeared, 6 people died down my street in 2 years. Dying hasn't just been invented. I know. Did I used to argue with the caller? No, I was never that sort of presenter. I was never a confrontational presenter. I was not that sort of person. Somebody said, it'll be interesting to hear you sort of taking on people. Oh, not really. It wouldn't be. It'd be it's far more entertaining, and I'm doing really quite nicely, thank you very much indeed. Somebody wrote to Ian Dale the other day, which he put up on Twitter and said, you're actually not very good, are you? Which, of course, is it's like a little put-down line, and he actually replied by saying, I know, I've been 10 years working for the same station. Must be doing something right, because I'm really thick. I thought, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? It really does. Steve, I'm bored with COVID-19. When will COVID-20 start? I think it's already out there. I think there are 2 strains at the moment. Thank you for lightening all your listeners' day. Oh, if only we could. If only we could wave a bit of a magic wand. Somebody says, I thought that Koo Stark had a bit of a raw deal from the media. She never went to the papers. She's been discreet. Well, she never sold stories on Prince Andrew. Mind you, Andrew's history was very checkered. And so she's been in the papers today. The man who she took to court to try and get this 50 grand a year from, she's claiming he said, and the judge said no, this was not a legal binding thing. And then this other man called her a gold digger. I know there's always been issues with sort of stuff that appeared in the papers about Koo Stark, and so she's been told. I don't know why she doesn't ask Andrew. The judge says he was careful to add the words love and kindness to ensure it would not stand up. So she's lost this legal battle, promising her 50,000 a year for life. Why would somebody give you 50 grand a year for life? Anyway, she says this man made the vow after they had a child together, but the financier branded her a gold digger, and a judge has now ruled his note was just a gentleman's agreement. So there you go. But, so she loses again. Wasn't she was in somebody's house, wasn't she? And I think she was supposed to move from that. But she dated old Andrew from 82 to 83. So, a long-standing relationship. They were tipped to marry, but split amid the media pressure and palace concerns over topless images and her naked lesbian romp in the film Emily. That'll get people buying it again, won't it? So that was it. So it was really the palace who decided to sort of come down and go, not suitable for Andrew, who then just wandered on to other people. That was the way it is. Steve, I see the government's still ignoring why non-essential factories remain open, so we can not stay at home unless we want to lose our jobs, profit over safety. Well, they seem to be relaxing quite a bit at the moment. They're saying now you don't have to just go out once a week. You can go out, as long as you observe the rules that they have, and you can go in, do a little bit of shopping, and then go home again. It's sort of keeping yourself busy at home, of which, we punted out the other day, jigsaws. And I thought, I really can't cope with jigsaws, but I think charity shops are having a bit of a run on jigsaws at the moment. Everybody going out there going, I think we'll buy a jigsaw. 18 minutes past 6. Well, with the news around the coronavirus pandemic constantly moving, LBC's Nick Ferrari brings you an informative daily podcast. Nick will provide you with an insight into everything you need to know around the COVID-19 outbreak, speaking to the experts to keep you up to date and to give you the best advice. You can download now via the Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts. And for details, you just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, so we can keep you up to date, so you will be an informed person, which is much better. And Matthew says, you're talking of EastEnders, you do realise these episodes are created well in advance. Yeah, they're 6 weeks in advance. So, but then because they stopped filming, they didn't mention the coronavirus quite clearly. So how are they going to cover it? Are they going to acknowledge it? Because in which case they'll have to close the Queen Vic. Because if they're going to do it in real time, it's going to be a bit of a headache. I think they might have to just skip it and just pretend it never happened. But I can't think of any other reason that they could do it. Somebody says, Steve, I hope the soaps ignore it. I need some escapism. Yeah, I mean, it's an odd one, isn't it? I don't know how they're going to do it. Imagine you turn on and they're all still there. As opposed to saying, oh, you know, old Fred down the road, he's sort of succumbed to coronavirus, and Rita complaining about nobody's bought a Toblerone in weeks. And the shutters are up on the Rover's Return. Because in all these soaps, the pub is the central hub of it. In Emmerdale, it's the Woolpack, it's the Queen Vic. In EastEnders, they've all got a pub because that's where people congregate. Well, during coronavirus, they're all closed. So how are they going to cut? They must be sitting down, probably in separate rooms, probably doing these FaceTime kind of things, trying to work out what they're going to do. It's going to be very confusing. Mind you, it'll be like Dallas, won't it? We had all that thing with Bobby, and then it turned out it was all a dream. That was the way that they explained it all away. You know, he came out of the shower and we went, oh, he's alive. And it was just a dream. So perhaps you could do it for EastEnders and all the other soaps. All I care about is getting a haircut at the moment. Definitely. Russ says, yesterday one of the neighbours and 4 friends all huddled outside her flat watering a plant. It wouldn't be too bad if the plant was real. It's artificial, I know, because I put it in. He says, I didn't want to say anything, actually. Best not to say something. Mind you, I know people who water plastic plants. I do. I know people who water plastic plants. I don't know why they do. Perhaps they think they're going to grow or something. The goats who've taken over the Welsh town, quite a few of them as well, actually. They're obviously quite hardy things, so they're jumping up on people's walls and everything else. There are loads of jokes doing the rounds, totally unrepeatable. Lorcan says, I wonder if they'll do the soaps in cartoon fashion with speech bubbles, but the actors' voices. I don't know what they're going to do. And it was only because I thought about it a while ago when we were talking to Rachel. I remember thinking, well, how's that going to work? How is that going to work? Are they going to ignore it totally and just carry on where they left off? In which case people will be saying, oh, come on, this isn't very believable. I don't know if they've reflected anything else. They've always been able to insert things in. But with coronavirus, you can't just insert in one actor going, oh, I see it's lockdown at the Queen Vic. That's not going to cover it, is it? We shall watch. We shall watch. Steve, take me back to the 80s. Going everywhere on roller boots, 12p Mars bars, taping the top 40 from the radio and going to the video shop on a Friday night for Ghostbusters. Good Lord above, Ghostbusters. Tony says, have you noticed where the toilets are in the Rovers? It's a terrace street. The toilets are through a wall, and that joins the Barlow, so you'd be actually going to the toilet in their kitchen. Yes, it is funny, isn't it? They've got the toilet there. They go through the door and you think, wait a minute, you'd be in the Barlow's premises. I love it when you see them waving from an upstairs window, because you know they're standing on a ladder inside, just leaning out of this fake front for it. A lot of other people say it'd be nice if they ignored it, and because I don't understand how they're going to do that. I mean, I really don't. Mind you, Mark in Chatham says coronavirus would be a good way to kill off some characters in soaps. I don't think... Do you know, the more I think about it, the more complicated I think this is. They're 6 weeks ahead already. So what are they going to do? Start inserting scenes of the coronavirus, in which case you close down practically all the businesses in all of the soaps. And we do have a fair number of soaps. Even, mind you, how are they dealing with it in America? I don't know if they have soaps, the like of which we have in this country. So the pictures in the papers today, the Mirror, have got the healthy boy of 13 dying with the virus. They say no underlying health conditions. They're going to have an autopsy, and they will then find out whether or not he might have had an underlying health condition. We don't know until they've actually done that, but either way, the parents must be absolutely distraught. And thirsty pub lovers could turn their lockdown into a lock-in today with beer piped from the boozers directly into their home. Oh, this has got to be the April Fool. This has got to be the April Fool. Several major drinks brands have signed up for the new underground ale delivery scheme, which has been dubbed Poured Band. No, there you go. Shut pubs, brew tube. Fed up ale lovers can now get pints at home by cable. That's the April Fool. Next to the other April Fool I've spotted, and it's former Miss World, Rosanna Davison. And, as I say, she's now posing with her boobies hanging out. I think that's also an April Fool. I mean, I don't believe anybody can be a former Miss World. I mean, to be honest with you, I've got no idea. I know she's wearing somebody else's hair draped over her shoulders. That's the joke. That's obviously the joke. So we found that one. I wonder if there's any others we can find in the papers. I don't really want to find them. Mind you, I suppose it lightens the load. Does it not? Steve, says Andy, if I know the BBC, it'll be the Queen Vic is closed because of these Tories. You might as well make it political. The Guardian, coronavirus pushing care homes towards breaking point, and these mountain goats. It does look like a scene out of High on a Hill was a lonely goat, lay-o-lay-o-lay-ho. The Daily Star today, Psycho Seagulls, Corona rampage. They ditch chips for stockpilers grub. I'm trying to find something else. If I can't think of anybody else who would actually. Perhaps the goats are the joke of the day. Perhaps they're not really goats at all. Perhaps they're not. Also, I'm trying to, because normally these things sort of leap out. Do you think the joke about Danny Dyer says she fancies Jesus and would have been his girl back in the day? I mean, if it is, it's an extremely poor taste, and she's obviously more stupid than I ever imagined. Plus, the reboot of The Darling Buds of May is set to be packed full of sexy scenes. I thought it was full of sexy scenes anyway. Also, Killjoy road chiefs at the DVLA have cracked down on rude number plates. So you have a lot of rude number plates. I can't repeat any of them here. They're very expensive. Some of them go up to £15,000. The agency make £160 million a year through personalised plates. Amazing. I mean, some of them, as I say, I cannot repeat them at all. There's one which really spells hooker. One which spells you go to hell, which is GO20HEL. So very bad spelling, as you can well imagine, but that's as good as it's going to get. And what was the other one that I like? I'm sort of trying to go through here, it's very difficult to work out. You know what will happen tomorrow? They'll go, did you spot our April Fool? Did you spot our April Fool? That's what it'll be. I've just got a feeling. Daily Mail today. Thousands of viral UK kits sent abroad, dozens of British test labs wasted, and as deaths soar and a healthy boy, aged 13, dies, the Mail demands ministers fix testing fiasco now. I don't know why we're so lax in this. Picture of Prince Harry, and he's sort of pushing his trolley. Yeah, I'm not totally sure whether or not I think he can actually go. I mean, how's he paying for all this stuff? Their lifestyle must be costing a fortune. And what has he got? He's got loads of Kirkland toilet paper, loads of it. Also towels, for the kitchen, and all sorts of things. Clorox, big box of Clorox, and water. In fact, to be honest with you, it's about the naffest looking shopping trolley I've ever seen at a Costco, but far be it from me. Also, booze catching up with the over 60s. That must be the joke, mustn't it? Over 60s now, nobody can afford to buy booze anymore. The Daily Express, Alan's sadness over £200 million plants left to rot. This is Alan Titchmarsh. And green shoots, hope in virus battle. Britain hits plateau in new cases. Boris battles on and makes history. And they're still looking for the £58 million jackpot winner. Ticket bought in South Ayrshire. They've said, I mean, let's say there can't be that many people who bought lottery tickets. They bought it for the 17th of March, I think. And it's worth 58 million. Well, that's going to change your life, isn't it? That's going to change your life. Dave says EastEnders could be half an hour's viewing of just empty streets. That's a brilliant idea, isn't it? You can have da 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 for Coronation Street, and then just sort of empty, and then sort of a picture of Rita slumped with a bottle of fizzy water in her hand. Also, Steve, the only soap that's important, says Jackie, is the one to wash your hands. Thank you very much indeed. And the Telegraph. George Ali Guy says, I can live with cancer. I can live with COVID. Meghan's hairdresser talks for the first time. God, we've scraped some barrels in the past. Now we've got Meghan's hairdresser. Good Lord above. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's always great to have your company in the morning. We need you. You need us. And so we're here every day, 24 hours of every single day. And we'll do it again tomorrow morning on my free Little Bit Extra podcast. Matt Baker does his final stint on the One Show. I mean, a little bit wooden. And so they have a list of 3 people who could replace him. Why do they just have one person presenting? Jack Black has done a shirtless quarantine video. Please do not send your versions in, listeners. Joe Wicks continues his daily PE classes. Let me dig out my Lycra shorts and I'll join you later on. You should see my squat thrust.